Any second now. Oh my god, there we are. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. It's us. What's going on, chat? There's some people in chat already. Been chatting around about the movie. And everybody
I
thought...
assume you all have seen it. Day one.
I'm sure...
As all of us internet moviegoers do with every MCU film.
I actually did see it day one. It came out to me.
Technically I did too. But I blame you.
Oh man. Well, at least you were the one who actually went out to see the movie. We got big leaked by Cap and Jay. I'm gonna call them out right now.
Oh.
No, they actually said I'm not gonna watch it. It's like, okay, cool. And now they're both on EFAP tomorrow with me. So because Mauler is a bully.
They got peer pressured into it eventually.
Cap sent me like the message Mauler sent him. It took him like one sentence. It was like, yeah, but what if it's really fun though? And then Cap was like, yeah, okay.
I mean, that's always the hope, right?
Yeah.
That even if there's been a bunch of really bad movies coming out from the same relatively interrelated creative team,
Yeah.
there's always the chance that one of them might end up being good just because the person writing that one cared.
Oh, I think the fun part was more related to the EFAP is going to be really fun.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it was funny because I was like, hey, move him around on Saturday. I can hop in if you want. It's like, yeah, sure. And then I got invited in he created the group and it's like, wait a minute, I asked both these people. You bastards. And immediately shat on them. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess look at it this way: it might not be anything of a win to have to be even on EFAB talking about this film for what could be 10 hours, you know.
Well, see, I just do it today and then also tomorrow.
Well, yeah, you're clearly a glutton for punishment.
I am. I'm double dipping. Hey Chad, how are we feeling tonight? I'm feeling okay. I caught the coof. I actually took the last 2 days off work, which gave me plenty of time to take notes for this movie, which I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot. The movie is really bad.
We won't bury the lead. It's bad.
Yeah, it's awful. It's pretty awful.
Not go see it.
Don't watch it. Which is worse, coof or the film? Well, it kind of flared up after I watched the film, so I think the movie is worse because it actually gave me the coof or something.
I mean, yeah, the movie has a finite runtime, whereas illness sometimes takes longer to recover than you want it to. I think I'd still say that seeing Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is better than actually contracting an illness. But that's the only credit I'm gonna give it.
Yeah. Oh man, Moodle had a quantum sickness. Yeah, I was feeling it legit started the day after. Like I was like, oh, I feel a bit tired, and then next day I was like, oh god, I'm gonna take the day off.
Sickness is also not a thing anyone in this film is ever concerned about for even a moment.
Oh no, they're fine. They're all chill.
Can I just ask a very, very simple
Sure.
thing that I'm willing to bet no one considered? What are they breathing down there?
I did consider that. Get fucked. It's like an overarching thing in the whole multiverse thingy. Like they just always get lucky that they can breathe air, or that the place they go to has air.
I just, when you think about O2 is oxygen that we breathe.
Yeah.
And those are that's a molecule made up of 2 atoms.
Mm-hmm.
So if the quantum realm is subatomic,
exactly.
Yeah,
but you didn't consider it's a secret place between time and space, so they obviously have air. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, it just seemed like they just were kind of like, yeah, you know what? We want them to have their suit helmets off in here and to have it not really be like a thing.
So well, also, Hank and Janet would just die then. It's like, oh, I don't have air. Goodbye.
Yeah. I mean, like, I thought they were maybe going to address it when they kind of landed in the quantum realm, and Michael Douglas is like, "Oh, we should be dead." Like, I was like, "Oh, okay, they're gonna explain why they're not dead," and they kind of did. Like, I mean, I guess is it just that Kang decided, or
Wait, who's that? Sorry, I was just boosting your
I,
volume because someone said
how
you were too
did
low.
how did because Michael Douglas says, or Hank says, we should be dead when they kind of crash into the quantum realm. Like, spoilers for the movie, they end up in the quantum realm
Yeah,
in Quantum Mania.
in case you didn't know
But one of the
that.
first things that Hank Pym says is, "We should be dead."
Does he?
And
Okay.
I don't know, like, do I need to boost myself? I see they're still saying my volume's low.
Still
Is it
low?
on my end?
I don't
This
know.
better?
Oh, my
Just
desktop.
crank my gain a
No,
bit.
hang on. My desk. I just saw my desktop audio is low in general, probably from a gaming session.
Oh, okay.
Let me flume that up. Let me know, chat. It was just only halfway, because I think it was a bit loud for Armored Core or something.
Ah.
Yeah, I pushed up a bit. Let me know, chat. Let me know. Appreciate it. Is good. Nice. Quantum. Yeah, it's very quantum. Yeah, but I know what you mean. I was thinking the same thing. They should all be dead because they basically just fall into the quantum realm, and they should probably be moving. Not probably. They are moving at terminal velocity when they hit the ground. So it's
Yeah, I guess maybe I could let that slide, because when you've lost that much body mass, maybe your
well, here's the kicker. When they actually get smaller, I think or at least that's when he shrinks himself. When he shrinks himself, he gets super powered because of his density, so he doesn't actually lose any body weight. Yeah, but then they just say, oh, when he gets bigger, he is definitely stronger because he's bigger. Duh. It's like, yeah. There's a lot of problems with the whole. I don't know.
yeah.
The power
I just
levels are
like
completely fucked.
I never really thought about the giant man being like, oh yeah, well, I guess you're right. He would lose density then in that case, right?
Yeah, I mean they just
Be like,
explain it away with yeah he's more durable because big. It's like okay, fine, whatever. it,
oh, okay,
it doesn't make sense, but that's what they're gonna say to you if you ask them. So
fair enough.
it's
Wait, hold on. What? Because they do kind of address that, and I feel like I probably should have rewatched the other two movies. I just kind of felt like, well, why do I need to? Because
yeah
they're probably not even going to address them. But
I
the way in which he uses the powers, like to fight, saying
mm-hmm.
the whole like tap, like jump and tap. Like, I thought the implication there was that you can develop the speed when you're small, but the power needs to come from like actual size. So that's why it's like you want to turn big at the last second so that it's a normal size fist hitting the person.
Yeah, it's
Or is that not how it works?
hang
Like,
on. I read it up in that wiki, the MCU wiki, because they kind of in powers and abilities. It's some weird thing. When he gets to normal size from being small and goes bigger, apparently that simulates the superpower when he's smaller because of the momentum or something. So hang on, where is it? So yeah, so under his powers it says superhuman strength, and apparently while wearing the Ant-Man, this is from the MCU wiki by the way, just a disclaimer I guess. While wearing the Ant-Man suit in this miniature form, Lang possesses superhuman strength due to his increased density, effort, and exertion, enabling him to take out multiple opponents of normal human size while shrunk. He can also use the physical force and momentum attained from changing size to simulate superhuman strength directly after returning to normal size. This is why he goes small and big when he starts fighting people.
oh, okay.
So that's the idea, I guess. And apparently the
Well, I
strength
mean,
also extends to his legs, allowing him to jump, spring, leap across, blah, 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 and so on.
I guess that's mechanically pretty interesting. Just from like, hey, how does this superhero function? Like,
Yeah.
but at the same time, the giant man thing kind of that goes out the window immediately, doesn't it?
Well,
It's like, well,
when he's giant, he becomes like slow and clunky as an ability.
yeah. So I guess that's the downside. It's just agility
Yeah,
that
he
he
just gets
loses.
bigger and more durable, but also can't move that fast.
Hmm.
His powers are weird. It's a bit weird.
All right. Well, I mean, I gave it a shot at understanding it. I'm not I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
just
yeah.
saying like,
It's
oh, Ant movie bad. But Ant movie is
oh,
yeah
this end movie is
pretty bad.
pretty darn bad.
Here, I guess here's a good thing that we can ask. Was there anything you liked about it? Why don't we start with what we liked about the movie?
I I don't know, man. I feel like I found some bullshit with almost every scene. Uh, it's maybe I chuckled once or twice, but that was probably me just being, I don't know,
I
uh,
mean, I
er,
did I even? I'm
yearning.
trying to
I
think
was
if I
probably just
did.
yearning to feel something. It's like that's a little fun joke. Uh,
I
and
did think that Kang was okay, like the not his story necessarily, but like the actual actor and his power level when he was actually like doing shit seemed like, oh, okay, this is a villain that I could see being an interesting villain, and they kind of ruined that entirely by the end, and then
oh yeah, because it just
make
doesn't
up
use his
for it with
powers.
what might be the worst post-credit sequence I've ever seen.
uh,
As far as like a thing that I can't believe there's anyone that's like, whoa, a big stadium full. Wait, are we going into full spoilers?
oh,
Like, does it matter? Like, does anyone care?
I mean, if you
Not
click on
just in
this
the
and don't
chat. I
expect
mean,
any spoilers, I don't know. This is it says breakdown here, so
okay. Well, jumping right to the post-credit scene. This film ends, or post-credits, it ends with a stadium full of Kangs,
hmm
and they're like kind of like the Council of Rick, and have they all have different themes. One of them's like an Egyptian man,
yeah.
and others are various types of the same suit that he was wearing in Quantum Mania, and the weird sounds and stuff he makes from Loki. But some of them were like totally different. So it's like, wait, what is this? Is the implication that it's supposed to be like a clone army, but it's all one super powered
Yeah.
dude?
Oh, so this is
That
probably the one info that you'll probably need from Loki then. So in Loki, you get the first time you see Kang is in Loki. I think in the second to last episode is when he first introduced, and then you have a whole episode with them. Um, Basically, this is like all his multiversal selves. Those are like all variants of Kang,
Mhm.
and apparently what they I guess this is like their introduction to what's happening in Phase 5. There's going to be all these Kangs, and they're going to
Well,
be
and
going around and do shenanigans somehow.
that's sort of what I mean. Like, is that supposed to be the big reveal here? It's like phase 5 is we're gonna be giving Jonathan Majors a shitload of work.
You're going
But
to be
like
every movie. It's like, oh, God.
what kills me though is like, I mean, this movie seemed, I thought that this movie was supposed to basically be origin story for villain of the next, like the next Thanos for the next phase of movies, whatever they want to call
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so when it was like, okay, kind of seeming like he was going to get out of the quantum realm, I kind of thought that, maybe this movie would end with, hey, Ant-Man tried, but this guy's just too powerful and he's out now and
Yep, that's
out
what
in
I
the
thought.
universe, in our universe, and now we've got to stop him.
Nope.
But instead, and honestly, that Kang, like the Kang who is the bad guy in this movie, I actually think is not a terrible character. He's like,
No. Well,
he's
I guess that's like some of the things that could be interesting if the movie would have been different. If we give him some other. There's like some things there where we're like, oh, maybe we can latch on to that. And I guess we talk about it when we get there because we're gonna go from beginning to end, I guess. But it just he. I feel like this Kang is a very terrible communicator because every time he gets the chance to explain why he's doing what he's doing, he's just like, yeah, but you don't know what's happening, so shut up. And then it just
and
next
then
scene, it's like,
well,
no,
and
tell me
then
more.
yeah, like it seems that there is always that sort of hanging threat of, oh, but maybe him being the Kang who is the exile is the good guy Kang that you want to
Yes.
have on your
Yeah.
side because all the other Kangs are coming and he's the only one that's going to be able to stop them because he's presumably one of the more powerful ones. Because
Yeah.
I mean, like, did all of his combat prowess was that suit? Was that like the deal?
I think so.
Yeah, because they didn't really explain too much of that either, nor did they in Loki, from what I saw. Because I did watch that last episode that he was in,
Hmm.
and I didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I was like,
Well, in that one, he doesn't even really have any powers, if I recall correctly. He's just kind of this
yeah, no, he
guy,
doesn't
and it's
do
like,
anything. Just
ooh, I don't know what's happening next. That is cool, and then he dies. It's like, oh, okay.
yeah,
But yeah, this one apparently most of his power comes from the suit until he loses.
yeah, and
But then he's
that's
still,
kind of what it
but then
seemed
he's
like.
still really good, like hand to hand, because he kicks Scott's ass at the end.
Yeah, that's true. Although, I mean, I feel like in a in an actual just one-on-one fist fight, Jonathan Majors would probably be able to beat up Paul Rudd realistically. Like,
I think Kang, yeah,
like if you
he has
just
some
no power Paul Rudd versus no power Jonathan Majors, I'm probably putting my money on Jonathan Majors.
character show off.
I like Paul Rudd more, but I mean, I think Jonathan Majors looks like he's probably a better fighter.
He looks pretty ripped, actually. He has some big arms.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the bad guy in the new Creed movie, isn't he?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of the Creed movies, so I don't even
Oh,
know what's
okay.
going on there.
The first one's okay. The second one's meh.
Oh man.
I didn't mind the original one though. I thought it was pretty good.
But
It
yeah.
actually made me pretty hopeful for Black Panther.
Oh.
Like I was like, oh hey, it's the guy who directed Creed, and then I was like,
All right, let me
okay,
open my Dr. Pepper here.
vibranium is magic now.
There's some get a little can opening ASMR for chat there.
Ah, there you go.
Ah.
But yeah. Anyways, I thought though that it seemed like they made this Conqueror Kang or the quantum realm Conqueror of the quantum realm Kang,
Yeah.
whatever he is, the Exile. He was very very threatening and seemed like he was actually going to be a serious threat and or be an actual danger. He references killing multiple Avengers at different times,
Oh,
presumably in
he
different
shouldn't have said that.
timelines.
Shouldn't have said that.
And should you have said that?
He shouldn't have said that.
Oh, should I? I thought we were
No,
spoiling
no,
it.
no. Kang shouldn't have said that. Because
Oh,
it's embarrassing that he said that and then gets beat
well,
by Ant-Man.
also, like, why would you say that? And when trying to convince Ant-Man to help you,
Yeah,
if
it's
you're
it's
because it seemed like his whole deal was, I'm gonna try to talk you into voluntarily helping me, but just so you know, I'm also threatening you and will fucking kill you. But I'm your only hope. It's like, dude, pick a strategy.
yeah, he's
Like, just either try to be on his team and like appeal to him, like, hey, this Council of Kangs is coming. They're probably going to end up in your universe eventually, and I'm the only one who can stop them. I've been
hmm
trapped down here. I'm your only hope. Or do what I want, or I will kill you. Like, you
Yeah.
kind of can't do both at the same time and expect anyone to trust me, I'm a good guy routine. You know?
Yeah, that's what I meant earlier as well. He's just kind of he's bad at this thing. Man. Anyway, but yeah, I guess there's your little beginning blurb from us about the movie. It's not very good. So you can just start from the top. Oh, I guess for anyone who's interested, I posted the first episode coverage of The Last of Us 2 days ago. But then I was struck with the coof, so there hasn't been another one yet. I'm still planning to do the rest of the episodes. I just, I got the coof, then I had to do this, and then hopefully tomorrow I can record the second episode, prep the third, and so on. You're gonna get all of the episodes all by myself, and they're gonna be pre-recorded, and then I'm gonna upload them, and then I'm gonna
Yay.
catch up to the recent episode, which is probably gonna come out Sunday night for me again, unless they changed. Yeah, because last time they changed it because of the big game. And I think they should be different now. So yeah, I should be caught up during the next week or so because I got a little bit delayed, but yeah, because I got
And
very invested in the Last of Us episodes. They're very good, and I'm gonna cover them because I want to talk about them. So there you go.
Yeah, I think they're quite good as well. It actually got me to replay the game. I just finished it on my Rumble stream last night. On hard mode,
Nice.
I tried the DLC on Grounded and it was kind of infuriating. And then I bumped it down to Survivor, and I think Survivor might be the mode.
Okay, cool.
It's just a bit more intense than hard, but it's not like, oh, by the way, you have one bullet to kill 7 clickers with. Have fun. Also, you can't just stealth through this area. We won't let you. And that is honestly the thing that infuriates me about that series the
Yeah.
most. That it's a game that's mostly a stealth game, and it's like, yeah, but if you're good at stealth, too bad. You still have to fight these guys.
Yeah. James says, and then you have to play the game. I will play the game. I probably put it in here somewhere this year. I'm pretty interested in doing that arc. But for the next couple of weeks, oh boy, there's things to play and watch. I'm gonna be a busy boy. But yeah, Mootle, no, unless you want the chat to be Tism, don't do Last of Us. Well, I'll pre-record them for one, but not because I'm scared of chat. I'm not scared of your chat. Most of the time. No, it's just a time thing. So I'm just gonna record them, and but yeah, the idea is for random things like this, because I only only have the Metals Forge format at the moment. I said that in the actual episode. I want to have like a format where I can record like random stuff like this, where I'm on my own and just talk about stuff. So it's like its own thing. I think like names like Metals Crucible and Smelter went around. There were a couple of suggestions.
The Anvil.
You did, yeah, you did, yeah. I saw that, but yeah, I'm gonna gather them. Can talk very good, and yeah, I'll make something happen. Commission some other flumes for that. I'm considering maybe putting my webcam back in there when I'm on my own, so it's not just all static. We'll see. I'll think about it, but for now, I'm gonna put it under the Metals Forge banner. But obviously, Metals Forge should be the live thing where I talk with people. And not my solo flim-flams. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know what exactly I'm gonna do, but I definitely want to do something like that. Expanding the brand business. No.
Oh.
But yeah, I think it could be fun stuff. Also, I can get some reps and just doing things on my own. That's always good to have. We don't want to see your face. Get bent. You Wollenheimer.
See, I think people don't want to see my face either, which is why I balance it out by having puppies.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
Yeah, it is a cheat code. I'll admit.
I only have Charlie and Ralphie. Ralphie is the couch, by the way.
Nice.
Wow, plugging your own stuff. Time to close stream like a son. Oh god. Anyway, let's jump in here. I have a ball load of notes, so this should be fun. But yeah, I think some people ask. I will be on the EFAP tomorrow as well, because for some reason I decided to double cover it. I don't know why. It felt right at the time, and now I took all these notes and it's like, wow, what am I doing? But anyway, that's just how that's how I do it. That's how I roll.
Well prepared for the EFAP.
Sorry?
You're gonna be well prepared for the EFAP then.
Oh yeah. I don't remember when I last took so many notes. I guess in a sense, getting the corona and being sick actually gave me a lot of time to just take notes for the movie.
Kind of makes you think, it's like, is this how hard I would work all the time if it was
Yeah.
the only thing I did?
Nah, I took like the last couple of days was just like me doing day job, in between just doing some notes for Last of Us, then after it, recording, putting it out, doing the next episode, going to the cinema, then getting the coof, doing this all day. It's like, god damn. I guess that's what I'm preparing for.
It's a simple life, but an honest one.
Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of stupid because I basically now replaced the work that I would put in my John Wick 2 script with The Last of Us, because I got really passionate about that about that series. It was like, I kind of want to talk about this now. And then John Wick 4 is coming out in like 4 weeks or something, and it's going to be almost 3 hours, and I want to die. But yeah, Cocaine Bear should be a fun in between thing though. I hope that movie is going to be fun to watch.
I feel like that one's gonna go either way.
Yeah.
I'm getting snakes on a plane vibe, where like it might be the kind of thing that everyone talks about how awesome an idea it is for like the 6 months before it comes out, and then it comes out, 10 people see it, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping not, because it's definitely one hell of a premise.
Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, let's jump into the quantum realm, if you will.
Yay?
Because we don't actually start there. No. We have a little, like, some kind of intro sequence, which I feel doesn't even bring that much to the table. Because basically what happens in the beginning is we get, like, this intro shenanigans where Scott is just walking through the city, and he goes like, oh man, my life makes no sense. I'm an Avenger, and I helped saving the universe, and it's crazy. I have all these crazy adventures. Then he's just going around the street. People recognize him. He's like, it's you, Scott. He's like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, whoa, woo, cool beans. We're all cool. And then he goes into the coffee shop where he gets to buy, like, I guess, like a Reuben sandwich, because the guy's called Reuben, so I just assume he buys a Reuben sandwich. I don't know. Never said that, but I just said that. And he's like, you're Spider-Man, ha ha ha. And that's like a joke, because he thinks he's Spider-Man. And that set us up a joke at the end. It's like, yeah, actually not Spider-Man, now I have to pay. And it's like, okay. And he's like, oh yeah, I should probably mention the reason this is getting narrated by him is because he's reading from his book that he wrote since the blip and everything happened. So he wrote like I guess like not his memoirs, like a biography.
Autobiography.
Yeah. And he's like reading it out in front of some people, and there's like kids there, and they're like, yeah, Ant-Man, woo. So he's liked. He's liked by the peeps. It's not like he's delusional in that way. But yeah, he just wrote a book and everything, and it's weird because later I guess I talk about it when we get there, because it doesn't take long. I feel like this is like the fastest the movie goes in terms of taking notes, because as soon as they go to the quantum realm, it's just off the hook. And yeah, then he's like, I read this book, and he says the line, there's always room to grow bigger, which is gonna be. It's like a little payoff they put in the movie.
Yeah, I think there's always room to grow.
Yeah. And
which, I mean, I guess like as a line to end Ant-Man's autobiography. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Didn't make me like burst out loud laughing, but
Oh, nothing did in this
movie. I was like, yeah. I'm giving the line at the end of the fake autobiography more credit than I'm going to give most of the other.
Yeah. Oh, that just reminds me, before I go back into the movie, another tangent when I was in the cinema. So I was sitting in the cinema, and there was other people coming in, which weren't a lot, by the way. It was maybe 25, 30 people that were coming to see the movie, which was a bit surprising. I thought it would be a bit more, but it was in the middle of the week, and I watched the English version, which normally doesn't go full anyway. But yeah, I was just sitting there, and for some reason that couple next to me and some random guy next to them, they started talking about just MCU stuff, and then they started talking about She-Hulk, and I was like, oh god, no, please don't.
Like in a complimentary way.
Hang on, I didn't think people like this existed, but hang on. So they were like, oh, did you watch She-Hulk? I was like, nah, I didn't watch it. I watched like one episode, it was kind of stupid. And then the guy, the Randy, says, oh yeah, I really didn't like the show, but I thought the end was kind of cool. I was like, what the fuck? How did that happen? How did you not like any of it, but you like the ending? How? How does it?
I mean, like, I think honestly, there are some people that just the second a meta joke happens, like once the real world is referenced, they're just like, oh my god, they're talking about our world.
I was just so baffled. I was almost like, how? Why? I was almost about to ask. I was like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna sit right here, watch my movie. But I was like, how did that happen? Because there's so much dumb meta stuff in that movie all the way through, and then the ending was like, oh yeah, the Kevin Feige bot was kind of cool. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that is a mindset that can exist. It's just so weird.
I mean, maybe it's that they thought all the meta stuff was so stupid that they were comforted by the fact that the show knew it. And maybe, the ending's what clued them into, oh, okay, so this is where they were going with it all along. They weren't just making stupid meta jokes. That was the story. And I'd be like, well, it's being super charitable, but yeah. I guess if that's what you liked about it, sure.
But it was kind of fun, almost like eavesdropping. I mean, eavesdropping. They were sitting right next to me, so it's kind of hard not to hear them. But where they're just talking about like things that are awful like Loki, and it's like, oh yeah, Loki was kind of good. But there was always this bit was like, yeah, but this was kind of stupid. I feel like people like even like the normie watchers, I feel like they're coming around. Like I heard a bunch of caveats when they were talking. It's like, yeah, this was kind of dumb, and this kind of dumb. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. Just interesting to hear like other people that are not like in the little YouTube realm, I guess, talk about the movies and why they like them. It's
I think
it's fun stuff. It's fun stuff to hear these perspectives.
the current MCU quality level can only be where it is and like or in the region that it's been in for the whole last phase, with the exception of I guess of No Way Home, even though
Right.
that was a different studio, Sony who released that one. So technically not directly under the Disney banner, but I think that there's always the thought that hey, this might end up being good,
Yeah.
but then once we've gotten to the point that so many of them have been bad that this is the one that is bad, that people are starting to be like, oh, okay, maybe they've been bad
Yeah. I'm
for
just
a little
checking
while
because
now.
someone asked, isn't Ant-Man 3 rotten on Rotten Tomatoes? And it was when I last checked, but the critic meter went even lower. Like last time I checked was 52%. It's now on a 48%. Uh,
Now, the biggest question I would have for most of those critics that are, say, like, if you gave Multiverse of Madness a positive review, what is it about this movie that you didn't like?
that is a really fun thing to think about. It is. The audience
Like,
score is
because I,
84%. Oh,
I guess I'll say this if I'm going to say something nice about this movie. I think it's a better movie than Multiverse of Madness.
I mean,
Not by a lot,
it's pretty
but
hard to beat Multiverse of Madness in terms of writing
yeah,
quality. That one
it's,
is that one is a
yeah,
rough. Go
that
watch
one
Mufti's
infuriated.
movie. I say Mufti's movie on it. It's like I watch
Yeah,
Mufti's video on it.
his Netflix special on it.
His
It's like
Netflix special.
that was the movie. It's like 6 hours.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I feel like people are kind of coming around. Uh,
Yeah,
I
I
saw
like
because
because
it's
I
funny.
think that
I think I saw Gary post an empty cinema as well. I saw a couple of people on my Twitter. It's like, look how empty it is. Yeah, and I was in the cinema first. I was like half an hour early because I guess I was a bit faster than expected on my bicycle boy. Um, and yeah, I was like, oh, it's like 15 minutes until the ads start, and there's like 5 people in here. What's going on? Then like during the ads, they just kind of came in, but it wasn't more than 30 people. It's yeah,
see, I
yeah,
don't really know how to track it because I went to go see it in like a rural kind of small town movie theater, so there was like 5 people in my theater, including me.
Well, I have a
And
pretty big cinema here in the city, so
oh,
it's
okay,
it's a
so
pretty
yeah,
busy one. It's like a bigger one. They have like 15 screens and whatnot, and it's pretty big. It's a pretty big one.
because
Um,
I think the only time I was ever well actually Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, that actually was the last Marvel movie I went to go
yeah,
see, and it was at that same theater, and that was pretty busy, but I'm pretty sure it was X-Ray Girl and I went, and it was more like a 9 p.m. show, whereas I went at
right.
like 4, like right after work.
Yeah. To
So,
be
but
fair,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can ever really use anecdotal like theater capacity as data, like or as like significant data. But
well,
yeah,
mine
it
is
wasn't a
weird.
packed
Mine
theater.
is weird anyway because obviously I live in Germany and I have to go
Yeah.
watch the original versions, as they call them, the OVs, and they often just like at 9 p.m. or like at stupid times during the day when I'm still at work. And then
Hmm.
there's not a lot of people in there anyway. So if I go in the middle of the week at 9 p.m. in a 3 hour long movie, it's mostly going to be less crowded anyway. Um,
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I
yeah.
never really thought about how movies are shown in areas where a lot of people speak English, but English isn't the
Yeah.
primary language. Never really thought too hard about it.
It's heavily dependent on the movie. Uh, like Knock at the Cabin, for example, there was no English version, so I had to go watch it in German, which is always weird. Uh, but the bigger ones, like the Marvel ones, they always have an original version to watch. But it's like two
Sorry, I got a
screenings a
growling
day.
puppy here.
Oh, yeah, there he is. But yeah, it's always annoying when it's like, oh, I want to go watch this movie. It's like, oh, there's no English screening. It's like, oh, I remember when I think the second Sonic when that came out and I went to watch it. I think that one didn't have an English dub for the first week or two. Uh, yeah, a German dub's not as good. I really don't
Yeah.
like German dubs anymore. I didn't mind them back in the day, but these days it just like when when they speak and the mouths move, it just doesn't add up for me anymore. It's just too noticeable, and I
Yeah.
don't like most uh, of the voices. I don't think they fit, especially if you have like people like Dave Bautista. Is like a very good example because I've ever only heard him talk in English because I know him from wrestling,
Yeah.
and obviously he doesn't talk German there. And then you hear like the German voice from him is like, that's not him. I can't do this. It's just it's really odd. I can't do it anymore.
I mean, yeah, I've never really been a fan of live action dubs. I can watch some anime dubbed
Hmm.
or animated. I mean, be it a foreign language animated film of any kind, not necessarily anime, but live action, I always find it weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Every so often, it's pretty good, but like I don't know. I can think of very few examples in which a dub is actually like,
Yeah,
serviceable to the point that you can watch it without being distracted at all.
yeah. I said it. I don't even know when I said it, but the German dubs that I still enjoy these days that I would go back and watch is actually the South Park German dubs. They're really good. Like they did a fantastic job translating jokes and everything. It's still really funny in German. And funnily enough, the Monty Python movies, they're really good in German still. Like
Yeah,
they did a really good job translating the jokes. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good
that's
stuff.
pretty interesting.
Yeah. But enough about good stuff. Back to Quantum. Where do we stop? Oh, basically at the beginning. We haven't done anything yet. So, he, meaning Scott, finishes the line in the book he is reading. I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be the last line. I don't know. Doesn't matter. And then he gets a call and he looks at his phone, and for some reason it says on his phone that the county jail is calling. Would that be a
Yeah,
thing
it's
in
too.
America? Would they translate the name of who they're calling? Because I need to have them saved in my phone for them to actually show the name.
No, that does happen on some networks. Like
Okay,
if
okay.
I get a call from say I don't know, like my internet service provider, just because I know that they would have access to stuff like that, it'll often say like Rogers Digital
Okay,
Cable,
I was just
like on
wondering
the
if that's a thing you can do and configure. I've never seen it myself. That's why it was just a bit of question marks. Like, does this go? But yeah, I guess that
it
works.
did seem like he was like, "Oh, jail's calling me. Why would they be calling me?" It's like, well, you,
Yeah, and that's what he says
hey,
out
like,
loud. By the way, why is jail calling me? It's like,
yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah. That wasn't me.
yeah, yeah.
That was the movie.
It depends on.
But
Okay, okay.
I think that it's a weird thing, and it's one of those things that it's a joke that didn't seem like it needed to be there. Like, how would it
Hmm.
have been a problem if he picked up the phone and it was like you're about to receive a call from like this county, like
Right.
he could have
Wouldn't
just
it
picked up the phone
wouldn't
and then
changed
found out
anything
that
really?
same
Yeah.
information.
It feels like they just wanted
But
him to say out loud, "Why is jail calling me, Lamau?" Um.
yeah,
But
because
yeah.
they seem to kind of be determined to make him dumb at the beginning of every movie too.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know.
Uh. But yeah. He gets a call from jail, and Cassie, his daughter, uh, was in jail. And he's like, Why did that happen?" And she got locked up because the police was dispersing a peaceful protest, and she couldn't just look away. Police bad. That's unfortunately this is all I could see in this scene. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell
I
you.
that is how it came off, and I think they kind of hide the reason why she got arrested, or at least that what it seemed like was that she stole the cop car.
Yeah, she shrunk the cop car and puts it in there uh
Yeah, like so they
on
reveal
on the
that in a
desk.
weird way where basically you kind of think that this cop's yelling at her because she stole his gun or something like that because he's like, give it back, I know you took it, and
Yeah.
she's like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then as she's about to walk away, which I don't know why she would do this, because she's basically admitting, yes, I did steal
Yeah.
it, and like, my father is Ant-Man, so clearly I can do stuff like this. She
Hmm.
just puts like a shrunk down cop car on the desk and walks away.
Yeah. What are you gonna do
And
with that shrunk car?
yeah, I
It's like,
mean,
oh,
like
cool, thanks.
well, I mean, if anything, I think it was like her being like, yeah, good luck, here it is, like, have
Yeah.
fun. But it's like, okay, well, obviously he's not going to be able to do anything with it. But
No.
also, you did kind of admit that, yes, you stole the cop car and defaced it, like you destroyed it
Yeah.
effectively. I mean, I guess you could turn it back, but as far as the law would be concerned at this moment, you destroyed that cop car. Uh,
Are
it's
you able to
it's just
pick up
weird.
the shrunk car? That's a good question because when they shrink stuff,
Oh yeah, the
it's
density.
the
Yeah.
density. That's a good question.
Oh
See,
yeah, she just has it in her
just
pocket.
has in the
So
pocket. Yeah.
the density thing does not apply, I guess, to inanimate
Is
objects. So
is it different with the? I guess she used one of those discs to
maybe
shrink it. I
is
don't
it
know if
his
that is
suit?
different, but I don't think
Is
so.
it the suit that does the density thing, and the Pym particles can just make things bigger and smaller? Or
I don't know. I really don't. I just went from what the MCU wiki told me, and it's not really specifying. I don't know. It's the age old problem of what do the POWs actually do, and did the writers even care, I guess, or check. But it's yeah, as Swell just put it, it's inconsistent in the whole trilogy. it's,
yeah,
it's just one of these things again, where they just don't bother, as always. But yeah, they bail her out, I guess, and
it's almost like they just don't bother, or they just don't know.
oh yeah, it's yeah. I don't know what to add to
Like,
that. It's like
if
yeah,
we said,
it's
"How
probably
did
it.
she pick up the cop car if it retains the density?" Would the writer just say, "Shut up," and then
Go
walk
go
away
away.
from us?
Ask the writer of the other two movies. Mm. But yeah, did you like this movie? No. Um, but yeah, they
Did
bail her
anyone?
out. They Hope is even there as well. Oh yeah, what I also wanted to mention, Hope is just took back the company, uh, and seems to be doing like all kinds of good things, like apparently trying to make rent better and make more accommodations for people, uh, while Scott is just going around doing his book thingy and it's just. I guess the implication is he's just chilling out, not really doing anything, even though he's clearly doing the book things and just inspires people to some degree, I guess, with that book. I don't know. I think
It's interesting because it seems like it's them kind of criticizing celebrity culture and the idea that, like, hey, you did a thing and now you're a celebrity, and all you do is go on TV shows and talk about your book and go to places,
hmm
sit down and have people get autographs from of your book, and you read from the book, and that's all you're really doing. And
uh-huh.
it's like, you really need to be doing something more. And it's like, well, I don't know. Like, what are you people who made this movie doing other than, just you make
Yeah.
fucking Ant-Man movies and then you go on press junkets about it? Like, it seemed like they were making an odd point about being an entertainer and like a person who wrote a book who, like, I mean,
hmm
yeah, also after having saved the world too. Like, he does mention that a few times, and no one seems to want to give him the credit, really. Like, yeah, you saved the world, but you saved the world a few years ago. What have you done lately? Kind of deal. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, exactly.
I
That's
don't
what
know.
they.
I'm chilling out a little. Like,
Yeah, sorry, I guess. Yeah, because
I did write a book,
yeah, because
and
she
now I'm
starts,
promoting the book.
because Cassie starts talking about like, oh, people still need help, It's like, like rents are high and people need stuff, and it's like, okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't think
and I
that's
mean, well,
I
that's the
don't
thing.
think
She
that's
brings up stuff that is very much not Avengers level things.
exactly
Like,
like
it's not
it's
things
like
that
yeah,
Ant-Man
it's
was
not
ever
my
helping with.
not really my expertise. I was an engineer before, then I stole things, and
Yeah.
now I'm Ant-Man. Like I don't. What do you want me to do?
Yeah. I'm Ant-Man. I did more than most people would probably think a superhero named Ant-Man would be capable of.
Yeah, yeah,
And now I wrote an autobiography. So, like, I mean, that takes effort. It's writing a book isn't something that you can just do, even if you're just transcribing the story of your life. Like, you got to actually write it down. And now he's on a promo tour and enjoying his life. I like, it seems like they're really shitting on him for that. And I'm like, well, I don't know that he's really doing anything bad at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, if Hope, like his wife, I actually don't know, are they wife and husband or just girlfriend and boyfriend? I don't even know.
they are oddly
They're a couple at
they-
least.
yeah, they're a couple, but they don't really she's hardly in the movie, kind of. Like, did you notice that?
Oh yeah,
She has
Hope
like
is like kind of
3-4
there for the
scenes
ride,
and
then saves him
yeah.
once and then twice, sorry. And
Yeah, there's a
yeah.
couple scenes where like the Wasp shows up at the end of a fight scene and like saves him or something, and then she goes off to play third fiddle to Michelle Pfeiffer and Michael Douglas. Which, I mean, to be fair, you have Michelle Pfeiffer and Michael Douglas in the movie. Yeah, use them. It's good. I thought
Yeah.
actually Pfeiffer was quite good in it, and Douglas had a few good lines too, including I thought actually one of the funniest. I was talking about this on my stream yesterday. One of the funniest parts of the entire movie was that Douglas has like the most cringe line of the socialism line
Oh god,
that
yeah.
like he has the most like direct like, oh yeah, by the way, these ants, they're basically socialists, so socialism pretty good, am I right, guys? And I was just like, oh my god, I almost like cringed out of my skin. And like 2 lines later, like almost the next thing he says, he delivers it so well that you're just like, oh, okay, you made me recover from that a little bit, because I think it's that he says the room to grow line to Scott, and then
Yeah,
Scott
yeah.
says, you read my book, and then he said every goddamn word, and just like
Yeah.
he delivers it in such a way that you're just like, yeah, see, that's Michael Douglas is a pro. He just he
Yeah.
knows how to just take a line and fire it off with charisma, and it was like he made me enjoy his delivery 2 sentences after he said something that almost made me like roll my eyes to the point that I went unconscious.
uh,
But
uh,
yeah, so
so yeah, they kind of go the way of
Evangeline
like
Lilly
you
doesn't do much.
they're because yeah, they're just kind of driving in the car and I don't even they just talk about this thing and it's like, oh, I know you can't just look away and this and that. And she also apparently has a suit now, which Scott is surprised by, which he's also surprised by later again, which kind of makes me think they forgot they already did that payoff, but hey, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because he's here like, oh, you have a suit. Oh, that's interesting. That kind of hurts. That I didn't know that. Then later, when she gets the suit out for the first time, I was like, I have a suit. He's
You
like,
have a
yeah, I
suit?
noticed. It's like, okay, I don't know why we did that twice. You
Yeah.
already got told. Maybe like a leftover rewrite or something. I don't know. It was weird that they did that twice.
Well, they also like after she reveals that she has a suit, the next scene where they're in the basement and Hank Pym's like showing the ants and stuff. He says that yeah, I've been helping her out with this stuff, and Scott seems like bothered by it. Like he's like, "What do you mean you've been helping her with this stuff?" And he's like, "Well,
Yeah.
didn't you do the math on that when she said she has a suit? Like, did you think she made it,
Yeah.
or are they implying she did? Like, I'd assume that if you didn't help her with it, it was probably Hank or like Hope, I guess. Like, I
hmm
mean, who else could it be?
Uh, but yeah, they're just chilling at home. They have like a little family dinner. Uh,
Mhm.
uh, apparently they made a small pizza, and then Hank goes like a drip of Pym particle, or yeah, and puts it on the pizza, and says, "Man, that shit got so expensive. We just saved $8 for this." And I was like, "So Pym particles are for free? I don't believe you. I don't believe that you just
Yeah.
saved money on that. I'm pretty sure that's I'm convinced that this is probably going to be more expensive now." Uh,
Well, I make these all the time, and I'm not just gonna sell them on the black market. So.
So yeah, it's like, oh, I just used this super incredible Pym particles to save $8 on a pizza, even though we're pretty fucking wealthy. Your daughter has a company, a big one. Uh, yeah. So
Yeah, but
stupid.
hit the streets and protest though.
Oh yeah, peacefully though. Uh, God damn. And then they have like talks, and they hear that she's been in jail before. And it's like, what? And she's like, "Oh, it didn't
Say-
count anyway." And she just goes ahead and say, "Well, at least I'm still doing something that matters." And it's like,
Well, I mean,
it's
and
like,
that's the thing. It's like she's in and out of jail, so they want her to be the rebellious problem child who's always getting picked up by the cops. but also she's like a super smart engineer girl who's like making these satellites to send to the quantum realm and protesting. It's like,
Yeah.
wait, so are you the best kid ever or the worst?
I
You
don't know. I'm
Are
just
you a
not on board.
delinquent or an honored
I just
child?
don't know why they shit on Scott so much. It's like at least we're doing something that matters. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? It's like he just saved the world like 2 years ago. You know, he's doing the book tour. I'm sure if Hope would ask him to, hey, can you do like your book tour, but also like, hey, we do like this cool stuff in my company, he would probably not say no.
Yeah. And I
Uh,
mean, what wasn't the whole point at the of the first movie with granted it's been a while since I've seen it, so I'm not pulling this from a recent viewing, but wasn't that she kind of understood the operations of the company much better than even Hank did? And that was kind of why she was the one that was like, better
probably.
suited to be, in control of that stuff. So it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, why what makes you think Scott would be good at running a tech corporation?
Yeah.
No?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what she wants him to do. Basically, it's not his expertise. He's just besides Ant-Man, he's just some random regular guy. That was like kind of the point always, right? With Scott Lang, he's like, yeah, I'm just in this crazy world. I don't even know why. I talk to ants basically. It's fucking wild. Uh, but yeah. Yeah, and they also jokes like, "Oh yeah," I think Janet says, "Oh, you should probably write a book about it that you saved the world." It's like, why are you ridiculing him for saving the universe even? Like, what's
Or writing a
stop it?
book about it. There's nothing
There's nothing wrong writing a
if you
book
do
about it.
something significant in your life, there's nothing wrong with writing a book about the thing that you
I would write
experienced.
the fuck out of the book if I would do something crazy like that. This is fucking
Yeah.
cool.
Like anytime I hear some crazy story about like I don't know, like a guy who is like a Canadian special forces dude who won like a really crazy military medal because he did something just insane and you hear the story.
Yeah,
And if someone then said, "Oh yeah, and he wrote a book about it that like tells the entire story like from his perspective," that is the kind of thing that I'd be like, "Oh, I bet that could be an interesting read."
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be thinking, "Oh, of course, that's probably the only reason he did that
Yeah.
to write the book."
Um. Yeah, and I think somewhere here during the preparation of the food, Janet, no, Hope says to Jen, "Hey, I know you don't want to really talk about anything, what happened, but you can always talk to me. You know that, right?" He's like, "Yeah, thank you."
Mhm.
So that's a quick little setup, I guess. And yeah, anyway, after all this flumpy talk on the thing, they're like, "Hey, we've been working on something," and that means Hank, Cassie, and Hope they've been working on something. Cassie is interested in because she took up Hank's old research about the quantum realm, and yeah, she basically made it possible to look into the quantum realm. She basically, I think they call it a Hubble telescope, but into the quantum
Yeah,
realm, basically.
subatomic Hubble telescope.
Right, right. And I kind of was like, oh, this is crazy. And Scott is like, oh, that's awesome. I'm super proud of you, and it's really cool. And then it's like, oh, how did you do it? And Cassie says, oh yeah, I'm just sending a signal in that just comes back, and then you just can map it out. And Jen is like, what the fuck? You're sending a signal in there? Turn it off right now. And he's like, ah, la, 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 la. And then she rips out the cables and everything. And it's like, okay, that was kind of awkward. But is you okay? And there's like a short silence, and she says, "Well, I haven't told you everything." And then they just
Oh
get
shit.
sucked in. You get sucked into the quantum realm, and you get all kinds of crazy visuals and pictures, and they go through. And oh yeah, I should probably mention them. Hank shows Scott or the others like, "Hey, I made this weird ant farm. They've been developing themselves and do some technology." And it's like, "Oh, that's crazy." It's like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool. They're pretty intelligent." Lamau, that's so not going to be relevant later on, I swear. So yeah, Chekhov's ants are loaded.
Yeah, they are Chekhov's answer.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know, he altered them somehow so they can build their own technology and be self-sustained or whatever. And yeah, they get sucked in as well. You see them go vanish somewhere, so they're somewhere around, possibly. Uh, and yeah, they land in the quantum realm. The group gets separated into Hank, Janet, and Hope, and Cassie and Scott, and they land in completely different places, sides. I don't know. Um, but yeah, this is where we already briefly talked about it in the beginning. So they're basically all in a free fall. So they've long reached terminal velocity of a human body, and he just kind of crashes against some things, and he slides, and then he falls, and at some point he just takes out his Ant-Man suit, puts it on, turns big, grabs Cassie, and just puts her between his hands and also his chest while crashing through all these things. And I'm pretty sure that's not how that works at all. They should both be very, very dead. Even with the Ant-Man suit, I don't think he would survive that. I just don't think that.
It's probably he's durable when he's big.
Yeah, but not that durable. I think I don't know. I have a hard time believing it.
Well, I mean, it's the problem with us not really having a sense of what the quantum realm actually is, because it's like
yes.
the rocks that he's smashing through, are they like dust particles or something? Like, I mean, what actually are they? Like, we have no concept of the rules of the basic physics of that universe.
He took
like
I
don't know, like
in Endgame. I don't know what he can't handle. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
And I mean, there's just so much stuff in this movie though that it's like, oh, your buildings are alive. It's like, oh, yours are dead. It's like, okay, well, yeah, okay, so I guess that's a thing here, that all structures that people live in and make businesses in are living creatures. Why? And also, what about the guns? Are there any inanimate objects? Or is everything alive? Is it only buildings? But they don't spend any time explaining any of it. They just throw a bunch of shit at the wall and they're like, yeah, deal with it. And, laugh along and clap and have fun and watch the colors. And if you don't like it,
someone just points out, our buildings aren't dead. They weren't alive to begin with. It's like, yeah. He would need to get smaller so he doesn't have enough mass for terminal velocity, i.e. you need a certain amount of mass to die from falling. Oh yeah, this is why we can throw ants off the top of a skyscraper and nothing happens, right?
Well, and that's kind of what I was saying though, just if their body mass is shrinking to the point that their terminal velocity essentially becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, but then
they just don't have a terminal velocity that can be created by gravity.
Yeah, but then we see him crash like 2 or 3 stone thingies while he's falling. That's
kind of what I meant. I'm like, because they appear stone to us, but if they're super tiny, like how much of a hazard is that big rock formation? Is my question. Because I know how much it would be if it was relative to the same size of a human and any kind of stone that we are aware of in the macro world, I guess. But in this super tiny micro quantum world, it's like, well, I don't know. What actually are the environmental hazards? Clearly, oxygen isn't a problem.
No, that's fine. They shrunk oxygen with them down there. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it.
We know that ooze is drinkable and teaches you language.
Oh, are we gonna talk about that because it's fucking stupid.
I was thinking, okay, look, the only reason I jumped there is because I went from, hey, we know that there is no possibility of oxygen being small enough to be there, but there's breathable oxygen. What do they drink? The only thing we know is they can drink the ooze.
Right, so they fall to the floor and survive because superpowers and quantum. I don't know. I can only guess. And or we can only guess rather. And we tried, but it's inconclusive. So yeah, they're just kind of looking around now, and Scott tries to tell Cassie, he's like, everything's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. No, it's fine. It's gonna be okay. And she's like, you say it's okay a lot. So he's being portrayed like kind of a goof. It's like, no, I mean it. Like it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get out of this. But then he also says it's like camping, and we love camping. And it's just we never went camping. It's like, yeah, but we talked about it. Yeah, comedy.
That was such a weird line. It was like, why?
I don't know.
I don't get it. It's like, is there anyone that's relatable to? Is it just that this was written by people who have always talked about going camping, but have never just driven out to the woods one day?
I don't know.
That's all I could think of. I was like, wait, hold on. Is camping something that people don't do
Maybe they
if they
talked about
want,
it in the
even
other.
though they want to?
Maybe there was a thing from the other movies where they always thought we gotta go camping at some point, but then they never.
Oh, was it?
went.
Okay,
Maybe I don't
guess.
know. I haven't fuck now. Didn't have the time to rewatch them, unfortunately.
I don't know. I think it was supposed to be some kind of reference to like, yeah, no, there's plenty of people talk about camping all the time and never
Right.
actually go, right? And I was like, I don't know, man. Like that's a weird thing to say, even as a comedic premise.
Right.
It reeks of people who have just never gone outdoors.
Huh. Touch grass, god damn it.
Yeah, or like not even grass, soil and
Soil.
trees and
Soil
and
yourself.
leaves and
No wait.
the kind of things that you see out in the woods. Rare that you'll get lawn. Not a lot of mowers out there.
And then Cassie all of a sudden was like, "Is this sun moving?" It's like, "That's not a sun. It's like some weird quantum animal bacteria. I don't know. It looks like a sun, and Scott goes big, fights it off, and then yeets it away. But that just wakes up a bigger animal thingy, and then they run away. But then some
That's a
guy,
joke we've never done before.
and then some guy with a head for flames, solar flare head, he just shoots the thing and it explodes, and then they get captured by those random peeps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The faction of revolutionary quantum people.
yeah, exactly.
Or one of them is like from fucking Wonder Woman's home, I guess. I don't know. I know that's a different universe, but like I'm telling you what I saw, man.
Yeah. Then we see the other three. They're just kind of getting their bearings. They landed somehow. I don't know. We didn't see them land. They just do. I guess we see Hope actually putting on her suit. At least she can fly. She has the wasp wings, of course. So she has a much more reasonable explanation to survive. So that's nice. But yeah, there's kind of in some place, and then some flying searching devices floating around, and Jen is like, "Stay right here, don't move." And yeah, she doesn't really tell Hank or Hope what is even happening, and complains that she told them to stay away from here. And then Hank apologized. They didn't tell her they were doing it, and then they just make their way to somewhere else. And I'm just like, we're gonna get there. As soon as we know what's actually going down here, we're gonna go through it, because holy shit. And then Hank is just kind of wondering. It's like, oh, why have I never seen this place in all my studies for all my years? And then Jen just casually tells him, oh, you just couldn't look deep enough. You couldn't watch beyond the void or subatomica. And I'm just like, sure. Okay. There's nothing I can say to that. It's like, yeah, I guess you just made that up, but that's okay.
Yeah, like that seems like just say a bunch of bullshit and most people in the audience will just not ask any further questions.
Yeah. And then she's
like, I mean, that's the only reason for that, right? Because there's no, like, what void of subatomic? Like, it's one of those things that's like, I guess the implication is that because it's a whole universe, that the quantum realm is everywhere around us always. Because it's like, well, if you're talking about getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, you're talking about this universe, this quantum realm, existing in a fixed point. Exactly. Like a really, really small one.
Yeah,
which means are there billions upon billions of quantum realms in the couch I'm sitting on?
Probably. Yeah, because she says this world no, this place has worlds within worlds and exists outside of time and space. It's a secret universe beneath ours. So yeah, we just added another universe, multiverse thingy to our world building. Isn't that cool, Chad? Isn't that amazing? Do you already know how much this means? I don't know, because nothing means anything anymore. We just add more universes. What does that mean? Between time and space, does no time go while we're down here? Is Earth just doing its thing normally? And when we come back, nothing happened yet, but actually it did. But it's a secret universe beneath ours. And
If our world ends, does the quantum realm end?
Yeah.
Or is our world ending not have any effect on the quantum realm at all because it exists outside of ours?
Yeah. And we already touched upon it. Like, what rules apply here? Did you have the blip? Does magic work here if you have it?
I think they do mention the blip, to their credit, not
They
in
do?
any
Okay.
real. Well, I think at the beginning, right? They say that like that people about the rent. The rent prices have been increasing like crazy since the blip. Didn't they say that?
Oh, I'm talking about the quantum realm. Did the blip
Oh,
happen there?
okay. Well, oh yeah, God, who knows?
Like, did they notice it? Does magic here? What the Infinity Stones? Did they work here? Because if this is another realm, if you take those here, they don't work, right? Because we said in other universes they don't work anymore. Does magic work here?
Oh yeah.
And I think I saw someone point out. I don't even remember where it was. It might have been in Discord or something. I completely forgot about this. Janet had like quantum realm magic in the second movie when she comes back. That's not even in this movie. I don't even know
I
that.
think I remember her having some like powers and
She had some kind of powers going on, but that's not in here. Yeah, and then also the big question, air. Do we have air? I mean, obviously we do have air, but how? How do we have air here? We're smaller than air particles. It's like, how do we breathe them? There's a lot of air, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, they shrunk down oxygen molecules to subatomic level and then made it broad enough that we could breathe when we visit.
Yeah,
like whether we're they got to make sure that things are ready for Amazon lady, Catwoman, and Bill Murray.
So yeah, it's just it's this general problem with the multiverse things. They just show us all these random worlds and wacky adventures and crazy visuals, but they don't want to deal with the consequences. Like they just all expect us to believe, yeah, of course they have air. And the problem is most people do. It's like, yeah, of course they have air. It's just smaller. It's like, no. It's not how that works. That's not how this works.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I bring, especially when it comes to talking about comic book movies, because it's as these universes are growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Although, I mean, DC, that's a bit of a different story there. They're kind of just like hitting the reset button effectively, and while doing multiverse stuff. So who even knows what they're doing?
Yeah.
But like as these universes get bigger and bigger and bigger, you can like I think that the writers have to say, okay, we've gotten to the point that now it's going to stop being easy to, hey, we've already got our world established, therefore we don't have to spend any time doing this. And it's going to begin to get difficult in that, okay, now we got to be very careful not to do anything that break everything that's come before it.
Yeah, and what do we do? What do we do for the beginning of Phase 5 after we did all the multiverse stuff? Let's put in another realm. Just fuck it. Just put it in there. It's like, no. Just use what you have. You're already very confused. Don't put in more factors.
And it's another realm that was housing the villain that they have advertised as the multiverse villain, but only one specific instance of him, who, by the way, everybody, again, like, spoiler alert, doesn't make it through this movie. So, like, the Kang that I said was a pretty good villain, he's dead. Like, but there's infinite amount of them, so I don't know. It won't be the same guy though, because at least with Kang,
these writers don't know what the word infinite means, and we get to that when we get to that stupid fucking possibility storm or probability storm.
Yeah, that was
Jesus Christ. Anyway,
moment of full Rick and Morty. It's just like, no, we're actually just stealing shit from Rick and Morty at this point.
So yeah, we just added another universe. Whatever, who cares? They can breathe there. So yeah, as you remember, Scott and Cassie have been captured by these rebellion people. And it's really weird, and I don't know why they did it that way. Scott arrives at the camp alone and doesn't know where Cassie is. Like, they split up along the way and just got there at different time frames. I don't know why. They got captured at the same time. I don't know why they just didn't arrive at the same point. It's just all...
I
Is it
think
just
they
so
just
he
they
can
wanted
go like,
the
where's my
chaos
daughter?
for the.
Where's my
I,
daughter?
I think they wanted the chaos to make the dad drink the ooze joke seem as lol so random as they intended.
You know what I think? I think they didn't want us to show that she got forced to drink the ooze. I think that was a bit too spicy for them.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't shoot that
Yeah.
because I'm picturing it now, and I was like, no chance. They,
Yes.
I think even Disney would be on set, be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have the
Yeah.
group of people
It's too-
holding the teenage girl down while someone pours something into her mouth. That
Yeah.
might not play well.
Yeah. It's too spicy, too memeable. You can't have
Yeah.
that.
I do it to Paul Rudd though.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He's an adult.
Yeah. Drink the ooze, bitch.
Drink the ooze. So yeah, it's really odd. So because the way they show them, it looks like they're threatening. And they're like, you have like these chants and everything, and then they as soon as they give him the ooze, everything is changes and is chill, and the mannerism changes well. It's really dumb. But yeah, anyway, what happens is Scott gets like put down, and he just sees Cassie, and she just says, "Drink the ooze."
Yeah.
And doesn't elaborate further. She just says, "Drink the ooze."
Well,
She doesn't say,
think,
"Drink the ooze so you can understand what they say," or
yeah.
"Don't worry, they're not torturing you to death. It's fine. It's a translation device." It's just like, drink the ooze while everyone goes like, oogie boogie, diggy dongy,
and then,
whatever they say.
Honestly, I think the moment they wanted was her saying, "Dad, drink the ooze," then it cut back to him and him going, "What?" And then they hard cut to Michael Douglas and Michelle Pfeiffer's story.
Right.
So I think they just wanted that line, and they needed his entrance into the camp to be confusing, or they couldn't have had him be that confused by her saying "drink the ooze." Also, why do a whole ceremony where they're all pinning him down and stuff? Like, if she can understand them, be like, "Hey, my dad is not going to understand anything you guys were saying.
Yep.
Just give me a cup. I'll bring it over to him and be like, hey, Dad, I can understand them, and it's because I drank this. Just take a sip."
We see later the other three just getting a cup of the ooze, which is another weird thing in itself. But yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly a thing. Like, the ritual is incidental. So.
It's but yeah, then we cut, as you said, we hard cut to Michael Douglas. They're like in like a desert-ish area now. Like, they're in a completely different biome now. Like, I don't know how long they've walked, but they're like somewhere completely different. And they just happen to stumble upon a caravan of people that Janet seems to know. He's like, "Yo, what's up, homies?"
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, let me handle this." And for some reason, she has like a fight with this slug person or whatever it was. And then dodges,
Jelly, like, I don't even know what I would call him. He's like kind of made out of ooze as well.
Yeah.
I guess. Because he can like infinitely regenerate his body parts.
Exactly, because they have like
stab him, and
they have this scuffle, and she cuts off his arm, then stabs him in the chest. He goes like, "Ah, ha, ha, hilarious!" And she loves, he loves, everyone loves. The blade goes through his chest. He grows a new arm, and they hug.
The blade goes through his chest, and then he pushes. You see, he's kind of translucent, so you see the blade going through his body, through his like shoulder socket, then out the severed arm, and it kind of turns into a new arm that is then holding the knife.
Yeah, and then
he like gives it back to him.
Yeah, and then they have a hug. It's like, "Ha ha ha!" He's like, "Oh, great!" And then he gets like a big flying manta ray or something. And now they have a ride. They give him some clothes and they can fuck off. I don't think we ever see them again.
And like, I mean, again, like, this is all, it's just Rick and Morty. Like, it is, hey, we're in this new place and all sorts of these things are really, really crazy, and the rules of reality don't really seem to apply in any way that you can possibly understand. But me, as the person who has traveled here before, I'm totally cool with all these people. They love me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't worry, I understand it all. And wait, you guys didn't get it that I wasn't actually fighting this person? I said, let me handle this.
Yeah.
And then I appeared to have a mortal knife fight with someone, and then we hugged.
Yeah.
But I did that to keep you, my family, on edge, when I could have said, look, they're my friends. It's going to look like I'm fighting them. Trust me, we're just doing a thing.
Just fucking around.
Like, don't help.
Just hope I don't get stabbed because I can't do what he can do.
Yeah, and like I mean, you could say like, okay, but how much tension does that create? It's like
Yeah.
not much, but if you want to earn the tension, maybe you've got to start thinking, hey, are these people supposed to be a family who
Mm-hmm.
speak to each other like they actually want each other to understand? Or are they constantly trying to get like pull over setups on each other so that the
Yeah.
audience can laugh at them? It's like I don't believe you're people. Like you all seem like you're pretending to be in a wacky
Yeah.
like, alternate universe movie. And you don't seem like you are characters which exist in a world that has any consistency to it at all.
Yeah. But yeah, they get their ride, they get some clothes to fit in or blend in, and then they're off. And we go back to Cassie and Scott, where they still captured. And yeah, they give him the goop to drink. And so I already saw people mention it in chat as well. And I had the same question. Why the fuck do they have this ooze? Why do they have ooze to translate things? So here's my point. You hear them chant, right? Before we can understand them. They all chant the same thing, which basically means they use the same language. And do they have different languages? Are there so many different languages that they actually need the translation? Because from what I could tell, what the movie shows me, they seem to use the same language. Why do they have random ooze to translate for them? Why? Why do they have this? They're like, oh, someone fell from the sky. Quick, get the ooze. Get the ooze so we can understand them? Like, what?
Yeah.
What's the point? Why do we have this? And why is it made from web? That's the red small guy without the holes.
So they could have yet another kind of Ricky Morty joke.
I
Hey,
guess so.
my name's Jeb, and you just drank me. Hey, look at that! Wasn't that crazy? You
Yeah.
drank me, and now you can understand what I'm saying. Like,
Someone
and I'm not even kidding. Like, that's actually what happens in the
Oh,
movie,
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
I'm not actually playing up the Rick and Morty element. He actually kind of sounds like that too.
How does one even find out this ooze works? Did someone eat the jelly guy accidentally? Well, I'm gonna go forward a little bit. It's not far, but the other three, they're gonna end up at a bar, and the first thing Janet does is like, "Hey, I'm gonna talk in your language actually," because she seems to know the language and can speak it. Talks to the bartender, goes like "oogly wah blah" or something, and then he just gives them like 3 shot glasses of the ooze. So are you telling me there's like a fucking like like some kind of facility that's just there to produce the ooze? Is there like a slave worker trade going on where they have like these little webs where they can get the ooze from them? Because the it's just so stupid. The red guy goes like, "You just drank me," and it's like, so there's more of you, and they just give the ooze out everywhere. Why does this exist? Why is this a thing? I don't understand. Why would you have this? Why even bother telling? They have different
Keep the audience
language.
on their toes, Metal, so that it's wacky and no one can tell what's happening, and you'll always be surprised if you don't know what's going on.
I'm surprised that this is so bad. It's like one layer writing with 7 layers of problems. It's insane. So you drink the ooze and people you talk to understand you? Yes. They also understand you. Because I guess they drink the ooze every day. Because the interesting thing is, Janet drinks it too. So that means it doesn't last forever. Because she's been down here 30 years. And she just drinks it again. So I guess that wears off at some point. So in world building, they all have to drink it all the time so they don't understand each other. It's
It like what's really weird is when you think about what problem is the ooze solving from a storyline standpoint. And like the answer to it, it's not there's no answer. The answer is very simple. It's hey, so the characters can communicate with the denizens of this world that they've been fucking isekai'd into. And okay, yeah, fair enough. I'd say that considering you have guys like Hank Pym on the team, maybe a tech solution would probably have made more sense. where I really find it impossible to figure out is why have we spent so much time with the ooze by
Yeah.
the time they actually just get Paul Rudd to drink it and we find out what it was.
Yeah. Also,
Like it's a solid like, 10,
they
15 minutes of
waste.
the movie.
They're so wasteful with the ooze in that fucking rebellion
Yeah.
camp. They use like a
Yeah.
little shot on the bar, but in the rebellion camp they just pour like a liter into his mouth, so
Yeah.
he swallows enough of it.
Out of like an urn that they're not even tilting in a way that would like accurately pour.
It's like ceremonial.
It's like this weird,
It's
weird ceremonial.
Why
like,
is it? Why is it?
Madaram, Sudaram,
Just
Temple
give
of
him
Doom
a
shit.
fucking cup. Give him a cup. Oh.
Yeah.
And then the fucking,
I mean, they have cups. Like there are cups in the quantum realm.
they do have
It's
cups
not-
in the quantum realm. They're
It's
very-
not like cups are something that only us macro people use.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh man, it's crazy. And also apparently Webb can just pour it out of his little arm like he wants to. So I don't even know why they made such a ceremony out of it. It's fucking dumb. But yeah, you could have just done it, if you would have done it a little bit different, it would have made a bit more sense. Because when you hear them chant, they all chant the same thing for our human ears to hear. If you want me to believe they all use different languages and they need this ooze to understand each other, make the chanting...
Yeah, it just sound like absolute chaos.
Exactly. Like everyone chants something different. Then as soon as you get the ooze, it all just comes together to the...
Or have him look around and see conversations going on where
Right.
it seems like two different aliens or creatures. I guess they're all technically on Earth, I guess. I don't know. But have them speaking in two distinctly different languages. And it's like, wait, hold on. Oh, okay. Now I understand why he was looking over and seeing those two people that look like they weren't even making the same type of sounds communicate.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. But
it's something I came up with while I was taking the notes too. So like translation devices in general. You know how they always just make this magic translation happening when they have this in movies? Like, here, you have the, what was it in Hitchhiker's Guide? The blah blah fish or something? Babel fish. Babel fish. For example.
And in Star Trek, even it's universal translators. Like,
Right.
I mean, it's a problem that I think should be addressed in some way.
Yeah,
but
no.
I think
I'm
they
going
did
somewhere
a really-
completely different. Not that it exists. It's just, if you use different languages in general, different words have different amounts of syllables, and one thing takes longer to say than the other one. So normally, if you would be very accurate with this, every time you have a scenario where you talk to someone that's from another planet and they have a different language, they talk, you see their mouth move, and then it translates for you. Because the mouth movements would never fit with what you hear. Of course, this is like a movie thing you have to do, otherwise it gets really awkward to watch. I get that. But
you would have to overdub every single.
Yeah, it's just something I thought about. It's like, man, actually that that would never actually work the way they show it to us, because the mouth movement would never sync up with what you hear. It's just kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, no, I guess with our current technology, there's no way to even perceive of a universal translator that makes you perceive as if everyone is just speaking English or German to you or whatever it would be. That, the only way I've ever seen it done is people speak into their phone and then they hit a translator that then reads it aloud to the person. The next person does their response the same way in their own language.
Right. Yeah, it's just something I thought about while I was going for the movie. But yeah,
Oh God, we're only at the ooze.
We only at the ooze. I told you I have a lot of notes.
Oh God.
So yeah, he starts hearing them yell, and he just hears them yell, "Drink the ooze, drink the ooze." So yeah, and they all just not very threatening anymore. They're just all chilling now. Like one of them takes off a mask, and he looks like kind of cute. Actually, he has like a cute face. So yeah, that red flame who's in front of him is called Veb. He's like, "Well, did you drink the ooze?" can you? And he's like, how can you understand you just now? And he just tells everyone that the ooze worked. It worked. He can understand us. And everyone's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Woohoo! But yeah, we already talked about. It's like, yeah, he just says, I drank you. You just drank me, and blah. And also, how many holes do you have? It's like,
Oh
what?
yeah, I guess that did make me chuckle when he's like, "Yeah, this is Scott Lang. He has 7 holes," and then
Hey,
then he takes a second to count, and I
It's
gotta
like,
admit, I did too. I was like, "Wait, hold on." I didn't
hey,
really
here's the
perceive
thing.
that. As
I'm
how
juvenile
many
as
holes
fuck.
does a man have?
If you make jokes about holes, I'm gonna laugh at least a little bit.
Yeah.
uh, so oh shit, where was I? But yeah, and then yeah, this is like his thing. He asks everyone how many holes they have. And then we get Quaz, who's like a telepathy guy. Who says, Vab, stop talking about these people's holes. Also, he's got 7 holes. Which, by the way, technically isn't exactly true, if I'm being completely honest, because
Nipples, or because that's what I was thinking.
all the pores on your body are technically
Oh,
holes.
okay, yeah.
There's actually a Vsauce video about that. How many holes does a human have? It's like 7 years old already, but that's immediately where my head went to, because I think I saw it like a year ago or somewhat recently. I was like, that's not true. But yeah, whatever. It's just there's like macro gaps between your molecules and all that bullshit. So technically he's wrong, but it's for the joke. It's fine. That was just me being a dick. So yeah, they have a telepathy guy who can read people's minds, and basically use it to find out if he's telling the truth. But he's also, they already fuck up his power weirdly. Like, we already don't know how his power works. So he was like, well, yes, I can read your mind, but I wish I couldn't, because whatever you're thinking is disgusting. And he's like, please stop thinking that. And he's like, I am. It's like, no, you're not.
Oh,
it's like
God,
this.
yeah.
It's this back and forth. It's like, oh, because I said it, I can't. You can't stop thinking about it. It's like, don't think about a pink elephant or that bullshit. Like, that's basically the joke. But the problem is the way they show it. He can only read the minds when his head glows. So it looks like every time he says, stop thinking that, he starts reading his mind again. And then he's like, stop thinking. That's like, oh, I can't do it.
Well, I think, like, I thought they were implying that he is just reading everyone's minds constantly, but having that visual element did make it seem like it was something that he activates. Because, like, otherwise, what proximity does he have to be away? Like, shouldn't they constantly be glowing?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you would always be hearing something.
Because he's surrounded by a lot of people right now as well. So
yeah, this is a room full. It's still the drink the ooze like party, basically.
But yeah. So they go through this little shtick. It's really funny, I swear. And then Quaz asks them, it's like, well, then who is San Francisco? And it's like, oh, that's where we're from Earth. It's like, what's Earth? And then Cassie and Scott start explaining, but they're just talking over each other. And it's like, blah, blah, we do this and that. Now, it's just this
question about that. Did they read San Francisco like off her shirt or something?
No, I think Quaz just read that in his mind.
In his mind. Okay, cool. Because I was thinking, I was like, well, what? Like, do they know how to read English? What?
Yeah.
Okay, but that makes sense though. That, like, if it was like, okay, we need to get back to San Francisco, then saying, okay, where's that? But although at the same time, you figure if he's reading, does that mean he only reads the verbatim words?
I don't
and
know.
He doesn't get the intention? Like,
I wish
because I always kind of figured if you're reading someone's mind, you know what they're feeling, right? You don't just know what they're like you don't just hear their inner monologue audibly. You know what they're thinking if you can read their mind.
Yeah.
Am I incorrect about that? Or
no, it's really odd. I don't know how it would work. It's complicated because you basically need to establish that you need something before that. If you want to know something, it's like, oh, I want to know where are you from, and then he specifically looks from where are you from. Or I think the idea should probably be he can read the mind specifically. No, how do I put this? So if you ask someone a question, normally the real answer comes to your mind, right? So maybe at this time he reads your mind, and then it goes for like your mind filter, and then you say it out loud or you don't, depending on the situation, right? That's just how conversation works. So this is probably how they want to. It's like, hey, I want to know what your name is, and then you say, oh, my name is Frank, but your name is actually John, and it's like, oh, you lied to me. I guess this is what the idea should be, maybe. But then before this, they go like, oh, I can't stop thinking about that. Stop thinking about that, even though he doesn't even. It's like he asked him to stop thinking about that and then checks if he stopped thinking about it, which is fucking dumb.
Well, I mean, I think that honestly, that guy's line about his ability would have been fine if they stopped it after the first joke.
Right.
Because his first joke was like, yeah, I you can read minds. Yes. And I really wish I couldn't because people are disgusting.
Right.
And if that was it, that would have been fine. But then they do a whole bit on it.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
oh, yeah, don't think that. Don't think what? That thing that you're thinking. Oh, well, how am I supposed to stop? You're thinking it again. Oh, well, I don't know, man. How do I? It's just like, man, why?
Yeah.
Why? You had a fine little joke about the burden of a superpower. You can read minds. Yeah. People are disgusting though, and I know that in a way that you never could. Move on. Just the premise is the funny part, and harping on the premise isn't going to make us think it's funnier.
No.
It was exactly as funny as it was ever going to be when you brought it up.
And anyway, and while they're just talking about each other, he's like, well, they're telling the truth. And then that leader, the rebellion leader lady appears that we see later on in the movie again as well. I was like, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you come from above, and that means he will hunt you. And then Scott asks, who is he? And then she says, the Conqueror. Oh, no. And then we cut to the other ones again. So we got the first mention of the Conqueror. Also, don't ask me the name of that lady. I never got it. I don't know what her name is.
Aloy.
Is it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Maybe someone in chat knows, because
I think the chick was Horizon if she had black hair. I kept on just in my head referring to her as random Amazon women and media's names.
Right. So yeah, the other three arrive at the city and park their manta ray somewhere on the thing. That's what they do. And then Hank is just thinking about how crazy this is, and that he has theorized about the possibility of having intelligent beings in the quantum realm. And man, this changes everything they know about evolution and whatnot. Well, considering this is like another different realm completely, I don't think it changes anything about your evolution, I think. But I don't even know. I don't even want to get into this. Fuck it. Yeah, but he's getting distracted anyway by his thoughts because he sees a guy that has a head that looks like broccoli, and he says, holy shit, this guy looks like broccoli.
Yeah.
Then they see that some soldiers are roughing up peeps somewhere in the distance, and Jenna tells them to keep their head down. And then they go into a bar, and as I already said, they get some of that ooze, and Janet knows the language to get it as well, and yeah, and Janet asks for Krylar, and the guy's like, oh shit, it's you, Janet, that's crazy. Hank asks for some booze, because he wants to get drunk apparently, but he never gets it, or he just asks, but he never actually receives anything, and Hope gets hit on by some broccoli man.
Yeah, well, I mean,
yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's everything.
I can't. I guess I can't blame the broccoli man. I mean, Evangeline Lilly is an attractive woman.
Oh yeah, and throughout, since they got down here, Hank's little headset thingy is like malfunctioning. He just constantly hears some weird noises on it, and he thinks it's like weird interference. We'll get what that is a bit later, and. Yeah, and then they ask Jan, what do you actually did here? It's like, well, I was a freedom fighter or a terrorist, depending on who you ask. But Krylar, he can be trusted. He can't. So Krylar arrives. He's happy to see her, and they just kind of joke around that he thought she might be dead. And oh, hey, you must be Hank. She talked about you. Oh, by the way, Krylar is Bill Murray. just in case you
Yep.
care. He's like, oh, I talked about him and your ants. Oh, that's crazy. What are ants anyway? Because I guess he never actually asked what an ant is when they talked about it. And he also asks Hank if they have ants down here, and Hank says, I don't know, probably not. It's like, how the fuck should Hank know? Maybe they have some kind of ants. Whatever. And then he sees Soap's like, oh, he's like, you must be Hope. She talked about you every day, and blah, blah, blah. And then Hope says, well, she hasn't talked about you ever. And he says, well, I'm not surprised, because there was a lot of wild stuff. And like, Hank,
Yeah.
how wild? Implication is they had the sexy times. And we'll get back to that, because later they have a talk about it, but not really. There's not a lot to talk about. Hank says, well, I had sex too, but it didn't work out because
Yeah.
she wasn't you. And Janet just says, well, I had needs. So Hank is much more wholesome about it, because it's like, yeah, I tried, but I couldn't do it because it wasn't you, because I missed you. And she was like, I want to have sex.
Yeah.
It's a really odd thing they put in here. I guess it's supposed to be funny, but I just found it kind of cringe and awkward. Especially
Yeah,
because Janet doesn't even react when he said that. Like, he says, wasn't you, baby. I was like, man, what a chat. And then we just cut away. It's like, Janet doesn't say anything. That doesn't go like, oh, man, that's so cute.
Yeah.
It really irked
Smile at
me.
him.
It really irked me. That's not even yet. That's a little bit later, but we just got here, so whatever. It really irked me that she didn't react to that at all.
The line you're referring to is the end state of this side plot. That is
Right.
that's really what it all leads to, is him saying, "Yeah, I tried to date a girl too, but it didn't work out. Why not? Because she wasn't you."
Yeah. And then she doesn't say anything about it. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck you then. I don't like
Not
you.
even thanks.
You're horrible anyway. This is all your fault, by the way. We get there very soon. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, wild stuff. And yeah, he's like, well, Kryla, we need your help. It's like, oh, you can ask anything after we've been through. But anyway, first we want to have food because I'm starving. And then we cut away. So I guess they just have some food first. Then we go back to Cassie and Scott. They get mind surged, and Quaz learns that they don't know anything of anything down here because, well, they're not from here. And he's like, well, I just want to go home and find my family and go home. And then the rebellion lady all of a sudden is like super dick. He's like, well, at least you still got a home. I was like,
Yeah.
geez, sorry, I just got here. I didn't even know who you are.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that's where I want to go back to.
Yeah.
I guess.
Is that not your home
do you-
here? I
do
don't
you
know.
want to come? It's like, I thought we were. I thought we had the whole ooze ceremony at your home.
Yeah, I thought we were chill. I just we were hanging out. But yeah, she's like, well, my homes got burned by the Conqueror and things got destroyed, and the Conqueror is the big bad. And Cassie, in her infinite youth and knowledge, says, we can help. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Scott, please say something smart. And Scott starts off okay. It's like, hey, I know you want to help, but we don't know this place. We don't even know how time works here. So how about we just find the others first, and then just see what we can do? And she's like, but why don't you want to help? You're an Avenger. Grrr. And he's like, well, this isn't our fight and all this stuff. It's like, man, there's like an interesting conversation to be had here. And I love when I can mention God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, because this is what they could have done here.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Like, they don't even go the route of, hey, we don't know these guys if these guys are telling the truth. We don't know if these are the bad guys or the other ones. We just got here. We just heard one side. You just said, this Conqueror is bad because they destroyed all the things. It's like, yeah, that sounds bad, but maybe they eat children. I don't know. We just got here. But we don't go there. We just go like, no, the audience knows. Like, the audience knows who Kang the Conqueror. We already shown that he's the bad guy. We don't even need to entertain the idea of having this gray zone. We just accept Conqueror bad and stuff. So, yeah, we just roll with that. So, yeah. It's like, what are we doing?
And then in the next scene, they kind of try to establish a gray zone. to Scott, like of Kang saying, "Yeah, I'm the only chance you have.
Yeah,
Like
that's what
I'm
we get a
actually
little
the
bit.
good Kang."
Yeah,
It's like,
and
oh,
it's like, oh
okay.
man. So they start this conversation, well, not this conversation, but we just accepts like blah blah blah, and you can see like Cassie's go like, oh man, we don't help her. That's annoying. And this is why the fucking term Marvel humor has been coined. This is like this bad Marvel humor. Like we can already see she's disappointed. Then Quaz goes like, she's disappointed in you. So first of all, fuck off reading my mind randomly, you piece of shit. I don't
Yeah.
trust you anymore. Why are you doing that? Please fuck off. Also, serious conversation where she wonders why he doesn't want to help. But instead of exploring this topic, we put a joke in here.
Yep.
Great. Awesome. As I said, reminds me of God of War 2018, where we had this thing happening. In God of War 2018, Atreus, when we go to the to Alfheim, Atreus like, oh man, look, they're just killing all these people. It's really bad. And Kratos was like, we don't know what's going on here. This is not our fight. We just go get the light and then we get the fuck out of here. And then we accidentally help killing the big boss, and the whole power shifts. And then this is a setup in a game that came did 4 years before it, and then in Ragnarok we pay this off by going back to Alfheim, and the trailer's like, wait, why are they still fighting? I thought we beat the bad guy, like we killed this guy, and we have the wow, my brain just didn't.
Dark Elf King
No, not the king.
or the Light Elf.
Not the guy who Odin pretends to be. God damn it.
Oh yeah, Tyr.
Tyr. Jesus Christ, how did I forget that? I'm so disappointed in myself. It was like, wait, you killed that guy? Why would you do that? It's like, oh, you attacked us, and then we killed him. Yeah, then he just sees, like, yeah, the powers just shifted around, and now the other ones are killing the other ones. Basically realizing it's like, oh shit, maybe this whole war thing is not, like, good and bad all the time. Like, there's something in between, and shit is happening. But we don't get this here. We just go with the Conqueror is the bad guy. She's just told that, and Cassie is disappointed because we're not helping. But we're not exploring that thing. This is the littlest glimpse of what we could have done. And yeah, there we go. That's my rant about this. It's horrible.
The Cassie as a grassroots political activist subplot is so strange.
It is.
And what's even weirder is, I mean, to bring random Amazon woman back into it, or Aloy, as I just call her in my head. It seemed like she was brought up, and that whole faction was brought up to give Cassie something to do, and then Cassie kind of isn't with them for most of the story. Like it was especially in, I mean, well, I'm sure we'll get to it, but after the end game sequence happens, Cassie's like kind of instrumental in getting that girl back into the action.
Mm-hmm.
And then we kind of have a whole sequence of the finale where we're following just that faction with none of our macro world characters at all. Like not Cassie, not Michelle Pfeiffer, not Michael Douglas. Like none of them are with those people.
Mm-hmm.
They're just fighting their own little side conflict as like the rebellion.
Right.
And it's like, well, I mean, maybe it would have made sense, especially with her having like her political activism getting her in jail at the beginning. What if she like was the one that fought with the people, you know? Like there's something that I think they could have done there, but it's like they only did half of it, and they're like, well, no, we should really have her or we should have her and Paul Rudd together in the end fight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, so what are we doing with Evangeline Lilly? It's like, oh, well, whatever. No one cares about the Wasp. The movie's called Ant-Man and the Wasp. Quantumania.
Yeah.
Like that, it kind of just seems like they were shuffling a bunch of things, then forgot, like, okay, well, now we set up these revolutionaries and like this faction so that Cassie would have something to do in the end game. But if we have her with Scott, what are they doing? I don't know. We'll just give them their action scenes anyways. Mm-hmm. Like it just all seemed like it didn't really need to be there. Like 80% of the movie. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm getting frustrated.
Oh, I get it. I would get plenty frustrated with this movie. So yeah, they're just going. Also, yeah, the buildings here are alive. They're about to follow her, the rebellion lady, but the building is trying to shoot them all of a sudden. And Vab is like, no, they're with us. They're cool. And it's like, okay. It's like, damn, your buildings are alive. And it's like, yours are dead. It's like, yeah, okay. That's a thing. It's just some world building, whatever. Back to the trio. So Hope, Hank, and Janet. They're just having a little bit of food, and it's like, hey, we're looking some friends. And yeah, in case if you haven't noticed that he's evil yet, they have a drink where there's like some cute small octopus tentacle thingy in there that even has like the cute eyes and stuff. And he says, "Don't drink this unless you want to change your life." And then chucks it and bites it dead or something. He drinks the cute animal. He's evil. But yeah, we basically learned that he's now working for the Conqueror because he's very persuasive, and apparently now has some say at some soldiers that come in. It's like, stop, we just want to talk. And he wonders if she told the family anything about what she did down here. How many people died because of her? She didn't. She didn't tell anything, and that's a big problem we get to very soon. Then Hope says, "Oh, you're lying." It's like, well, I lie a lot, but not about this or her. And realize, wow, you haven't told them anything about him, right? You haven't told them anything. And then Janet says, "Let them go. He only wants me." And she's like, "No, he wants all of them now because you want them. Also, your friends that you're looking for, probably that because they sent the hunter after them. The mental organism designed only for killing." It's Modoc. It's an acronym. It's Modoc. It's Modoc. And then he's like, "Well, let's go pay him a visit." They just start fighting their way out. At some point, Hank throws one of the growing discs at one of the cute tentacle thingies, so that thing can get his revenge on Bill Murray. And I guess this is how Bill Murray dies. He just gets killed by the tentacle thingy. Also, all the soldiers suck. They got just shafted by them. Yeah, because we have the usual, oh yeah, those goons, they can't do fuck. They're just bad. They suck. They can't do anything. And yeah, they steal the ship that Kryla came in with. It also has like goopy controls. You need to put your hand into goopy thingies, and that's how it works. And then we have this really cringe thing when Hope says, "Ew, really him?" And Janet goes like, "Well, he used to be charming." And then Hank is like, "Well, I hooked up with someone as well." And Hope is like, "Ew, really? Why are we doing this?" Basically. And this is where we already said, it says it didn't work out. And Janet asks what went wrong. He says, "It wasn't you, baby." And she doesn't react to it. And we don't need to talk about that again. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
Now we go back to Scott and Cassie. So yeah, those three, they have a ship now. They can go anywhere they want, basically. Scott, Cassie, and the rebellion people, they get attacked because they were looking for them with all that signals, and they try to evacuate, and they're basically getting overwhelmed and need to run away. Cassie ends up helping the leader, but she's still pretty shit with the growing and shrinking thingy. And so Scott helps her out, but then tells her during the battle, while not getting shot by anyone, which is very lucky, how to do the things. Like, yeah, you just grow punch just like that. And it's like, did you see? And then he shows it, and did you see how it did? It's like, no, you were so small. I couldn't see you at all. So yeah. At least she's not very good at fighting. I can give the movie that. She's just new, so she's not very good at fighting.
They didn't have her be like, "Oh, Dad, you should see what I learned in my Krav Maga class." Have her like just pull out some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Like, and like honestly, if that happened, I would kind of be like, "Of course."
Yeah. It would fit the bill for these movies, unfortunately. But yeah, she's actually not amazing at it, but it kind of works out anyway because all the enemies she fights are really shit. Mm-hmm. So I don't even know if that's that much better. She's shit, and then the enemies are shitter. It's like,
yeah, it's sure a good thing that all of Kang's forces are incredibly bad at killing people.
Yeah, including Modoc, who arrives here now as well.
And he doesn't. I don't think he was designed for any other thing.
No, he's just here for kill. He's just designed for killing things. And we learn it's Darren. Yeah, you guys remember Darren? I didn't, because I haven't seen the first movie in a long time. It's the evil man from the first movie, right? Yeah, it's the first movie.
Yellow Jacket.
Yeah. Yeah, he ended up in the quantum realm and was built by Yellow Jacket, right? Yeah. You just said that, Mark, but I ignored you because I'm a bad person.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's the evil guy from the first movie, and
Worst CGI I've ever seen in my life.
dude, that face. So
I
he
was
has, like,
like,
this.
how? I feel like they could have just like put him on like on a table with a green sheet on it, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, just film that, and then put him in a jar like Futurama.
Well,
You know,
the way I remember Modoc, the one or two times I've seen it somewhere, he has like a much more like monsterish face, and not like a human face that's just stretched to a too high of a resolution. It's like it looks really dumb, guys. Like, Chad, you have no idea. I
it's
don't have
shockingly bad.
I don't have a picture of it. The thing, I think it's even worse because I think that's what they're going for. They want him to look goofy because he's just basically a big joke character,
Yeah.
which is a big problem towards the end.
When they first show him and he has the face shield down, like he has basically kind of like an armor that he activates and deactivates. And when he activates it, you cannot see anything human at all. Like no skin, nothing organic. It just looks like a robot. And it looks weird in that Modoc is a character who's oddly shaped at base, but he looks fine. I'd say. It was like, okay, well, it kind of basically looks like the helmet from Green Goblin in the original Spider-Man movie, like just gold instead of green. But then he opens up the port where you can see his face, as well as, for whatever reason, opens up the top of the head as well.
Right.
So it's like you can see his like bald head. Well, I don't know why exactly, but but it's a separate piece too. It's not like it all comes off. And yeah, it looks like a PNG of Corey Stoll just stretched over a character model from a PlayStation 2 game, maybe.
Yeah.
Like it just seems like a very low poly character model that it has this picture stretched over. And I just feel like, hey man, if you just made that look like his head, like just had live action footage of that actor and made it a bigger head and just put like the Modoc structure kind of around it, I feel like it almost didn't need CGI. Like, I mean, or like the actual image of his face didn't need to be reconstructed with CGI. They could have just had the live action footage of the actor's face. It's like you guys are going out of your way to computer animate a face when you could just film a face. I don't know.
Here, chat, look at it. James just found that picture. Look at his fucking dumbass face. And that's not even the worst picture to see. Like, when it's like the first one is even worse. But yeah, as you said, you can see his bald head and everything. Yeah. Why, dear Lord? What's wrong with your face? Yeah, that's Modoc's face. Yeah. Sorry, Chad, you had to see that.
Yeah, it's an interesting experience the first time you see Modoc in Quantumania. And you know what's an even more interesting experience is like the fifth time you see him, because it hasn't gotten any less weird.
Yeah.
Like you're just like, oh my god. Like, can they just stop showing him? Like, and then like they turn him into a side character from or like a tertiary character who has a sight gag in a comedy comic.
Yeah.
Like a dark comedy. And his whole big thing is you can always choose not to be a dick.
Oh.
And it's like
I don't even know why this is in here, but yeah,
this is the muscle villain of the movie, everybody. It's the Bane.
Right, so blah 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 blah. But yeah, he's like, hey, that's me. He's like, Darren, that's you. And he has like this big silly face, and he says, Darren is dead. There's only Modoc. But not really. He's still very much Darren. Anyway, we get a short thing where Janet still doesn't want to tell Hank about Kang. He's like, I'm trying to protect you, blah, 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 blah. It's like, whatever. You're already getting chased by him. Fucking tell them. There's literally no downside to telling them now. And at least she tells her in a little bit, and then yeah. Modoc tells Scott about how it was created, but Scott interrupts him, saying, "Oh, Modoc, it's an acronym." And he also makes fun of his baby legs and his face. And then he says, "Oh, thank you, Cassie, for that signal. That was the reason I was able to find you." And I'd actually have no idea how he knows that was her signal. I don't think anyone told her that she built that signal, but okay. Maybe she put a little watermark on her signal. It's like, this is by Cassie Lang. This little thumbs up. But yeah, I think this. Wait, are they already? Yeah, I think they're already in the cell when he says that. But yeah, we now get Janet explaining to us what has even been going on while she was gone here in the quantum realm. So they just sit down, and yeah, she was basically she was living in some housing thingy in the middle of nowhere.
Jojo.
Yeah, I'm upset too. I get it. And just kind of hanging out. She sees someone crash into the quantum realm, and she's like, "Ooh, that's cool. I'm gonna check that out, see what's going on there." And yeah, it turns out that it is Kang. Also, yeah, this is actually I think this is how the movie started. I think I skipped that in my notes because it starts with Janet just fucking around, and then Kang is there. It's like, help me. Anyway, we get this here now as well, so it doesn't really matter that much that I skipped that in the beginning.
I have calmed the puppy.
Good. So yeah, she's in the corner. Yeah, this is like this own realm universe, as we already said, and Kang just happens to crash close to her, so she can save him. Now that's very convenient for Kang that she's hanging out there, very close to where he crashes, because again, they established that this is like its own world that has world within worlds, and it's its own universe. So it's very vast, and this all happens in this small contained area where everyone currently is for the movie to happen. Like, they're really lucky that Scott and Cassie didn't just, I don't know, ended up somewhere completely different in the quantum realm. No, they all just end up here, where they can have their little movie and then go back home.
Yeah, they all end up within a distance that they can reasonably reach each other within the span of an afternoon.
Yeah, sorry, I had to blow my nose. But yeah, they're just very close to each other. But yeah, he tells her that he's just a traveler and he crashed here by accident. And she sees like, oh, he came with like some device or ship that can travel the multiverse. And she's like, I didn't believe him at first, but you know what? It's our only shot. It was her only shot to get out of there. So that's all she got. So they've been trying to repair the core that it has inside because it got cracked or broken or whatever. I think they call it a multiversal engine or something along those lines. But they failed to repair the core multiple times. They try things, and they show us some science stuff they do and experiments. I don't even know how to begin to understand this, because I have no idea, because they end up repairing the device somehow. I don't know what they could possibly use to actually make it work again. Because the only thing they show us is they extract some things from here and then pour some stuff on there, and then at some point it just works. They don't even bother explaining how they fixed it. They just say, yeah, after some time it took ages, but we fixed it. It's like, oh, okay. Right. So that's cool. Good for you. Um, but while they were failing, she was just happy to have someone around to talk to. And yeah, I don't know why she's been chilling here all on her own and didn't go to one of these cities to chill there or chill with anyone. Because this is before everything went to shit. This is before the rebellion existed, anything. She did bother to like go to a city or something. I guess she's just hanging out there in this weird little hut she built. Yeah, I guess she just decided to live out here completely on her own, even though there seems to be a vast place with people anywhere. What? Actually, no. Hang on. She must have been somewhere because she has weapons and stuff when she's there.
Yeah, like she's shooting the
And it's not like
sort of asexually reproducing amoeba creatures.
yeah, and I don't think those are weapons she had from her wasp life. That look like energy thingies. That's from down
they
here,
looked
right?
like Star-Lord's guns from Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's true, actually.
But-
Yeah.
And then it seems like Kang has sort of the same ones, or like a similar looking pistol. So I don't know. It was kind of. I thought they were implying that there always was a world down there that
Right.
has its own like technology and stuff. But
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
they like in the next scene they kind of established that Kang is like the one that basically establishes like a high tech empire.
Well,
and,
yeah,
like, an advanced civilization.
he builds that big city where he lives in because he has all this technology. But the all well, not humans, all those beings, they've been here before. But he
Okay.
he builds this big city and makes it his kingdom basically, or his empire. But yeah, she tells him that the last thing she did was lie to Ho because she said, I will be there that night," but then she got yeeted into the quantum realm. So the last thing she did was lie to her, and she wished she just had more time. And Kang then tells her that, I can give that to you, time. And when they manage to get out, you will be standing in the doorframe like nothing ever happened. And then he also says something like, the time is like a cage and it tries to keep you in, but when you free yourself of it, you see how tiny the cage actually was. I guess that means when you realize there's like multiple timelines and multiverses, like your own timeline is like nothing compared to everything. I guess that's the idea. And then they go back to work.
I suppose that checks out.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say other than that. And yeah, as already said, it took ages, but they finally managed to power the core. How they did that, I don't know. They used quantum flim-flams to make it work. They just show it turn on at some point. They did it. And it's just, at this point, it's like, so the people who exiled you, because this is already, of course, when I took the notes, I already knew anything. He got exiled by someone. We don't get to know during the movie, but we learn later it's a council of Kangs who apparently did it. Apparently, they needed to use this ship to get him into this in-between realm, the quantum realm, but then couldn't destroy the core that much that it cannot work anymore. I'm just wondering, why didn't they destroy it completely? Like, they just say they did it and then they repaired it. It's just the thing that I thought about. It's like, why didn't they do a better job of manipulating or sabotaging this machine so he can't ever repair it?
Yeah, I got nothing on that one.
Yeah, because as soon as he gets his suit back, which they didn't take away as well either. Like, apparently that's just in there in a little glove box compartment. It's like, oh, that's my suit, and now I have this. Now I'm super powerful again. I guess they didn't take that one away, or he needed the power to get it back. It was there, but he couldn't use it without the power. But then the power goes off, and it's still there, and he can use it. So was it locked in there? I don't know. It's makes my brain hurty. But so yeah, they put the oh god, now we get to the fuck me. So they put the core holder thingy in the ship. And we learn that it's mind controlled and it's connected to Kang's thoughts. And for some reason, when she put the thing, the core holder in the machine, she got connected to Kang's mind, and it's basically it established a connection between Kang's and her mind, and she sees all the horrible things he apparently has done.
Yet another MCU Phase 4 fucking narrative shortcut. Oh, here. You need a bunch of information really fast. Let's just put you in this magic thing that gives you a whole bunch of information that you can then alter the course of your entire like storyline because of. They did it with Loki in the freaking Loki show, where it's like, hey, we gotta turn this guy into like good guy Loki that we had by Infinity War. Okay, let's have him watch the magic film.
Yeah.
And then Doctor Strange, we need to learn about America Chavez. Okay, let's go to the fucking memory store and have her buy the memory where we can then teach.
People say generate. It's basically memory store too.
Yeah, like
it's so awful. It's so bad. Oh, I'm sure they talked about this on Open Bar and flipped their shit. I can already see Drinker going nuts about this. That should be fun. But yeah. And Kang is just watching her. It's like, oh yeah, okay. So he should probably know this happened, but he didn't even try to hide it then. Like, why did? I'm still kind of hung up that they did this. Why are you doing the exposition like this? Like, oh, he connects to his mind, and now she can watch the Mind movie. Oh wow, you're so good at writing. Thank you. Fucking hell. I can't believe they did it again. It's Anyway, I'm sure we're gonna flip our shit tomorrow. Plenty on that. So Kang just doesn't really care. He's just kind of watching her while she's going through his mind. And on top of this, it's kind of selective. Because she only sees all that horrible stuff he's done, nothing else, not the reasoning behind it. All she sees, like, oh, he destroyed worlds and timelines and everything, and he apparently doesn't care that happens. Like, if I would have been him and I really want her to be convinced I'm just some random traveler, when it comes to this part where she's gonna touch the mind machine or the mind controlled machine, go like, oh, you don't worry, I got this. I need to do it in a certain way, so don't worry, I got this. Just step back. I don't know if it's stable because we just repaired it. Easy. She would probably trust you as well at this point. And you put it in, and then you can do whatever else. But he just watches her. It's like, oh yeah, now she can see all the things. I wonder if he was like, she was like, oh, she's gonna see the reasoning and everything's gonna be great. She's like, oh, that's maybe a bit weird, but hey, maybe you have your reasons. No, it's like, you're a monster. You're horrible. It's like, God damn it.
And sure, a good thing that she didn't want to tell her superhero family about any of this.
Yeah, we get there. We're almost there. Oh, she's such a horrible person. Oh shit, where was I in my notes? So yeah, he goes like, oh, did you see the things like, oh, you're a monster, you're so evil, and he's like, yeah, I'm the big bad, but I made a promise to you, and you saved my life, and I will put you right there in the correct time, and no one will ever know. So basically, it's like, I will spare you because you spare you and your world because you saved my life. But she can't let him leave because, well, she's still a superhero at heart, I guess. And the problem is, he now got a suit back, which was tied to that machine, but not to the power core. I don't know. He needed that. Did he go back in some time really quickly while she was watching and just got another suit? I don't know. But he got the suit and can still use it even though the power is gone after. I don't know. I got nothing. And Ooh, the burps.
I did like him fighting in the suit. I thought that looked cool, and that he seemed sufficiently powerful to be like, oh yeah, this guy could be a serious problem.
Oh yeah, at this point you still, because she even says, "Oh yeah, she was way too powerful. I couldn't beat him." Uh, so her idea is, and oh god, we have this before we even get to. Okay, so guys, you remember the growing disc, right? The blue ones. Blue one's bigger, red one's smaller. So she grabs the core, makes flies away. She can't get away. She's like, "Well, sorry, Hope, but I have to stop him." So what happens is she takes 4 of the growing discs, puts it on the core, throws it down, and then it explodes, but not really. It's like frozen in time after it grows, but it's also broken and exploded. Why did that happen? Aren't those things just there to grow things? Shouldn't that thing just not get really big?
Well, I think I mean, again, I know every time I'm ever in a situation where I feel like I'm going to step in and be super charitable to a weird thing that happens in MCU, I take a second because I'm like, think about the writers who you're about to defend and how much they probably actually thought about any of this. And I feel dumb for even thinking, oh, hey, I should probably get their back on this one. But
Yeah.
I'm going to give them the bit of a benefit of the doubt that Kang's time shifting device thing probably had a strange reaction with the Pym particles. With the Pym particles, at least that make things grow, being something that will affect space, time being tied to space in some pretty direct and proportionate ways might make a device that can alter time and pierce through like space and time being grown to like a size that it wasn't intended to be might fuck it up in some ways that would cause an unexpected reaction. I think I can make that logical leap without being like, okay, well that's totally stupid and makes no sense. I'm like, well,
Well, I might
I don't,
change your
I don't
mind
know
on
if I know
that.
the mechanics of it, but I feel like I could probably get there
Well,
if I like.
here's the problem. With
Okay.
Janet's knowledge, she has growing devices, and she puts 4 growing devices on a real powerful core. And the only thing she should expect to happen is it to grow. She should get red ones to make it smaller so he can't use it anymore. Because
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right.
the thing she should probably expect from what what we know from these discs, it makes things grow. So now she makes a thing that's 4 times as big and gives him even more power possibly.
Oh yeah, I guess that's a good point.
So you should probably go with the red ones, and I don't know, maybe then you could have something happen. I don't know. But going with the big one, so I'm gonna make your core even bigger that has ultimate power. I was like, oh. But luckily for her, it just exploded and then gets stuck in time. It's really odd. And
Yeah.
I even checked the transcripts of the other Ant-Man movies to see if there's any mention of using multiple discs at once just causes some kind of weird reaction, but I couldn't find anything. So if in chat or anyone who watches the VOD, if anyone has an idea what happened, if there's some kind of reference I don't know of, please let me know. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet there's no answer there.
Yeah, I have the same
I
feeling.
mean, yeah. If I'm wrong, feel free to tell me. I'm not saying there's no chance of that, but
Yeah.
I've definitely not thought about it very deeply.
Mm-mm. Mm.
But my argument is neither have they. And
Oh
they wrote
no,
it.
no.
I didn't get paid to write shit.
But yeah,
I'm allowed to be confused.
I'm scared. Right. So,
Okay, Jojo.
and yeah, after this, he has no power thing anymore, but he got his suit back, so he could build this big old empire. And then she went ahead and started fighting him for ages until Hope came and saved her. And now she feels guilty that she unleashed this monster on this realm and then basically ran away. Yeah, and her reasoning is that, by the way, she just wanted to forget and only wanted to be Hope's mom again. So, where do we begin?
I understand that desire.
I do, to a degree, but she is or was a superhero at some point.
With great power.
Yeah, it's really a great power comes great responsibility. So you come back, you basically have a direct line to the Avengers.
Mhm.
So here, this is one thing you need to consider. You go to the Avenger people. It's like, hey, there's this multiverse madman conqueror that is in this quantum realm. He's kind of running havoc there. We are safe for now. He doesn't have a power stone right now. Maybe he's able to repair it. I don't know. But you know what? We might want to check that out. Here's the things he can do. And then we can have the Avengers go down there, or some part of the Avengers try to figure it out. Then
Maybe
again,
there's a contingency in place.
put a contingency in place. Exactly.
Yeah.
Then, apparently, at some points, she told them, it's like, oh, don't fuck around with the quantum realm. But, of course, you have Hank, your husband,
Yeah.
going
Who you
around
know.
for ages, is researching the quantum realm. At some point, and okay, like, even if I consider that he can't look deep enough beyond the void and beyond Sap Atomica, there might be a breakthrough at some point. And oh, whoopsie, Cassie did that breakthrough when she picked up the old research and just started working with it a little bit. And then exactly this happened. If you,
Well, I mean,
maybe you
even if
should just tell the people, it's like, hey, there's this madman conqueror that is super powerful, and we probably don't want him to let him get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's too, even if you remove the, hey, we shouldn't be dicking around with the quantum realm because of this guy out of the equation, like to be like, because if we open this up, we'll be opening Pandora's box. Be like, hey, no, let's take our culpability in releasing Kang out of the equation entirely, because that's not what would be a problem. What would be a problem would just him getting out at all, by any means. Therefore, telling the Avengers who Kang is and what he's capable of.
Yes.
At base level, to be like, hey, as far as I know, he's stuck there forever. He's a really smart guy, though, that has
Yeah.
built a lot of shit. And he conquers a lot of worlds, and the quantum realm is its own universe that has its own infinite possibilities, unless it's not its own universe.
There's just
Because
a
if
really,
it's not as, like, that's the thing.
there's a really good chance he would be able to just repair the thing on its own at some point anyway,
Yeah,
or build a new
at some
one.
point, somehow.
Like,
Like,
he-
given infinite time, also.
Yeah, he built this whole kingdom with like lots of power and everything. Like, why wouldn't he be able to just reproduce one of these things?
I mean, like, you think of how many people are the Tony Stark of that world, like your genius inventor who manages to invent a thing that kind of changes the world.
Yeah.
You're asserting that there will never be one of those in the quantum realm that has the skills that Kang needs. And that it's like, why would you think that? Is it just they're not smart enough? Because they seem to have technology that is far beyond what we are capable of on Earth right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess not what they are in the MCU on Earth, but you know, it's still the kind of thing that I'm like, wait, why would she think that just not talking about it would be effective in any way other than it'll just I'm gonna basically just setting it up so that if Kang ever does find a way to show his face in this world, I've made it so that the team of superheroes who I could have prepared to deal with them are just now learning who this guy is, and I've gotta hope that I don't get immediately killed because I'm the only one who can tell them about it.
Yeah.
And it just seems like, why would you put her in that situation? Why would you make her this kind of character?
Exactly. Also,
And I think the reason is because they wanted to do kind of the same thing they did with, granted, I think this is a pretty good movie, but for Spider-Man No Way Home, the thing that bothered me the most about it was that the inciting incident was the two heroes kind of being dumb. And that it's kind of a similar thing here. It's less that and more, hey, the two people who like did the wild experiment that went out of control and caused an inciting incident for an MCU movie. This time thought they were doing just fine. They just didn't have information that another one of the characters, who's also one of our good guys, didn't tell them.
Yeah.
And either way, it's like, wait, what, guys? Can't you think of reasons for bad things to happen in superhero films that are not directly caused by the heroes? Like, can we not just have a villain come up with a plan and
Yeah.
then the heroes need to be the people who step up to stop them? Or just always to be like, I wanted to rewrite people's memories so that they'd forget I was Peter Parker and
Ugh.
I ended up shattering reality. Or I wanted to just go home and be Hope's mom again, and I didn't realize that maybe someone would open up the quantum realm and Kang would get. It's like, guys, stop it with the horrors that you wrought.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just like, ugh. They have like 3 scripts and they just keep on shuffling them and putting them in new movies.
Yeah. Oh man, this is also it could be just an interesting thing to is like Janet tells them at some point, and then they can have a conversation about it's like, man, this guy sounds really powerful. I don't know if we're ready for this, but then again, there's this whole realm down there that's getting terrorized by these people, and then you can have you can have a whole conversation about responsibility and are we responsible for this realm? We don't even know where this guy comes from. We don't know what his
And
agenda is.
her stance could be, hey, there's people down there who are suffering and we could maybe try to go help them.
Yeah.
However, it would very much, we shouldn't though, because if we let him out, it will doom our entire universe.
Exactly.
So it's not worth going in there to try to help those people, because we might end up doing far more damage than we ever could have. And if that was like the reason, it's like, hey, that guy's there. Let's not worry about them though, and let's never go to the quantum realm again because that guy's there. And then have something else happen in the movie that maybe is not the fault of our protagonists. That, means that like, hey, the only way for us to fix this is if we go into the quantum realm, and we're the only ones who can do it.
Or she tells them, it's like, yo, I wasn't this quantum realm, I was trapped there. There was this fucking weirdo guy who was super powerful that I had to run away from this whole time. But she doesn't tell them about the human beings down there. She basically puts that guilt on her mind, so she can protect the other people on Earth or the other universes. And then at some point we have like a movie, and this is like one of these things where you can actually have these setups, You have another movie, and then some random out of the quantum realm appears, and he tells like, yeah, it was quantum realm. There's like all kinds of people there.
And then they hate Janet because they're like, you left us to die. And they're like, I thought you said it was just that one guy that you trapped there. It's like, no, there were other people.
Or they're just from somewhere in the quantum realm where Kang isn't around. And then some other character goes to Janet's like, hey, you said there's no human beings there. And he's like, yeah, well, no. Then you have like this
I didn't
whole
want to tell you
conversation.
that.
Yeah,
I wanted to be the one to carry that because I knew how dangerous it would be for you guys to go down there and try to help them, and I knew that's what you would do.
Yeah,
because you're heroes. That's who you are. Like, I mean, that's what I mean. It's not that hard to write that shit.
No, it almost writes itself.
Yeah, it's pretty basic bitch superhero stuff, and like I think their thing is they look at basic bitch superhero stuff as basic, therefore bad.
Yeah.
So they're like, we're gonna do some really crazy, wild stuff, and it's like, no, you're not that good though. Like, you're not Quentin Tarantino. Stop trying to like do things with like weird structures and all these like plot lines that kind of come together at the end, so that all that nonsense actually ended up turning into something. It's like, yeah, you guys can't do that though. You just sort of think you can, so you keep trying it.
Oh man. So
they end up as like with convoluted messes instead of movies.
Oh god. So yeah, she tells him that, and obviously no one of them says that, oh geez man, you probably should have said something, if not only to prevent this from this just now happening. Because well, husband scientist, research in the quantum realm, Avengers everywhere. And it always was kind of on the horizon that something like that would possibly happen, but yeah. In this case, Cassie picked up the research, and here we are. But no, we don't deal with these consequences. They just go like, oh, you couldn't have known. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this alone, but you're not alone now. It's like, whatever, fuck off. Like, no one goes to her, it's like, it was very irresponsible, Janet. Like, what the fuck? Like, why didn't you tell us? This is, like, super bad. Yeah. And I know, this sounds heartless, like, right after she trauma dumped on them, but Jesus. This makes it look so bad.
At the same time, there's a point to be made about trauma and what you should do to help your family members deal with it.
Yeah.
Like talking to them about the things that you're going through so that they understand is always a better plan, even for your own mental health, than just keeping everyone in the dark and just bearing it alone your entire life. That tends to be the reason why people just, they go to the room one day and shoot themselves
Yeah.
because they feel like they can't escape those demons, and part of the reason is because they can't talk to anyone about them. And I feel like, yeah, there's even some narrative weight that you could have for making it a bit of character turmoil for Janet to be going through, where she has to be thinking, "But man, I should have just told them."
Yeah.
Like, but they don't really address that. It's just like, "Oh, of course you shouldn't have told us. Wasn't our business."
Yeah. Oh man.
Kind of is now, but
Yeah. It's kind of have to be our business now, but yeah. I also need to do a quick pee break. I'll be right back. Entertain
Yeah, no
chat
worries.
real quick.
Hello, everybody. I need to bring the chat back up. One of the times I was trying to quell the puppy, which she might growl here because I just moved the keyboard like almost on top of her. I knocked my mouse off the table. I had to reach down to get it, but I have it now. Jay has been kicked. Don't you worry, Zero. I mean, he never joined, but if he joined, he'd be kicked. And then, he could come back. Because, we like Jay here. No one dislikes Jay, I don't think. I mean, I've always thought of the kick Jay thing as more of a meme, right? I've never wanted Jay to actually be kicked. Jay, if you're listening to this, I never wanted you to be kicked. If all these people were serious, they're liars. I mean, not liars. They don't speak for me. Jay was kicked in our hearts. Yeah. I mean, I guess so. Kick of endearment. I like that. Thoughts on John Tory kick himself? I do not talk about politics and Canadian politics in particular, but yeah, I live in Toronto, so I'm aware of it. Those are my thoughts. Kick Jay. Also love Jay. Yeah, that sounds. Oh God, Tripod Thought says Jay kicked me in the holes. How many? I'm aware of at least 7. But yeah, this movie wasn't what Patreon tier for leg pics. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess there's some pictures of my leg on Instagram. So you just go to Instagram.com/MarcTheCyborg. Although it's mostly pictures of the dogs, to be fair. There's a few pictures of X-Ray Girl, but mostly the dogs. Other than that, I guess I'm probably going to be streaming some video games later on today on Rumble. As far as I can probably do my self promo stuff here because we'll say goodbye at the end. We seem to be going through this movie either shockingly slow or exactly the pace that it would be gone through and it just feels very boring because the movie is not good. And man, I can't tell you. Like, it's one of those things that, like, there were so many moments in this movie where I'm like, I can't believe this is a thing which people were paid to make. Hey, Metal, how's it going? We were just talking about how it's strange that people were paid to make Quantum Mania. Though someone did ask me what my Patreon tier for leg picks are, and I don't have a Patreon, or at least not done. I don't know. I guess that does. I'm actually not sure which one would be more expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, my human leg is technically still my body, but my metal leg is probably the one that people would want to see.
How much money for robot feet pictures?
I mean, the actual robot feet or my human foot?
Oh my God.
Because I don't have feet. I only have foot. I have robot feet because I have more than one prosthetic leg, but human, I can't use the plural. I can only say foot.
Metal leg only with stockings. Oh my. Getting spicy. Right.
I mean, socks don't fall on it the way you would. It wouldn't look very sexy. It's not shaped like a normal leg.
Oh God. Where were we? Oh, Janet being a horrible being, right? So yeah, they figure out, it's like, okay, they need to stop him now because he most likely already has Scott and Cassie, and he needs PIM particles to retrieve the core. Yeah, Yeah. Again, I have no idea how that shit even works. It broke, even though it's supposed to just grow, but then you can unbreak it by shrinking the core of the core, because that's what they got to do. I have no idea how this is supposed to work. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, and I don't think the movie knows either. So they shrinking it back to make it.
Well, it starts making
fine
a lot
again.
more sense once they get into the probability core thing.
Yeah, yeah, sure it does. It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, now we go back to Cassie and Scott, and Kang arrives at the cellars where they're in the cells. It's like, you're an interesting man, Scott Lang. And Scott tells him, I don't know who you are, but you made a big mistake. I already called the other Avengers. Considering they never show up, he doesn't really have the means to contact them, so I assume he's just bluffing. And Kang then asks him, like, have I killed you before? They all just blend together after all this time. It's like, he wouldn't know. He's still alive, but I know what you're trying to do. And Kang then asks him if he's the one with the hammer. And Scott says, no, that's Thor. We get confused. Similar body type. It's like,
yeah, I thought that was all right.
You know what, that was kind of amusing.
Like, that was your typical sort of Paul Rudd joke.
Yeah.
Like that, I was like, that's precisely the kind of line that he delivers well.
Yeah. I still think it's misplaced though, but it made me chuckle a little bit.
Because this is your intimidating villain introduction scene. So it is a bit of a weird spot for any humor, but
yeah,
the similar body type thing, I did chuckle. Like that was when I was like, oh, okay,
then,
that is something that character would say. Strange that one of the things that I ended up liking was one of the few examples of like, oh, knowing this character from previous films in this universe shows me that is something that Scott Lang would say.
Yeah.
Whereas everything else is just like, wait, why are any of these people acting the way they are?
What's now? All right, Kang says, oh, I heard you're a very good thief. And then Modoc starts, yeah, he stole something from me. Kang just pins him at the wall and says not to speak when he's in the room. And he seems to do that with ease. One finger even, and just crashes him into the wall. Keep that in mind. He talks about how he needs to get something and needs to help him. And so him being a thief is not relevant at all. I don't know why they write that. I don't know why they've written it like this.
Yeah, you've got to steal that core back.
It's like, no, it's right there. When you
you got to fix it. It's just fixing. No one is stealing anything.
He needs him for the PIM particle so he can shrink the core back. There's nothing to do with thieving. Like if you would point out his engineering degree, that would make more sense.
Yeah.
Because he says, "Oh, Janet stole something from me, and you are the only one who can steal it back." It's like, no, a thief steals something from someone else, and then you get it. A thief doesn't go to something that's exploded in the middle of something and repairs it.
Why would he present the premise that Janet doesn't want Kang to get what he wants? Because you're presenting that to be like, hey, this person who I know is like one of your friends, because you were saying, hey, where is she? Like we came here with her. I'm telling you, she stole something from me, and now I need you to steal it back. Be like, okay, why did she take it?
Yeah.
Because I kind of trust her more than I trust you.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you had to tell me that at all. You could say, hey, tell you what, I'll let you out of here and I'll bring you home. I just need you to fix something for me. And I'm aware of you. I know what those particles you have in your suit can do. And they're what I need in order to help. All you need to do is help me. I'll help you get home. We'll call this a day. You don't got to worry about it. Like that would have been the pitch, right? It wouldn't just be, hey, I need you to steal this, so we're going to have you working against your mother-in-law. I don't know. It's just... I feel like it all seems like no one thought about what they were writing.
No, they're just like...
These scenes are just kind of happening.
Scott Lang is a thief. Kang knows he's a thief. That. We should mention that.
Yeah, remember those other Ant-Man movies where he was a thief and he had that sidekick played by Michael Pena who had like the big funny moment in every movie, and he doesn't even have a cameo in this one.
That's right, yeah.
Like how much of the other movies do you want us to think about? If like in the whole book tour scene, why didn't you have him be his driver or something.
Yeah.
And like, like have it be his limo driver or so. Like you could have given the guy a scene or something, but no, they kind of made it so like, yeah, no, we're out. We're not going to really reference the other Ant-Man movies at all, except for these moments where we're going to try to directly going to try to demand that the audience calls back very specific details of the old Ant-Man movies. So it's like, which one is it? Is this Ant-Man 3 or is it next MCU thing? We might reference Ant-Man in this one. You know? I don't understand the intention of these people.
Yeah. Dumb. So, yeah. Kang also tells Ghost like, "Oh, we're both people who have lost lots of time, and I can help you with that. So you really want me to get out of here because I have seen how it ends." And I think Cassie asks, "What ends?" And he says, "All of it." And you want to stop what is coming, and then he's getting asked like, "Oh, what is coming?" He says, "Me, a lot of me."
A lot of me.
And I'm the only shot you have to stop it from happening. So yeah, the idea probably is that yes, he has been destroying a lot of timeline and multiverses and whatnot, but that seems to have stopped those other Kangs from, I don't know, destroying the multiverse, timelines, shenanigans, whatever it is. And yeah, but the thing is, if that's the case, he could have probably explained it a lot better than with this cryptic bullshit he just did. He also could have explained it better to Janet back in the day. Because then you can still have that conflict. It's like, oh, yeah, I mean, I get what you're doing, but it seems pretty unethical. You have to destroy whole timelines and trillions of people to do that. And you can have a conversation about justification, and there must be another way. The simple stuff, it's right there. It's staring you right in the eye holes. But I think what they want to do somewhere down the line with the phase 5, maybe even 6, I don't know how far they're gonna go. They probably want to go the road like, oh shiznits, we did Kang back in the day, and even though he was doing all the genociding and actually kept some kind of weird balance in the multiverse and shiz, oh no, so we're screwed now. Dum 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 dum. So, yeah, okay. It's like, I'm gonna call it now. That's gonna happen with this line that I just read out.
Yeah, probably.
Because they kind of hint at it already at the end of the movie. It's like, oh, what is he gonna do? But I think this is actually what they're gonna go for. It's like, oh, we killed the guy who was actually in the shot to do it, and then they have to come up with some other grandiose plan. But I think I'm pretty confident that this is exactly what they're going for, where they all of a sudden realize, oh, maybe we should have asked a question. Or maybe Kang should have been a better communicator.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, considering the end credits with the Council of Kang again, where they start prepping to do something now that he's dead, even though I don't know why they waited for him to be dead, because they already exiled him and didn't think he was a threat, but now they killed one of them, even though they exiled... I don't know. Guys, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't get it. So, yeah, also... much more. Oh, sorry. Did you want to add anything to that? I was just
no. I guess just that it all is very weird. And very weird, and none of it seems like it has any immediate purpose. Like, you know what I mean? It seems like it's just seeding at the concept of maybe seeding something. Like, I don't think they know what they're doing with all those Kangs at the end.
Yeah.
This is like, well, no, we got a fucking bunch of them. And I mean, yeah, like I see people in the chat actually saying it. The fact that there's like the Pharaoh one and his name is Kang is just too funny. Like, I don't believe that someone wasn't trolling when they put that in. Like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't imply that he was a Pharaoh all this time. People are gonna immediately say we was Kangs.
All right. Oh no, they gave the meme power.
Yeah, like to the point that I'm like, I feel like there must have been one person in the writing room that knew and just decided not to say anything.
He's
Roll
like,
the dice.
hey, I'm not gonna say anything.
Wake up today and choose chaos.
I choose violence. Good shit. Also, yeah, we establish here again that Kang can just grab and pin down people with one finger and crush their bones easily, which you should remember for later because he doesn't use it anymore. So yeah, he asks Scott, he's like, do we have a deal? And of course, because he trusts Janet more than him, he's just, no, I don't think we do. And he pins Scott to the wall and tells him that, well, you really should do it, or I'm gonna kill your daughter and make you relive this scenario over and over again until you beg me to kill you. And I was like, you can do that? Like right now? Because I don't think you can. Right? Do you know what I mean? Because
Oh yeah, I guess you're right, because he would need the time core thing.
yeah, unless
Wouldn't
this is an ability you can use. Then he just doesn't use it in this whole other fight we have. Maybe you're just a Weasley little liar, dude. Like, because yeah, he says that he will do that, but he never uses that ability. So I think he's full of shit.
Yeah, I guess you don't really think about supervillains in these movies boasting about an ability that they then don't have.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're right. He doesn't ever do anything. He doesn't really do any time shifting stuff at all. Like it's just, his abilities seem to be limited to telekinesis and energy blasts. Like he can do kind of the only way I can really describe it is like if Force Unleashed, like the repulsor blast, like where you kind of use the Force to push everything away from you. He seems to have like a bubble thing like that, and then beams that he can fire and telekinesis. Is there anything else?
You can make platforms, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. He floats on one at some point.
Yeah. I guess he can. Maybe it's the beam that I was referring to is maybe him like creating things out of, to use the Destiny term. I don't know what you would call it, but like hard light, a projection that then
he has like some laser thingy that poofs people out of existence that he uses later.
Yeah, I figured that was the beam that he fires.
I
mean, the telekinesis though is cool. Like I thought when he throws Modoc up against the wall, and I thought that actually that helped having Modoc be sort of a stupid villain. And if you wanted to use Kang to be more of a, hey, like, no, this guy's a serious threat, you should take him seriously. To have him like take the silly villain and just pin him up against the wall and be like, don't even think about speaking while I'm in the room. Like don't.
Yeah.
Like what do you think you are here? You're not an equal. Don't talk to me like we're on the same level. And I was like, okay. That like, yeah, okay, that's not bad villain stuff right there. And they just didn't do much more with that.
No.
Then wasted.
But yeah, the thing is, if he has that time reverse power right now, which I don't think he has, I think he's just talking bullshit. That just reminds me, in Loki, the TVA, I think, was it? They had a power like this, and they put Loki in some kind of room. And they just...
or he's getting kicked in the balls over and over again?
Yes, that's exactly it. They just kind of made it as a funny, more or less. And they could have used it here for something more meaningful. Like seeing him getting his... getting Scott to see Cassie die over and over again, for example. But yeah, we don't do this. We just mention it and then it just never comes up again. Yeah. And then Cass he just kind of pins him in. Cass says, I'm not allowed to listen to him. And now he's just holding them both in place. Easily, I might add. So yeah, he just basically uses two fingers and has them both pretty much frozen there and can crush their bones just like that.
Yeah, he's theoretically like shattering their bones with pressure as he's holding them up in the air.
Yeah, I think you even see like Scott's muscles like go a bit flatter towards the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure you can see like he's getting squished quite good. He can kill them right there on the spot without any any problem at all. But yeah, this way he convinces Scott to agree to help. And then Kang says, "You're out of your league, Ant-Man." And I was like, yes, you are. You should lose in this movie. Hard, but
Yeah.
but he doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm actually a bit upset about this. He just lose at the end.
Yeah, and I honestly thought that that's kind of where they were going with it, and that they probably could have salvaged a bit of the movie if they did have him.
Yeah.
Nope.
And then right after he got crushed so hard, he goes, Scott goes to, it's like, never touch my daughter again. And then he just says, well, then give me what I want. And they basically just go straight to the core. He can also open portals to wherever he wants, I guess, or wherever he was before, whatever it is. He has portal powers. And yeah, they go there. It's like, this is a multiversal engine core. But then Janet blew it up. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess she blew it up, whatever. And he has to jump to the middle of the core. Oh, into the middle of the thing where the core of the core is, I guess. I guess the core is down there. I don't know. It's really weird when you think about it, how they phrase it. Because they talk about this thing as a core, multiversal engine core, but then they have to go inside the core to get to the core of the core. Does it make any sense? I don't think it does. Basically, the core is there, exploded, and they have to get it in the middle to the core, even though the core is the big thing. I said core a lot, and now this word sounds really weird to me.
Center.
Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, he has to go there and shrink it back down. And then they do the stupid things like, oh, if I need to steal something, I normally know how it looks like. You're going to tell me how it looks like? And you just tell him like, oh, you will know. And it's like, what if he doesn't? Tell him how the fuck it looks. If he cocks it up, you lose too. You fucking morons. Tell him how it looks. Like,
They give him no briefing about what he's to expect. And then they start telling him what he's seeing when he's in there. It's like, oh yeah, no, don't worry. Those aren't actually you. They're just possibilities of you. It's like, what? Why are you telling him that now?
Yeah, tell him before that. You just
clearly you know what's gonna happen.
They just tell him, oh, something weird's gonna happen, so you better do it fast. It's like, oh, cool, thanks.
Here, the bigger chance you have of losing yourself. Like they said something to that effect.
Yeah.
Or like forgetting who you are or something like that. It's like, well, okay, that's something, I guess. But then once the army of Scots start showing up, that are all again, if anyone's seen, I forget the name of the episode. But it's a Rick and Morty episode. I think it's in season 2. It's the one where the screen keeps on splitting into double split screen and then 4 splits and then 16. And the whole thing is that they basically Morty knocks himself out of linear time by being uncertain when they have to fix something that they did. And it starts dividing the universe into all these individual little possibilities that are, hey, only one of these is the person that is actually you, but they're all actually you at the same time. And it's only because you are uncertain about who you are at this moment in time. Therefore, you can be all of these things. And they essentially try to use that concept in an action scene in which Ant-Man is climbing up a World War Z or wall of himself, I guess, to find the core of the core inside the core.
Yeah.
And there's one of them is just dressed like he works at Baskin Robbins, and when they're like, oh yeah, because these are all the different probabilities. Be like, what probability was there a Baskin Robbins uniform in this room?
None.
Wait, which one of you had that? And because didn't the possibilities all have to derive from the Scott who walked into the core, right? Like, isn't that where the time begins for, hey, here's where all the probabilities can branch out in a million different directions? Be like,
Yeah.
okay, well, in which probability did I decide to fucking sew a Baskin Robbins outfit and put it on in place of my Ant-Man suit? Like,
Uh, yeah.
I mean, this is the level of dumb this is, guys. Like,
Well,
we're talking like,
I'm raising the dump for you right away. They call it a probability storm. So it's not a thing he causes, it's a thing that's just there. Therefore, it should start as soon as he enters this area, whenever it starts. So, as soon as it, okay, hang on, let me I have this here written down. So when he goes down there, and he splits for the first, they go like, oh, holy shit, what the fuck? And then Modoc says, oh yeah, you're in a probability storm. Every choice you could make existing all at once. These writers need to realize what the words mean that they're using. If we have every choice you could make in this scenario right now, all at once, as soon as you enter the area of that storm, if you twitch a little bit, if you fart on the way down, if you go left, right, look left, right, go left, right, hand up, down.
You should be branching out into thousands of yourself at each one of those movements.
As soon as you go in, this room is full of everything and you die. Basically.
Yeah.
But the way it works here, he is here, oh, I think I made it down. And then he splits into 1. And then 2. Then 4, I mean. And then 8. And then so on, and so on, and so on. It should instantly be like this. And the thing is, the movie thinks that should happen too, because when a little bit later Wasp flies in there, that's exactly what happens. On the way down, she's already starting to split. Still not enough, but she's already starting. Whereas with Scott, it only started when he's in there. So yeah, it's it's like the same using the word infinite. Is infinite possible? It's like no. I mean, yeah, you say that, but you're actually not gonna deal with that consequence. You just said that. That's the thing. If you say they exist all at once and there's only 4 people there, you're lying to me. Or you already broke the rules you just made up a second ago. It's like,
or there's a moment where you only have 4 possible options of things you could do.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
It's like, remember, you can always just decide to like break out into song, okay?
Yeah. Like,
and there are more than one song.
Oh, there's a lot of songs.
So right off the bat, I've immediately blown up the concept of there ever being 4 probable versions of yourself in that room.
Yeah.
Because you probably know how more than 4 songs sound. And you could always be singing one of the songs you know.
And as you already pointed out, the Baskin Robbins version, the only one, is like, no, you just said this is only... You established this is like a located thing.
Probabilities, yeah. It's all the probabilities of choices which you could make since you entered this room.
Yeah.
And like is basically what they're saying. It's not like, oh no, it's you from all the different multiverses like spilling into this room at the same time. It's like, okay, well then, yeah, then he would be wearing all sorts of different stuff, and he would be more like the variant Kangs at the end of this movie, or the Lokis in the fucking Loki show. But they didn't do that. It was only like, oh, it's a bunch of just him as he exists in this room, and the possible things that he could try. And then this one guy is dressed like he's at Baskin Robbins.
Yeah. So they immediately broke the rule because they thought it would be funny that he would be here in a Baskin
it's like,
Robbins.
Okay, so I guess that's a joke. Yeah, okay, yeah. But it's like, what? But is it a thing? Like, are we at the point now that the MCU is just parody? Like, are we not supposed to take any of this seriously?
Apparently not.
Because, I mean, that, like, you could say, oh yeah, but that's just a silly action scene where Ant-Man's solving a puzzle, basically. Like, if this were a game, that's like, well, yeah, but we are intended to be in fear for him failing, right? Like, isn't that, am I wrong in saying that? Because I guess if we're going to say, no, this movie's not supposed to have any tension. You're not supposed to be excited while you're watching it. It's just colors happening, and you're supposed to chuckle from time to time, somewhat cynically. It's like, well, okay, I guess that's what we're doing for the biggest budget movies in the world now. I mean, I suppose that's all right if that's the truth, but it's also super depressing.
So yeah, that's how this kind of works. But hey, don't you worry, there's more stupid. So get the Baskins guy right. So then at some point, one of the random Scots there says, "Fuck it, I'm doing it," and then he gets big, and then he gets melted, atomized, turned inside out. I don't know. He dies horribly, basically.
He kind of gets spaghettied like Reed Richards.
Well, that's the second one. There's the first one where we don't actually see everything that happens, and you just see like a bunch of flaps falling to the floor, and that's where they go like, okay, great, we're all gonna die, and they just all scatter away.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, Hope and the others are close enough so they can hear Scott's radio signal again and say, hey, I got a read on Scott. And then Hope just yeets herself into the core as well. Hey, man, really cool that they just arrived here. That's convenient. And yeah, as I said, when she goes down, there's probability clones even before she enters that void. So, Modoc already knows that this thing happens down there. I don't know how they figured out that this is down there, how this happened, because they needed to even shrink down to get to this core. Because while Scott jumps down there, he needs to shrink down, I think, twice to actually get to the size of the core he needs. So I don't even know how they know this probability storm even exists down there. Maybe they did some scans or whatever. I don't know. I could probably infer some techno mumbo jumbo bullshit.
They ran a probability scan.
So I don't know. Modoc and Co would know that. So, but then we get the other side where Hope just goes in, and she starts to split. And then Janet all of a sudden says, "Oh, don't look at them. They're probability clones." I was like, "What? How do you know that? What? Why? What? You don't know anything about this. Why do you know about probability clones? Like, that's a thing that exists."
I don't think the writer of the movie knows the answer to that.
No, they just wanted to make sure that Hope knows this is just clothes and don't worry about it, basically. But they just made like, no, it's probably the clothes, don't worry about them. It's like, okay. It's like, no, I already have a hard time understanding why Modoc knows that, but you definitely do not know that. It's bullshit.
Also, like, I mean, them being probability clones also, it seems to begin as, yeah, all of you guys are you. It's just, it's almost like different realities, but every single one of you is an actual like person.
Yeah, they all have their own consciousness. Because they go
and
like,
then they,
are you the real one? Am I the real one?
No, they're just illusions. It's like, what?
That's not
Did you guys just change the rules at the end of the scene?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh no, they're just probability clones. They don't matter. Just ignore them. It's like, wait, but they can physically interact with us though, right? So, because we climb on them.
Yeah,
so
it's
I don't know that ignoring them would necessarily be a thing that would work, because if it's all the possibilities, what about the possibilities that don't want anyone to succeed, and or just be like, oh yeah, fuck that guy, I'm gonna kill all these other Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And like one that just starts murdering people. Where's that guy?
Exactly. Yes, where are those guys? All the possibilities, probabilities, except the ones we don't want to deal with.
I think honestly, I think it got past the like editing phase, the checks, the green light.
Right.
When they just said, "Oh," and then we could make it so at the end they realize that they all want to save Cassie, and then they all work together.
Because the power.
And then someone was like,
love.
"Oh my god, yeah, the power of friendship. Oh my god."
God,
you know what I mean?
Dumb.
Like, it's just like, how are you the person who was the producer who read that? It was just like, okay, yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, no problem then.
So yeah, all the Scots are going nuts. Multiple try to get to the core, but one of them does actually get turned to spaghetti, like Fantastic Four man. And it's like hands flying around. It's pandemonium, and then the floor collapses. I think, like the head falls down, then the floor collapses, and Scott is surrounded by other Ant-Mans, and he can't do anything anymore. But then Cassie's radio signal comes through, says, "Please don't give up. Come back one more time, please. Oh, Daddy, I love you." And instantly, they just all work together because now the only probability is that they're gonna go back to Cassie.
Well, I mean, like, I'm sorry, Cassie, why did you have to remind your father that he loves you and that he will want to do anything to save you?
I don't know, because that's the only way they know how to do it. It's like, oh, the radio signal comes through, and then she says, "Please come back," and he doesn't need to think on himself. It's great, and yeah. Also, that's not how probability works. One of them is gonna be like, "Fuck that! There's no way."
Yeah. One of them is the deadbeat dad, Scott.
Yeah.
If it's infinite possibilities,
One of them
and
is gonna
every
say, "Shut the fuck
choice
up,
that you
Cassie!
could
I
pick-
hate you." It's like,
Yeah.
which is a really funny thing to think about. But yeah.
Or someone who grabs the communicator is just like, tell that bitch to shut up. Just destroys. I've always hated her voice.
Yeah. Peaceful protest my ass. It's like completely off the rails. But yeah, they just all now work together. The power of love saves the day, and they make a huge pile because I guess they thought would be really cool because it looks like a hill of ants, an ant hill, if you will. Huh.
I didn't even make that association.
Well, there you go.
Now I feel kind of dumb. I was too dumb to catch the one kind of clever reference in the otherwise totally stupid scene.
So yeah, our Scott gets hoisted all the way up to the top. All the way to the top. And then he shoots one of the discs inside the middle. And I was immediately, why didn't you just shoot it from below? It seems like it's a pretty powerful shooting thing. Like, is it not possible? Is it too weak? Looks like got plenty of velocity to do it, but I don't know. They could have just made him try, and then he sees, oh, there's like this little barrier I can't get through, because that's what they do when he's all the way up there. And yeah, then the ant hill just collapses, but then Wasp comes around, who has no problems at all, by the way. She's kind of trailed by her clones and not stopped or anything. It's really odd.
Yeah, her clones are all working with her from the get-go.
It seems like it, or they're just trailing behind her, just like she's faster than the other ones. I don't even know. And Wasp there is like, "Are you real?" It says, "Yeah, I'm real." It's like, well, then let's do it together. And then for some reason, all the probability clones just merge back into them, and there's only them left because the storm is over. Because love, I don't know, it just stops working for them. Yeah, as I said, that one disc gets halted, right? So now Wasp has him on his arm and just kind of like, let's do this. And they shoot multiple discs into them, into the middle of the core. So I'm not sure how many it was, but I remember it's being a lot they shoot in there. Like, it must be at least 10. So Janet used 4 to make it bigger and explode, and then they just used about 10, probably more, to shrink it down. So technically, shouldn't the ball shrink down more than it was before? It shouldn't just become way smaller now? Just by the logic I would apply with numbers.
I guess speaking as the writer of this movie, look, we had to think of something that Ant-Man could do to fucking solve a thing, so we had him throw some discs at it.
Cool. Gotcha.
Stop thinking about it. Stop asking questions.
Because I'm pretty sure you don't see any of the discs actually getting stopped.
He's got those discs in a suit, okay? We can't have him use the suit. Problem solved.
So yeah, but it shrinks down, perfect size, and they did it. Good job. Yeah, I'm sure that's over. I'm sure glad that's over, because
there's ants. Can we have them use ants? Nope, the ants we're saving for the end.
The ants, they're here soon. Yeah, to shrink it down. Luckily, don't get trapped inside the core. They just they just fall outside of it, even though they should be at least twice as small than before, but they're big enough, like normal. So that, pretty sure that doesn't make any sense, because Ant-Man had to shrink twice to get in there, but they're normal size now, so don't worry about it. They did it off screen or something. I don't know. Who cares? It's a big old clusterfuck. This whole scene is a fucking mess. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yep.
They just want to make cool visual. Do it.
And they,
Or I'll whip you again.
Almost want to directly plagiarize Rick and Morty.
Someone in chat earlier,
It's no longer just inspired by. It's
Someone-
like, no, it just is.
someone in
now.
chat earlier said that a writer was actually a Rick and Morty writer at some point.
And that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, like the girl who wrote the Pickle Rick episode was the showrunner of She-Hulk, and didn't Michael Waldron, like the guy who did Loki and Multiverse of Madness, write a whole bunch of Rick and Morty episodes?
I think some
I thought
Loki
that
writer
was,
was a Rick
I think
and Morty
that's why
guy.
he has a career. And I mean, I think that it might just be that Kevin Feige just really likes Rick and Morty, and is like, yeah, I want to hire everyone that works on this show to just bring the MCU into Phase 4. And now it's we're in Phase 5 apparently. Started out with a bang.
The more you think about the logic of the film, the more mad you get. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it actually does have that effect.
Yeah. That's
And
just,
I mean,
that's just us two shooting the shit right now. Imagine the EFAP tomorrow where there's like 5 or 6 people. It's gonna be an absolute disaster.
Oh god, yeah.
It's gonna take so long. Oh god. This is always like I already spent a lot of time going through the movie and just taking notes, but if you just put even more brains behind it and just put them all in a call together, it's just, oh my god. Guys, this is gonna be a long EFAP tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. I would be surprised if not.
Like it's one of those things that I'm kind of happy that Mahler did not invite me to this one. Mostly because like I feel like, oh man, I could talk to Metal about this for a few hours, but if I had to spend like 8 hours plus talking about this movie, I don't know that I'd be able to do it. I'd be like, oh god.
At least you can let some other people talk once in a while and just chill out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a big part of this.
If you want to be like, hey Mark, you haven't said anything in a while, I'd be like, I was playing a video game, guys.
No,
I'm sorry.
I was just resetting my brain.
I had to take a break, and turns out I've been playing for the last hour and a half. Break got away from me a little.
Yeah. So yeah, they pulled it off. Good job. Then Janet arrives and says, "Hey, we need to get out of here." And they're like, "No, you can't. They have Cassie." And she's like, "Yeah, whatever. We'll save her, I promise. But we need to get out of here." It's like, Jesus, you were quick to just let Cassie be in his presence and just get out of there.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, later, but we need to get out of here. I was like, come on, man. At least pretend like you care about your granddaughter. Oh, God. But yeah, Kang comes around, and Scott says, "We had a deal, where's Cassie?" But he just uses his telekinetic powers to grab the ball. And they try to attack him, and Kang basically destroys them with one flick. Like, they're both small, and he goes like, fuck off. And they're out of commission. He just beat them just like that. But of course he doesn't kill them. Nah, that would be silly. We still have a big fight to do, so yeah, they're fine. Well, not fine, they're unconscious. And then Janet's like, oh no, why would you do that? Blah, 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 blah. In the meantime, Modoc is going after Hank because he's still on the ship. And of course, instead of killing him directly, he says, "Hello, old mentor, I'm your old protege, ha 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 ha." And then they kind of fight, and Hank crashes, and we see the ants appear, or at least the shadows for now. So yeah, I would like to remind everybody, Modoc has like rocket pods and lasers and shit, but he opts to use his little energy laser saw blades, I guess you could call them. For some reason, he goes into melee a lot, even though he has like all these crazy energy pulse weapons and rocket pods that are really effective.
For a mechanized organism designed only for killing, he seems to not be very good at killing.
He's pretty shit at killing.
Actually, yeah, he doesn't kill anything in the entire movie, does he?
I think he killed some people from the rebellion when he destroys one of those building livings or something. But yeah, I can't imagine people are happy with how Modoc turned out in the MCU, because I'm pretty sure he's a reoccurring character throughout the MCU comics, and it's a pretty big deal.
I mean, yeah, no, like Modoc's been in the Marvel comics for a long time. I always kind of thought he was a bit of a joke, like not like a slapstick comedy MCU joke, but he was the kind of villain that like other villains sort of don't look at favorably.
I think he was a
Like,
America villain, and he was always jealous of the perfect looks of Captain America. I think that's what I
yeah,
read some time ago, or
I
maybe
think I
even a
might be
couple of
getting.
days ago.
I'm actually maybe even be getting the wires crossed between him and Robot from Invincible, because he's like kind of like a a deformed character
Hmm.
of of questionable physical form who eventually gets a robot body.
Yeah. But yeah, he makes Hank crash, but he doesn't die as well. So everyone gets put out of commission, and Janet just gets taken to Kang's fortress, basically, or his empire base, whatever you want to call it, because he's like, "Oh no, Hank crashed." Uh, she starts running towards the crash, which is actually pretty far away, if I recall. Uh, and then, oh yeah, Kang freezes her in place, just like that. Another ability he uses once and then never again. Uh, like he's not even holding out his finger to hold her in place. He's just like, "You're frozen now," basically. He does like one gesture with his finger, like he's grabbing her, and then she's just frozen. Then he grabs her hand and just gets her through the portal. Uh, yeah, as I said, ability very useful. Doesn't use it anymore. Doesn't do it.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, he just lets Ant-Man and Wasp lie there. Very epic. He doesn't kill them. It's very neat of him. Very, very, very considerate. Considering, whatever. Yeah. While they recoup, I don't know,
Recuperate?
yeah, I think that's the word I was looking for. We see that he tells Janet why he's doing what he does and tell her that the multiverse is dying and it's his fault because every version of him, I'm talking about Kang by the way, is basically fucking around with time, and he made it his mission to stop them from doing so, I guess, and that way to prevent the death of the multiverse. But then she says, you just do that because you want revenge, because you got exiled, because you lost. And he says, I did lose, but you don't know what I lost, and for that he will burn them out of time. And then it's like, but you will kill trillions in the meantime. And then he says, he wished that this even mattered, and that's all the explanation we get. He doesn't elaborate, nothing. So this would probably be the last time. He should have probably like, no, hang on. Did you miss the part where I said the multiverse is dying? Like, I need to do some kind of balance. Like, you need to explain yourself better so they can get an understanding of what the fuck you're doing. Stop talking in cryptics.
Yeah, well, you gotta enunciate the way they teach you at Supervillain University.
Hmm. Right.
A lot of it is about speaking in sentences that are structured strangely and
Because
making threats that slow down your speech and then sound very ominous.
yeah. I think someone in chat just wrote, "You'll know when the time comes." Like, no, just
Yeah,
tell me
you'll
now.
know.
Tell me now,
God.
so we don't have that problem.
Like, okay.
Because right now it seems like, okay, seems to be like a mixture of wanting to save the multiverse, but also have from those crazy variants. But there's also some kind of revenge peppered in for something they took from him, but we don't even know what that is yet. Maybe we get that someday. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like there's some reasoning for him, but we don't get it.
Well, is it the next Avengers movie that's like the Kang Dynasty, or is that like a Disney Plus show?
I would need to check back
Like, I
what
mean,
the
I'd
listings
assume
were.
that if they're calling if they're going to be focusing a show or a movie on Kang, I'm assuming it's going to catch us up on that stuff.
Maybe.
But also they might just be like, well, yeah, Kang, he always is and always has been. He's the one who remains. Fuck you.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill Thor. Just so you know.
Oh, apparently, Secret Invasion is first, and then Kang. Yeah,
Oh,
Secret
okay.
Wars is next Avengers. Okay. Multiverse of Kangness. People have been putting like film titles with Kang in it in chat this whole time.
Multiverse of Kang. This isn't that
No.
King Kang. How's that? Anyone do that one yet?
No. There's been a lot. You can scroll up and find them all, I guess. So yeah. God, where is?
Yeah, they can have. We can get on EFAP a consistent super chat going about EFAP for Peter Jackson's Lawn Kang.
So yeah, he explains it a little bit, but that's all we get because now we cut away from them and we see that Cassie is taken away by soldiers, but as already established, all the soldiers and guards suck, and she just beats them up because they never took away her arsenal. She shrinks one of them, kicks him away, and the other one gets grown, and he just kind of gets stuck in the ceiling. And she shrinks herself, and then there's 4 other guards that don't react to the big fucker in the ceiling. They're just kind of doing their thing, and yeah, guards suck ass. They're no threat. So I don't know why I would even care that they're here. Yeah.
Well, see, you're just not cultured enough to realize it's a reference to the Star Wars stormtroopers
No.
who canonically cannot shoot, and that's awesome because Disney adults say it is.
God dang. Gosh darn it. John Kang 3. God damn it. I think I've started up again by mentioning it.
I like that it's not even 100% clear that that's John Wick 2 and John Wick 3 until you see the subtitle.
Parabellum. Parakangum.
It's kind of funny too that the other John Wick movies don't have subtitles and then they gave one to the third one. I was like, wait, why?
Yeah.
Like I think once you make a 2, like you just say, hey, this one's just John Wick 2. I think you got to just stick with numbers from that point. You can't all of a sudden decide, okay, now it's going to be subtitles unless you do like a reboot or like a different character, like the way they had the Bourne. What was it? What was the Jeremy Renner one? Legacy. I think it was Legacy.
Cassie stole the shrink row disc from Scott when she hugged him. Really? That's interesting. I didn't see that.
I guess they do establish that she's a pickpocket, but a righteous one.
Oh, it's just I just didn't see that happening at all. I didn't even think that was a thing. I mean, I guess that's fair enough. Oh well.
The puppy might growl soon. She's got that look in her face.
Well, I guess then they just only suck. Maybe they did get rid of the arsenals, or whatever. But yeah, if they took it away, alrighty. Oh yeah, we get. Oh no, the ants, guys, the ants. You're not ready, Chad. You're not ready for the ants. This is Chekhov's ants. Jesus. Okay, hang on. A little breather. So, Hank has been saved by the ants, as we see. They were the reason for these interferences in Hank's earpiece. And while we were falling into the quantum realm, you could see some of the ants fell through as well, but it's just like, yeah, that happens. That's fine. So, hey, Hank, are those your ants? I was like, yeah, those are my ants. And, oh God, I've written it down already, but just thinking, okay. I was going to say it, I'm going to rip out the Band-Aid. So, those ants, they didn't only fell through the quantum realm thing. No, they fell into a time dilation, and they lived thousands of years in a single day. So they were able to evolve even further than he could even imagine, and they built a technocratic Type 2 civilization. Oh no.
So here's the problem with the second you start throwing the rules of a universe out the window and making it so that anything can happen at any time.
Yeah.
That's like, if that can happen, then none of these movies have any stakes at all anymore.
Yeah.
Because it means that the second you're in any kind of trouble, you can just say, oh yeah, this person went through some multiverse bullshit thing, time dilation portal, like hyperbolic time chamber where Goku taught him to go Super Saiyan 3, and then he came back actually 3 days before he left and then fixed all these other things. It's like, well, if you can just throw that into the mix at any given point,
Yeah.
why do we care about any of this? Because anytime I'm at all emotionally invested in something happening, like, hey, it seems like a hero that I really like might die here, or hey, it seems like a villain that I like might actually do the right thing and like switch to become a good guy, because it seems like they've built this story in a way that this could be a real redemption moment. Like, you're never gonna have moments like that ever.
Yep.
When it's like, okay, but yeah, at any moment we can just say, hey, at any, like, She-Hulk could just peel the page of the screen at the corner and be like, I know you guys would love to see how this ends, but guess what? We at Marvel couldn't figure out how to end this one, so we're gonna do the Scooby-Doo ending, and then they end it like a fucking Wayne's World movie or something. And then is that bad at that point, or is it like, oh no, come on, they did that, it was funny. It ended the movie on a lighthearted note. You don't have to be so serious. It's like, what? So, what are you doing? Like, are you guys telling actual stories about heroes and villains? Or is it just silly comic book shit? Whatever, the nerds like it. Who cares? Like, how do I? And what, I'm not asking you, Metal. I know that you're probably you probably have a better idea than the people making it. My question is, what do the people making this think of this as? Because if it's, I think you can make a very strong argument that at least up until Endgame, and even like saying what you will about Endgame's writing, it seems like they were trying to tell a story that had some weight.
Yeah.
In the MCU, like with some mixed results, obviously. Like, not all of the movies in the first 3 phases of the MCU were fantastic. Like, there were some bombs in there. There were definitely some tismy things and some weird inconsistencies. But for the most part, I don't think you ever would have been able to convince me that, like, Kevin Feige and the Russos and Jon Favreau and even Joss Whedon, like, I don't think you could have convinced me that those people don't want to make a good show about superheroes, or like a good movie series about superheroes. Because it seems like that ultimately things did come back to, hey, let's give Captain America a really interesting story, like moral quandary to have to deal with in this one. Or, okay, let's have Tony Stark deal with his PTSD in like Iron Man 3, which wasn't even a very good movie. But you know what? Like, it seemed like they actually had an intention that they were working towards. Whereas this phase has really seemed like they're like, okay, well, whatever. We're doing a bunch of Disney Plus stuff. We're making a bunch of movies. We're having all these phases going. We got all these moving parts. So yeah, let's just be really creative and do anything that anything that comes to the top of our head. Let's just put it in there, and it's gonna be wild and wacky and fun, and it's gonna be amazing. It's like, okay, but so are we giving up on telling a serious superhero story? Because I don't think we can do those two things at the same time. Like, we can make Rick and Morty, or we can make, like Lord of the Rings. And I don't mean like Rings of Power, but I'm saying, like, if you're going for, pretty archetypical heroes and villains story about good versus evil and things to teach like young kids about, wanting to stand up and do the right thing even against insurmountable odds. Are we doing those kind of stories? Or, lol, so random, hey, look at this flumbus. You drive it by putting your hands inside its asses. Isn't that cool? Isn't that wacky and crazy, kids? It's like, I honestly think, like, the only person that's been able to kind of do both of those things at once is James Gunn with the Guardians movies.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll see with the third one. But
yeah. Yeah. Well said. I think I could add anything. So yeah.
There's my rant. But like, I think what you guys have to understand is pretty much the entire time I was watching this movie, that rant was like cooking in my brain.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm just everything about this.
It's funny because you see the ants going into the quantum thingy, just falling down with us, like, oh, they're gonna show up again and it's gonna help, and there's gonna be big ants and they're just gonna come in clutch and, I don't know, save them from some, I don't know, quantum acid baths or something.
Mhm.
But when this started to happen, I was like, what? They did what? They lived thousands of years in a single day? And they built a technocratic type 2 civilization. I'm pretty sure that's like a civilization that harnesses the energy of a star or something. Like it's like super advanced. So maybe someone in chat knows the type civilizations, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that already can harness the energy from stars. There, a civilization capable of harnessing the energy radiated by its own large star, for example, by means of the sex completion of a Dyson sphere. There you go. Dyson sphere, good game, by the way.
I'm aware of what a Dyson sphere is. I've never played the game Dyson sphere though.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty chill building sim. Just a building game. Where you have to build a Dyson sphere. It's pretty cool.
Oh, neat.
Mupshi and I played it a bunch of time hours, like flames. But yeah, it's now they just have big ants with crazy ass firepower strength on their side, because that's cool. And we just made them happen because we thought those. We not only just set them up in the beginning of the movie, it's like, oh yeah, I made those, and now they're evolving, and then they just randomly get put through a temporal thingy, and now they're super advanced and can help you fight. It's nuts. It's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I guess I've got a few sort of conflicting thoughts on the army of ants coming to save the day. Because I guess in theory, I don't hate it as a climax of an Ant-Man movie. Like, it's like, okay, well, and especially if I think that's probably a way that you could have made it so that, Ant-Man could fight a dictator villain that has an army of extremely combat ineffective goons. It's like, okay, well, I guess, yeah, if he managed to summon an army of ants to fight those soldiers, then yeah, that could maybe make this make sense to a degree, or like at least make the power differential. Like, for example, I think one thing that I thought was effective about this scene is the look on Kang's face when he sees the ants. Because it's like, even he's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't supposed to be a thing that could defeat me in this equation. Like, I was supposed to have won. I mean, it's Ant-Man I'm up against. I'm Kang, like, I mean, not that really that has too much weight as of yet in the MCU, but we can assume that with him being like set up as an Avengers level threat, that Ant-Man should not be the one who's able to defeat any version of Kang.
Yes.
Unless a wild card gets pulled, and I think like Army of Super Intelligent Ants, yeah, I think you can get there with that. I think maybe though they should have kept it in the pocket a little more and not had them be like as you say, like stage 2 technocratic society and or civilization, and more just had it be like, hey, yeah, no, like Hank actually taught them a lot of really interesting stuff, and they're basically at the level of intelligence of modern humans. It's just, they don't have opposable thumbs, so that they can only do what they can do.
Yeah.
And then
someone
maybe
pointed out in chat, it's like, oh, it was thousands of years ago, so those would be the same ants that fell in. So why would they know to
yeah,
help?
why would they know him?
Yeah, why do they still know? Why did they keep with the I guess with the idea of helping him?
I guess it's the hive mind thing, and even more sort of bizarre communism references.
Well, the thing is, he normally they control the ants to do stuff for them, but for some reason they went out of their way to find Hank.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, why? It's been thousands of years. They have like their own society now. Fuck that weird guy that was trying to control us with his mind flames.
Well, I mean, I guess though, like they could, like I sort of think that they could have passed him down through history though, if he was their creator.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Like I guess I could think of a reason for that to exist. I think just the absurdity of, oh yeah, luckily those ants that happen to be on the same table, they also got pulled in, and they lived. What did they say? Like thousands of years? Was it millions of years, or it was just
thousands? I'm pretty sure they said thousands.
Yeah, so they lived thousands of years and advanced to like an astonishing degree. It's like, okay, well, what if those are, what if we have it so that they're really intelligent when Hank, because I mean, they were already like building structures.
Yeah, they
weren't
already were evolving pretty quickly, apparently, was the idea. And now they get like thousands of years, they're like a Tech 2 civilization. It's like, okay.
Well, I think it's just that why did you have to make them that powerful? Because I honestly think it's like, hey, if that was a whole colony of really, really smart ants and they came down to the quantum realm and have just been trying to like home in on Hank's beacon the entire time because they like say landed somewhere else.
Yeah.
And have it be that like Hank says, okay, just so you know, I'm going to get help. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to go away and maybe I'll be able to come back with something, and then have his side plot be trying to link up with the ants.
Yeah.
And I think just having them be those exact ants from earlier that day. It's like, oh, hey, Dad, look at this. We're pretty much the same size as you.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? Because it's like, hey, we've been used to seeing you as this giant being that looks at us from outside the ant farm. And now it's, but...
And also,
now
keep in mind, they now have these ants at their disposal.
Yeah.
They can open the portal to the quantum realm whenever they want. That's established right at the end of the movie. So now they have a technocratic ant society, type 2 civilization, that they can control, ask for help if anything goes awry. As a really strong asset to have. But
yeah,
I guarantee you, they will never, ever come back up again.
Yeah, bro.
They're either never going to mention it again. You're like, no, we just let them live their life because now they're their own society. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
There's gonna be someone who's a big fan of Ant-Man that's gonna write a pitch for an episode of What If Season 4.
Yeah.
What if the ants were actually treated as if they were a relevant member of this universe?
Yeah.
And not just used for one climactic battle one time and then forgotten forever.
Right. So yeah, we have those now. And then Hank says, I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from, and then Hope stops him. And I'm not going to touch that one. Make of that what you will. I think it was cringe and stupid, and that's all I'm going to say. I ain't touching that one. That's not what I'm here for. I want to talk about the bad movie.
What was the thing again? Sorry, the point you were saying that you didn't want to touch?
Oh, just the socialism line. If you want to talk about the politics stuff, go right ahead. I'm not touching it.
I just thought it was like,
I just found
whatever
it
your thoughts on social. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at with it. I was like, it was like, even if I were a socialist, which I think I can go as far as to saying I'm not a socialist. If that's my super spicy political take, that's one I will happily own all day. As much as I don't like talking politics, because I'm a member of the Canadian military and I'm still active service, so I tend to stay away from federal Canadian politics in particular. But I can definitely tell you I'm not a socialist and not really feel embarrassed about that. But I think even if I were, I would find that line kind of cringy. Like, honestly, even if you said, yeah, you know what, capitalism is a wonderful thing, I'd still be like, oh my God, why? Why'd you even bother? It's a fucking Ant-Man movie. Like, and you didn't need to do that.
No,
no. At no point has Hank Pym, over the course of this entire series, made a corollary between like Karl Marx and the ants. That it was a weird thing to say, and I thought it was dumb. Yeah, but again, I thought that the line he delivered like 2 lines later was actually kind of good. And all I could think was, why would they put those two together?
Yeah, it's a weird following up line, but yeah. Because Scott says, I don't care who he is and what he can do. We will get Cassie. And Hope asks, like, well, how can we even fight something like him? He's really powerful. And then he just, I don't know, talks to the ants. It's like, well, a great writer we have some ideas. And he says, well, a great writer once said that there's always more room to grow. And, well, that's Scott. Scott wrote that line. And this is the way he learns that he read his book. Every goddamn word. It's like cool. Yeah. I do like the way he delivers it. That's true.
Yeah, well, because it's like a surprise. You've got Michael Douglas. He's a damn good actor. You probably could have used him more like that in more of the movie. But no, they had him kind of playing second fiddle to, like, I not even like he sort of is just him and Hope are just kind of along the ride for Janet's story.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, kind
they
of.
neither of them really do too much, except I mean, with the exception, I guess, of Hank getting the ant army, which is plot wise significant for this movie, but it doesn't really take up a whole lot of screen time in it. You know, like it's not like we have a whole side plot about Hank going after the ants. It's like he was secretly doing that in the background, you know?
Right.
But puppies.
Oh man. So yeah, ooh, a big burp. We're ending the ending fight, which is like 25 minutes long, so we're not done quite yet. Where? So yeah, he read us. Oh right, we go to Cassie. We know at Cassie because Cassie, you might remember, she freed herself of her shackles from the guards, and she goes to free the rebellion leader lady, and it's like, hey, I'm here to help you. And I was like, hey, how do you get me out of here? It's like, oh, that's a good question actually. I don't know. And then some other guards appear. I think like 3 or 4, and they suck ass as well. And she beats them up, even though she sucks with fighting, which is like, man, I don't know what I hate more: the people just being good at fighting all of a sudden that haven't had to fight before, or them being bad at fighting, but the trained guards being even more shit than the one who is shit at fighting. Because she just kind of she yeets herself as a small ant against their visors, and nothing happens, and then she just kind of beats them up by accident, and then one of them stumbles into the panel of the cell, which opens the cell for the rebellion lady.
Yeah, like his face smashes into the keypad.
Yeah.
I guess showing us that it's like a retinal scan type thing, but like a face.
I think it breaks.
Scan.
I think it just straight up breaks.
Oh really?
I
thought
sure
it was
bends. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought he got pushed into it, and then it seemed to like go ding ding and then open. So I thought it was that.
Yeah. It could be both of them. Both are stupid, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah.
Honestly, the script could say, and then Cassie throws the guard into the keypad, and the door opens.
Yeah. So yeah, she's not really good at fighting. She just kind of barely manages, and she still wins somehow. And it's what it is. Just showing, it's like the classics, like, oh, these goons, they suck ass. It doesn't matter who you put in. If you're a protagonist, you're gonna win. Get wrecked.
And you don't have to do that either. Like prospective screenwriters, just make it one guard and make her surprise the guy. That's all you have to do.
Or struggle and just somehow overcome. I don't know. Yeah. There's ways to do it, but that's not the one. So yeah, the rebellion leader lady is free, and Kid's like, sorry for getting you people hurt. And it's like, oh, whatever. Do you have a plan? It's like, well, my plan was to free you. Do you have a plan? And Chibiu's like, we need to get a message out to make everyone fight and then free the rest of them in here. And she also kicks the other guy unconscious. Like, oh man, you're so cool. Where it's like, okay. She thinks he's really cool. And then they go out of their way and start getting the job done. That's it. There's nothing else to say. Kang starts up a big-ass hologram to make his evil speech. Like, oh, time is not made. It's forged, blah, blah, blah. And apparently there's like projectors everywhere in the quantum realm because he just appears in random places where our heroes are as well. Because at first I thought they were just, it was like this big hologram. They could see it from afar, but the hologram is the same size anywhere else. And when they actually start flying towards the base, they just go up somewhere and it's like, oh, we got the signal, and then they went away. So I guess they just have random hologram thingies everywhere you can use. Anywhere, at the exact same time, Cassie and the rebellion lady already made their way to the comm station or hologram station, and I don't know, fighting I don't know how many guards, because the rebellion leader lady, she got like one of those arm guns they have, and she's kind of shooting everyone. And Cassie's like, hey, the hologram is done, so you can do your speech. Like, no, you do the speech.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Why
would they have Cassie do this?
Why would Cassie do this?
Like, none of these people know who she is.
The only people who might know her is the ones she stumbled upon when they fell in there and they gave her the ooze.
Yeah.
But all the other ones is like, why is this random big lady telling us to fight? Like, who? No, which authority? Why is the why is the rebellion lady?
Think of the absurdity of if just a random teenager from like another country was on the screen in your country saying, "We can take down the leader. Rebel now." It's like, wait, okay. I'm gonna just stay at work and
Yeah,
and yeah. We'll
because
hope that my building doesn't get blown up in
it's
this
just,
rebellion you're having.
and she just goes like, "Oh, the family I lost taught me to fight back, and if they were here, they would too. And my dad always looked out for the little guys and so on." So now I'm just like, is her arc realizing that her dad is not actually a lazy piece of shit? Is that the arc we just put her on? She just realized like, oh, he's actually pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, maybe that thing he did saving the world was a really good thing.
Maybe that was pretty cool.
Maybe he does deserve to kind of relax for a little
Yeah.
afterwards. Yeah, Jojo, exactly.
But yeah, in that part, it's like Hope's like, I found the signal, I know where she is, and they make their way there, and yeah, I guess the troops have been rallied. I wonder if that's gonna work. It does. It does work actually pretty well. So yeah, Cassie did the thing, and then Kang says to Modoc, find Scott's daughter and kill her, basically. So Modoc is out of the way to get Cassie. Yeah. Cassie in the
Technically
rebellion.
again, I guess, because
Yeah.
apparently Modoc is Yellow Jacket for those not keeping score at home.
Right. Cassie and the rebellion lady continue to wreck everyone. Guards suck ass, but then Modoc appears. And Cassie's like, you go get the others, rebellion lady. I'll take care of Modoc. And she just runs straight at him, gets small, and then he just chases her and doesn't die instantly for some reason, even though he has rocket pods and everything. Modoc sucks, dude.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what I mean, that they have her sort of set up the rebellion thing, and then I guess it's Modoc who they have her then fighting, and then it ends with her embiggening, right? Or like becoming giant Cassie, I guess. And then
Yeah.
and then she meets up with Scott, and when I guess it kind of seemed to me like, how about have her and the rebellion people all team up to fight Modoc and a bunch of the soldiers?
Yeah,
and
it
then
would make sense.
like, I mean, that seems to me like it would make way more sense, because it just seemed to me to be very strange to have this group of rebellion fighters kind of having their own movie. It's just sort of off to the sidelines for a couple seconds at a time. It's almost like in Star Wars The Phantom Menace, when they have it's like they had to give Jar Jar something to do, so there's just a bunch of battle droids in a field fighting a bunch of Gungans, and it's like, wait, what is either of their targets? Are they just meeting in the field like the Revolutionary America wars, like where they line up and just shoot muskets at each other? And it always seemed kind of like, hey, I think they probably could have cut the Gungan thing out of the end act entirely, and nothing really would have changed, because nothing really is accomplished there. And I kind of felt the same about the rebellion fight here. And I thought that the weird thing was they didn't even, like that George Lucas did with Jar Jar. Say what you will about Jar Jar being one of the main characters, but at the very least, he did throw one of the main characters in the middle of that. Whereas here, it was like, it's so set up that Cassie was going to be the one fighting with the rebellion leaders, because she's the one who cares about all, the protest issues and wanting to help downtrodden people against a evil mega corporation, I don't know, dictator guy. And then she goes off and has a fight with Modoc that seems mostly played for laughs. I was like,
yeah,
I don't know, man. Don't know what any of you people are deciding for any of this stuff.
Yeah, it's not really a fight as well. It's just kind of like, yeah, you lose now, get wrecked. But yeah, we'll get there very shortly. Oh yeah, Kang just starts up his machine now, and apparently he built a bigger one that he can use with the core. So I assume he made it bigger so he can take his army with him to wherever he goes next. And yeah, Modoc got Cassie pinned down, but then the big boy Ant-Man arrives. And Kang looks annoyed and tells his army to take him out. And then a big old squadron of like interceptors with laser pulse fire guns start blasting him, basically. And he's like, damn it. Also, Ant-Man is just kind of wrecking shit around the way. He doesn't know if there's any civilians in there.
He's invincible to laser fire as well.
Well, kinda. It's weird because they start shooting him a lot, and then he's like, it's too many. And then Wasp comes around and starts shooting them with their lasers.
Yeah.
Because she has like she's like these blaster things on her arms. Which just made me think, why doesn't Scott just have any energy blaster tisms? Like, seems very useful to have.
He doesn't seem to have like even half of the tools that she has. And she does have all of his powers.
And it already works with her suit. Like, I don't know why it wouldn't work with his. So put some lasers on her arm, dude. Like, there's no downside for you. It's really useful to have. She even has wings to fly. Maybe upgrade to Wasp. Upgrade to the Wasp suit. This seems way better.
Level 2 Ant-Man, Wasp.
Yeah. But
Level 3 Ant-Man, Bird.
By the way, this fight moves so fast, and they don't translate very well how much time actually passes. Because Ant-Man runs in, he just gets overwhelmed by all these interceptors. He just kind of swats them away. Wasp kind of shoots him. He's like, oh no, there's too many. We can't actually get them. And then it's like 2 minutes after Kang. Oh, reconnection successful? Okay, wait, we should be back.
Oh, okay. They'll never know that I was typing the words "we'll be back in a moment."
Should be back. We be back. Reload or something.
Yeah, Skynet was gonna start their invasion, but I was like, guys, no, it's cool. No.
Oh no, they're back. Yeah, I don't know. Just OBS just decided to. No, I don't want to anymore. I'm just gonna take a little break. Yeah. So I don't know what I it didn't end the stream, so I don't think it should be chopped up. Just have to check that after the fact.
Usually, if YouTube, if you reconnect within 30 seconds
fine.
or so, it doesn't cut up your stream into two things.
Yeah. So yeah, Ant-Man was swatting around, doing his thing. They get overwhelmed, but Cassie's speech was so good. 5 minutes later, all the rebellion people arrive, and they have like their living building spaceships, and they shoot away all these things. And they bring like troops on the floor. Even the laser guy is there, even though I'm pretty sure he got captured in the beginning of the movie, but I guess he didn't. But whatever. But yeah, we see a bunch of fighting. The rebellion forces doing this stuff over there. The soldiers of Kang manning defenses, and they get the bridge closed up, but the rebellion leader lady jumps into the frame from somewhere up. I don't know from where. I'm pretty sure there's nothing above them unless it's something really high and she can jump really big. I don't know. And hey, remember Quaz? Remember the telepathy guy? He's here because she beats them up. It's like, tell me the bridge code. It's like, I don't gotta tell the bridge code. And then the telepathy guy, Quaz, is like, it's 185 whatever the shit. So he's like, oh damn. And then they open the bridge. And it's really weird because they show the battle and it looks like the rebellion peeps are already everywhere across the city, even though they just arrived. There's like this 2 big bridges you see, and there's like shooting everywhere. There's multiple people. It's like, how many? What? How did that happen? How much time has passed? Pretty sure it was like 20 seconds, but apparently it was like 20 hours. I don't know. Did Bill Murray even show up? Is he dead? Oh no, he died after his first scene. Yeah, he got squished by tentacle thingy.
Well, he got killed by Michael Douglas. Two of the 80s powerhouse actors
right
had a battle of the wits, and Bill Murray lost.
But yeah, it just looks like an hour already passed because they show these 2 long bridges, as I just said, and Then the other ones make the bridge they just closed up. They open it back up. They go over and they make the way across. And then, hey, remember Vab, the goop guy? Yeah, we have to pay off his whole joke, because he runs ahead and then he gets blasted to shit. And now he's because he's like, oh no, he's got shot. That's sad. It's like, no, he has a lot of holes, and he's like, I got holes. And he yells, and then he sucks in those 5 soldiers that were shooting him, and just disintegrates in their in his holes.
Yep.
And that happened.
Event this was a perfect example of this was a very high budget Rick and Morty sight gag.
And even Quaz is like, I didn't know he could do that.
Yeah.
And then they're just like, yeah, and then they run further and attack again. I don't know. It's just happened. And we just put that in there. I don't even know. It's just fucking silly. So this juice that makes you understand them also melts people? I guess so. Maybe the reason they don't have any holes is because it's very dangerous.
Yeah. People have holes often get fucked.
I guess the guy just knew that what would happen when he has a hole. He can just soak him in. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know what else to say. It's just comedy?
I suppose so. It was just it was like, wait, was he happy that he has a hole because now that he has a hole, he can do that ability and couldn't before? Or could he always do that? Wait. And he just gained the confidence to do it because he has a hole. And
so Jet just points out, if he doesn't have holes, how does he excrete the goo? That is a very good question.
I think it can just you can just scoop it right out of him.
Scoop it out of him.
Yeah.
Oh, just scoop a hole in him. He would be so happy, and then you die.
Well, no, but he's like made out of ooze, isn't he? So you just kind of like scoop a bit. Yeah, see, the puppies are freaking out about this one. But mostly because the chihuahua was trying to clean the poodle. The poodle's not having any of it.
Not having any of it.
Rocky.
And yeah, Ant-Man is just kind of running around, crushes things with reckless abandon. He doesn't know if there's civilians that live here, but spectacle. Don't think. Woo! Crashings. Wow. And hey, you might wonder, hey, what's Kang doing this whole time? He should be here, taking lead, you know, with all his crazy powers. Like, nah, he's just watching and sees him approach and tells him to start the machines and shoot him more with laser guns. I mean, like, can't you just, like, you know, use some of your abilities? Like, can you were able to stop the normal one with, like, a finger. How about you use, like, 2 fingers on Big Ant-Man? 3 even. Or a whole hand. A whole hand.
Yeah.
Imagine.
2 hands.
2 hands. Whoa. But no, he's just chilling.
He's like the kind of guy we would have 2 feet too.
I mean, if I would be Kang, I was like, oh, stop the machine real quick. I'm gonna take care of these weirdos real quick.
Superheroes.
And just crush them. Because remember, I beat so many Avengers. This is just Ant-Man. Yeah. Not having that. He's just waiting for him to destroy his machine. So yeah. They have like this crazy turret shooting at him. Scott finds something to shield himself with, gets closer. But in the meantime, Cassie has to deal with Modoc. And he sees her dad stopping one of the floaty things that create the shield around the Kang machine. And I don't know. He just holds it in place. I don't know why he just doesn't step through it and just punches the machine in the middle. He just kind of...
I honestly think it was just because they wanted to use some sort of Captain America iconography of him like holding the shield. And
I was actually surprised they didn't mention he didn't mention Captain America while he was doing that.
Yeah,
it's like
I
such
think
a
like,
cheap thing they would go for.
Maybe that was the writers even saying, hey, even this is a little on the nose to the point that we don't have to actually say it. Like, people will get it. People will understand that guy who we've already established has like sort of fanboys out over Captain America and like has been since Civil War. Him having a moment where it's like, hey, I got to hold a circular shield and like, I don't know. I think I got the impression that was intentionally supposed to be a Captain America reference.
Yeah, probably.
It almost seems like maybe the writers didn't, because I'm so used to them saying like, "Hey, get what we're doing here."
Yeah. Like someone in chat is pointing out, why can't we just have small stakes anymore? Why would you need to have a new Ultraverse Infinity ending shit? Stop
Yeah.
it. I don't care. Yeah, I feel ya. That's it. Yeah, I hate it. So yeah, Kang is not doing anything. He's just kind of watching it unfold. Yeah, Cassie runs for big old Daddy-O, but gets stopped by Modoc because he destroys the path she's on and just kind of crushes it. And again, instead of using his rocket pads and lasers on her right after, he opts for his saw blade thingies and rushes towards her. And she has one of these growing discs still left over, puts it in her suit and goes bigger, and she punches him right in the face. And you get like the whole slow-mo face punch thing. And yeah, he's out.
also something they do a lot in the Marvel movies now.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, look at this slow motion. We can show the skin on the face like bending in a weird way. Yeah. And I bet there's going to be a sound like while it's happening. Right?
So you would think, as the mega killing machine, right? It's like, oh, now I'm gonna go back and use all this other firepower, so I don't have to get close to this teenager with big strong hands and giantism disc blades going on. No, he instantly tries the blades again, and she dodges them easily because they're not very fast. And she grabs the ropes they're attached to, and he gets absolutely shafted. He just gets smashed around like Hulk did with Loki back in the day, and that's it. He lost. That's Modoc. Modoc lost. And he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Come, let's finish this." And she's like, "Darren, stop! You're embarrassing yourself. Just stop being whatever this is." And I'm just like, "What? What's happening?" And
like like even just saying his name is bizarre. Like you're like, wait, why are you acting like you're his friend?
Yeah,
that like is always like he's the person who tried to kill you in your room when you were 6. You mentioned that earlier in this movie.
Yeah, and I'm already like, it's like, huh? And then Modoc, or I should probably say he's Darren now. He's not Modoc anymore. Says, "Well, I don't know what to be. Tell me what to be." I was like, what is happening? What? And then she just says, "I don't know, just don't be a dick." And he's like, "It's too late, look at me. I'm such a dick." And then she says, "It's never too late to stop being a dick." And then she runs away. And I was like, what did I just watch?
I guarantee you the person who was writing this was like stroking themselves off while it like they thought they just hit narrative gold. That's or like literature gold. It's like, yeah, it is never too late to stop being a dick, isn't it? People are gonna be saying that to each other in the streets. That's like, oh my, no, that's the kind of line that a 14-year-old would write in a short story.
Why does Darren have a character arc in here? Was it actual dialogue? It was paraphrased, but it was pretty close.
No, that it is almost exactly that. It's never too late to stop being a dick is the thing she says to him as he walks away, and it is called back later.
Oh yeah. He's not done yet.
Yeah.
If you thought this was cringe, oh boy, the cringe is just started. Because the whole Modoc thing. So yeah, if you had a Darren redemption arc on your bingo card for this year, good job. I'm proud of you. I don't know why you would have, but we get it. We got it right here, and we're not done yet. Because we can't just have those. We can't just have evil men being evil men from back in the day. They need a redemption arc of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, like, also you could so easily have him be like, I don't know, like, what you think I can be at this point.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, just like your dad mutated me. Like, how long ago was it now? It was supposed to be like 10 years ago, I guess.
Yeah, really? Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. She's probably about like 16, 17 or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and she was 6 at the time. So, like, I mean, he was really like, no, 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 you don't get it. I've been wanting to kill you and your father for the last decade, and I hate you. You ruined my life, and I'm now a deformed giant head with like stubby arms and legs. I'm not just gonna decide to not be a dick. I'm not being a dick. I fucking hate you and I want to murder you. That's not being a dick. That's something a couple tiers above dick on the
Yeah.
scale of this person is a problem because they're directing that energy at me. You can deal with a dick. Someone could be a dick to you and you can just ignore them.
Yeah.
If someone is trying to murder you, that's a slightly different issue.
With a suit that has lasers attached to it as well. It's like, yeah, no, you're a bit
Generally
more of a
don't-
dick. You're just a bit,
Yeah.
you're a psycho, and I hope you
You
die.
generally don't solve the murderous psycho problems with Darren. Gosh,
Ah,
stop being such a dick.
You're such a dick.
I really just look at yourself. You're being such a dick.
Just
How
have a
about
s-
you just not be a dick?
You're such a, if
Why
you,
don't you try that?
you're such a dick when you're hungry. You have a Snickers.
It's never too late to stop being a dick. Just every time you're curious, just look in the mirror and tell yourself that. It's brilliant. Trust me, I say it every day. It really seems like that kind of writing to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
it really
if anyone
does.
else is processing this differently and I'm just being super unfair to it, feel free to let me know. But I couldn't believe what I was seeing during
It's
that
insanity.
exchange.
It's nutty.
I was like, they must like, I don't know if they had test screenings where just people were like busting a gut laughing at that and just thought it was hilarious. So they're like, yeah, we should keep that in. Because
Yeah.
all I can think is like, man, I just think if you cut that whole Modoc thing out, like just have it be that when she punches him and he flies off, that's just it. He never comes back. I think that probably would have been better.
No.
Sometimes a bad guy can just be defeated. You know, they don't all need Metal Gear Solid boss soliloquies after death. I don't know if that's an obscure reference for you, but the Metal Gear Solid bosses generally, when you defeat them, they will have a monologue of sorts where they tell their story.
Very long monologue, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. What do we do? Oh yeah. Scott is still trying to stop Kang, but he got yeeted away from that shield thingy because it was too powerful. So they have the glorious idea to shrink down Ant-Man, use Wasp's flying velocity to throw him at full force while she's flying in the direction of that shield, then turn into a real big boy again, and then just kick the shield, and that just works instantly. It just turns off, which just makes it crash, and the machine is broken.
Yep.
How very climatic. That was very interesting. I loved it. It wasn't lame at all. I mean,
Yeah,
it just worked.
Super lucky that that giant ball of energy that the shield was creating seemed to not be dangerous to Ant-Man at all.
Yeah, and now Kang is just like flumed over. Everyone inside gets yeeted. And then Cassie arrives, and they just hug, and it's like, oh, it's so wholesome. It's like, oh, it's like I'm hugging Godzilla. And
Yeah, you know what was hilarious? Because of the way they shot this movie, that it's all in like
it didn't
the volume
even
green-
look like
yeah, I
they
know.
were big the first
Like
time.
I thought it
until
was
they-
so weird the way she delivered the line. She's like, "Dad," and like I was like, "Wait, what the hell?" And then
Yeah.
he's like, "Cassie," and I was like, "Are they speaking in slow motion even though they're not in slow motion right now? Is
Yeah.
that what's happening?" And then he's like, "I feel like I'm hugging Godzilla." I was like, "Oh, they're big."
I had the same
I was like, they're still big.
experience.
I was like, I kind of thought that they would have shrunk down after finishing the thing, and because like the movie looks the same whether they're big or small, when it's just two big size characters speaking to each other with a purple bullshit background of some kind. You know, like
Yeah.
it's I don't really clue in at all. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I
guess.
had the exact same experience until they mentioned
I was like,
it.
well, I
It's
guess I'll forgive her
oh,
for that line delivery then,
they're
because
big. That's why. But yeah, it's like
I was just like,
"Ah."
"Shit, this girl can't act at all." And then I was like, oh, she's just pretending to be big. I guess maybe Peyton Reed didn't know what to say to be like, I don't know, say dad, but like you're big.
Yeah,
Fuck it. Just
it's like,
pretend you're speaking emotion.
like, oh, I love you, Peanut. I'm so proud of you. Blah 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 blah. And then they turn to normal size again.
Yeah.
Then there's some more rebellion stuff going on. They're on the way to the tower. Kang's station is completely borked. And Jen says, "It's over." And Kang says, "Oh, you still can't see it. It's never over." And then you have this really odd scene where he just turns to the side, and I'm pretty sure, unless it was a weird lighting thing, there was a tear coming down his side from his eye.
Oh, was there?
I think so.
Oh,
but I don't know what to make of that.
Kang or Scott?
Kang.
I think it was for Kang. I realized that I do think I saw that tear.
Yeah, but I don't know what to
and
make
it
of
seemed
that.
to go along a similar line to where he has those kind of scars on his face.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if those are supposed to be tears that turn into scars or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. He was crying for some reason.
Yeah, I legit have no idea what to make of that one. I really don't. If it's like, oh man, now I have to kill people or something, which I don't think is a problem for him. Because I don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. Or sweat. Maybe it was sweat, but it just looked so.
It does
look
look
like a tear. So I was very confused. I legit don't know what to make of it. Open to suggestions, but I'm just like, I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. But now now that everything is fucked up and broken, he finally decides to descend from his platform, his little station. It floats down, and he just fucking starts shooting motherfuckers left and right. He just obliterates everyone super easy. He has this laser, everyone who just touches just goes poof. They just die instantly. It's like, yeah, probably should have started that earlier, because he comes down there, he's just ripping ass. Like, he just kills so many people. He just goes like, bzzz. Then there's like Solar Head Man who shoots his laser, and he just kind of controls the laser and shoots it back in blue, and that makes his head explode, and he's like, oh, he's dead. And then the rebellion lady throws her spear, and he just kind of stops it with one finger with his telekinesis stuff.
Yeah, I actually like that. I thought that was all right. Like, I mean, I think it's the idea of a villain with telekinesis. I'm like, yeah, that'd be scary.
Yeah.
Telekinesis is one of those abilities that it's like, ooh,
Yeah,
it's not very easy to hurt someone that has telekinesis if they're good with it, because you kind of can't touch them with anything.
Yeah. And yeah, it just makes the rebellion retreat single-handedly. And just like, wow, you could have done that so long ago, but you just waited, huh?
Yeah.
You just waited a very long time. Don't even need to
Like,
use
I
all the
almost
other
want to
crazy
turn into
powers.
one of the like Marvel shield channels and be like, see, what you're not understanding, Pendle, is that he just was arrogant and he thought that his soldiers would be able to take care of it for them. Why would he reduce himself to going to fight that battle himself?
Okay.
It's like, I mean, because it will be super fucking easy for him, and ultimately it's his empire that's about to be overthrown if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Is my answer to that shill person. Straw man who I've created, defeated handily.
Where was I? Oh yeah, so he's absolutely killing them, and then the rebellion all run away. But the Ant-Man, the Wasp, and other Ant-Man and woman, Cassie. Cassie's suit does the same thing than Scott's suit does, so I don't even know if she gets like an upgrade that does anything different. But she basically does the same thing that Scott does. So we got Ant-Man, the Wasp, and Cassie. They're here to face him, I guess. And they're like, we're gonna stop you. And then they fight them, but they just get absolutely annihilated again. Like, they have no chance at all. And Kang even points out, man, I've done all this before. Rebellions, whatever, it doesn't matter. I killed so many Avengers, there's no chance for them. And he even says that because you only talk to ants. Why could you think you beat me? And now, Chekhov's ants have been fired. Because the ants are here. Hank is finally back. And he got the ants with him. And they absolutely shred everything apart. It's so many ants, it's insane. Like, if you ever played EDF, triple that. It's so many
I was
ants.
actually thinking, it looks to me like someone that has a really good Zerg force in a game of StarCraft.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, my turrets mean nothing.
Yeah.
Here's like,
so many
ants.
And I don't know, this is how he gets beat. There's so many ants. Kang gets surrounded by a bunch of ants. He puts up his shield. The thing is, he doesn't even use his lasers against the ants, even though they all come in a straight line in the beginning. So he pretty annihilated a lot of them. You also see in the flashbacks there's like this really big AoE attack he can use. He doesn't even use that. He just goes straight into defense shield mode. And yeah, just instant defense. Yeah, I don't know. He just doesn't even put up a fight. So he's like in his defense mode this whole time. And yeah, you know what happens next? Darren comes and saves the day. Fucking Darren, dude. He comes back, he's like, my name is Darren, and I'm not a dick. And then he uses that charge up move he used earlier in the movie to destroy the ship that Hank used. And for some reason, that's strong enough to break to break the shield he's on. And now Kang just gets dragged by the ants, and they're eating away his armor, and he just drags him with them, and he doesn't put up a fight at all. He's just like, ah.
And I honestly kind of thought that was the end of him too. I was like, is that seriously how they're killing this guy?
I mean, the way he dies the other way is not that much better, but
no, it's not. But I was a little bit blown away. I was like, wait, so this Kang is not is he just not the Kang that is the one who's going to be the big threat? And
yeah, remember how we established it? Oh, he destroys timelines. He's so evil and powerful. As like, what is his actual power level? Like, I don't believe he's just getting destroyed by these ants. And it's not even ants that have like powerful lasers or something. It's just a Zerg Rush ant force that gets to him and just gets dragged around.
They do have
they have like armor on or something.
Component. Well, they've got like a little like lightning beam, like a laser beam that goes between their two antennae.
Okay.
And so I think it basically kind of becomes almost like a plow, like a plow that just burns things and disintegrates them. But it seemed like that wasn't burning Kang up. But I guess think of it like if all of them had like a lightsaber in their teeth.
Right, okay. But yeah, he doesn't even put up a fight. His shield gets broken and he just gets dragged away. He doesn't use his lasers. He doesn't use his AoE attack that we've seen in the flashbacks. Yeah. He doesn't use his
the cool repulsor one that I was like, yeah, that looked pretty badass when he did that and like knocked Janet back with it. But
also the fact that he just didn't kill Ant-Man and the Wasp and Cassie instantly when they fight him. Like, remember how he froze Janet in place? He just kind of yeets them around and doesn't kill them instantly for some reason, even though he's way beyond letting them live now. But we just get the plot armor. Good old plot armor. We just get it. And yeah, Darren basically sacrifices himself to get Kang sorted. And yeah, basically the big fight here is over. Like, the rebellion basically won now because of the ants. They just kind of swarmed over the fucking city and just yeeted everything. And it's time for cringe overload chat. I'm sorry. Because Darren / Modoc, he's still alive. And I hate this scene so much. It's so shit. So, you know how he just helped save the multiverse and probably helped millions of people? Forget how dumb this is that it is actually here. He's
here though. We've made it here.
We made it here. He actually did the right thing. He helped them defeat Kang. And so he lies there, having helped for some reason, because Cassie told him not to dig. And he says that, hey, Scott, you were always like a brother to me. And says, oh, at least I'll die an Avenger. And everyone, the way they look at him, was like, yeah, man, sure. Oh, this is awkward. And Darren, like, strokes Scott's face and pukes blood and gross stuff. And they're all just kind of grossed out what is happening. And then he dies. And it has, like, the sad music playing and everything. And then the only reaction that we get is Scott saying, man, a lot has happened today. And then they just move on.
Yeah.
You just saw someone die, and you just made a fucking joke out of it.
Saving your life.
He saved your life. He saved so many people. And just made a joke out of it. It's not fitting to the tone. This was probably Cassie's first close-up encounter with death, by the way.
Yeah. And a person who only saved their life because she talked him into it with a cringe line.
Yeah.
Like, so technically she should be like, oh, yeah, I mean, he did the right thing because of me, and he's now dead. He gave his life for me because I convinced him to do the right thing.
Yeah.
She fucking Luke Skywalker Return of the Jedi him.
Yeah, and then
And it's just like, oh, well, yeah, he thinks he's an Avenger? Fucking dumbass.
what a dumbass. Come on, man.
Yeah, good thing he's dead.
Yeah. He thinks
Wanna
he
spit
redeemed
on him?
himself. Pff, loser. It's like,
He's
what?
bald, too. Look at him. It's like how hard are you gonna kick this guy when he's down, man? He spent the last 30 years being a deformed head floating around on a little, you know, arm and leg body. I don't even know what to call it. And
Yeah.
and died saving your life. And your reaction to it is, thinks he's an Avenger.
What a
God.
loser. Pff,
Yeah.
Cringe.
Dumbass. Thinks
This
that's
seems
all
like-
it takes? Dying to save the world? Jeez.
This scenes like this that coined the term Marvel humor. Like, it's shit. It's just this awful shit, and I hate it. This is why we don't say bad Marvel humor. It's just because this is what we mostly get these days in the current phases, where it's misplaced humor that just destroys some dumbass scene that's supposed to be serious, but then you're like, haha, you bleed cheese. I was like, oh,
The literary
cool.
term for it, I believe, is bathos, as like Bathos, as opposed to pathos.
Okay.
Pathos, Pathos. Pathos is feeling the emotions that you're supposed to be feeling at that time, and I think bathos is like subverting that emotion with like a joke in a serious moment, or a really
Mhm.
serious thing happening in a moment that you think is a joke. Like, but yeah, I think the Marvel people love it a lot,
Oh, yeah.
too much. And I think a big part of it, and I don't know, I might actually be stealing this from Gary just through osmosis, like Jared Roddick, just because my wife is his producer, so I hear a lot of Gary stuff. But the idea that that I'm trying to think of how I was gonna assert this point, because now I think I screwed up my train of thought.
Oh, dang it. That's fine.
But yeah, the idea that you can't just let a serious moment be serious. Oh, okay, now I remember. Because these movies get focus tested to death.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a group of like, okay, so what about this movie was fun? Okay, let's all the things that people say were fun, good. Okay, people like those. What about things that were losing you, were boring? And then they tick off, oh, well, I mean, I don't know, this one wasn't very funny, I guess. Like, I only laughed couple times, it was like a lot of Marvel movies like Guardians of the Galaxy are like really funny, and I feel like this one, I don't know, like I laughed like once, and then they go into reshoots and they're like, okay, now definitely we gotta do a bunch of reshoots and throw in a bunch of jokes, so every time there's a serious moment, let's think of a way that we can throw a little bit of levity in there too, because we don't want people being too sad. It's a Marvel movie, it's fun. We gotta make sure that we've got people laughing and wanting to come back and telling all their friends to. And I don't think they realize it's like, yeah, but the sad emotions that we get from watching a good film, or like, inspiring ones, so like ones that might be happy but might not necessarily be funny. Like there are plenty of positive emotions that aren't humor. And that's not to say that humor's bad. And I think that a movie that has zero humor is generally not great. And like, depending on what the subject matter would be, but usually it helps if there's a few moments where you can laugh in a movie that even is otherwise serious. But once you start getting to the point that you cannot have a serious moment that actually holds on to its impact and doesn't do a little flip turn before it cuts to another scene, I think like you've got a serious problem. And I really think that Marvel should be, or like the studio should be really thinking about how they run their focus testing, even if they want to survive through a fifth phase, never mind into a sixth or beyond. Because like now we're even like, this is the first of the Rotten Critic tomato scores for like Marvel in a while, where it's like, hey, even the shills tend to agree that this one is like sort of bad. and maybe they don't want to be seen as the people being like, yeah, Ant-Man Quantumania is actually really good, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting review bombed. It's like, no, this is the one that they're saying is bad. So next we got Guardians of the Galaxy, might be pretty good. After that, the Marvels.
I don't know, man. Like,
Wouldn't be surprised, I
Guardians 3 is
suppose.
like
But
the last one I'm like actually thinks like this might actually be
yeah.
a movie.
I think for me though, thinking about the ones that they have on the horizon, I think for me going to see a Marvel movie in the theater, I think Guardians 3 is it. Like I don't even think an Avengers movie coming out. I can't tell me what the Avengers lineup is. It's like, okay, who am I actually going to see? Because are you gonna name 2 characters that I care about?
No.
Because honestly, I think if you can name 2 that are actually going to be in the next Avengers movie that I care about more than not at all, I will be literally impressed.
Yeah.
Like I will be like,
I don't
oh
really
wow,
care about any of the characters so far. I only want to see.
I mean, you can maybe see Spider-Man. I'd be like, okay, but Spider-Man also counting Spider-Man as an Avenger is weird. Like Spider-Man is not a team superhero generally. He tends to work with teams. Like it'll often be, hey, the X-Men featuring Spider-Man or Avengers featuring Spider-Man, but it's not like I think actually Spider-Man was on the Fantastic Four for a little bit, and that was a bit strange because there were 5 of them. And but they didn't want to change the name. But anyways, my point is like, who else? Hulk, I don't know. Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, I'm not sure. Thor, well, I hated Love and Thunder, so I don't know that Thor is going to be the one that's going to make me be like, okay, yeah, cool, I'm in. It's like if you told me they were never doing another Thor story, I'd be like, okay. I mean, I don't care really.
I mean, we didn't have any good Thor movies directly, at least not the amazing ones. I like the Ragnarok one. But
I like Falcon just fine. I don't really like him as Captain America though. I thought he was better just as the Falcon.
Yeah.
And Hawkeye, I guess, is Hawkeye still around or does he like retire at the end of his show? I didn't watch the show.
Who fucking knows?
Doctor Strange sucks now, clearly. So I probably would have put him on my list. Like, in fact, Multiverse of Madness was one of the ones that would have been on this list of, hey, MCU movies that I'll still go to see. I'll be like, yeah, I'll go see the next Doctor Strange and probably the next Guardians, but maybe that's it. Mm-hmm. And now I'm just like, yeah, I think Guardians is really the only one because I sort of don't care about any of these characters anymore. And the stakes of the universe are obviously not what I'm going for because what do they even mean anymore? Like what, you know?
I don't know.
So if not for the characters, then what? I think my answer is sort of nothing. I think I'm out.
That's actually a good point. Jeremy Renner might be done now that he had the accident.
Oh yeah, shit.
Probably not a lot he can do anymore, I'm afraid.
I mean, like, you can do stuff.
Yeah, but he's still gonna be out for a while.
It took me about 8 months. 8 months to get walking around again from wait, did he lose the leg or is it just he's?
I actually don't know if they had to amputated at the end.
I was under the impression he was getting an amputation, but like I mean sucks, but I hear you. I have one. If you guys don't know, MarcTheCyborg, not just a clever name. I have a below knee amputation on the right side, and I gotta say though, I'm not doing an MCU action movie anytime soon. Though.
No, so. He's not gonna be jumping around anytime soon. That's true. Yeah. Hey, we're in the ending stretch here. We almost did it. Yeah, Modoc is dead, and we made a big funny out of it. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
So now Janet is up there. It's like, guys, we're up here. I can open a portal. Go in there. So they kind of just go through there. It's like, hooray, we did it. But Kang is back, and Scott pushes Cassie inside, and he's in there and has to stop Kang after he got blasted with his last blaster shot, I guess. So I guess he just annihilated all these ants after all and then came back. Because I don't know why the ants would have let him go. He just appears here.
Well, obviously he was able to defeat them after they destroyed his Iron Man suit.
Right. So yeah, stop asking questions. I don't know, okay? They lost, I guess. Or just left.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess they got bored.
You got bored. It's like, I'm going to go back to my technocracy.
Communist utopia.
My communist utopia. I did my work for the day. I had to go home. So yeah, then they quote unquote fight. I think Scott gets like 2 punches in, but he gets mostly beaten the fuck out of him by Kang, because Kang is
Yeah.
vastly superior.
And honestly, I like Paul Rudd, but I gotta say this action scene is the worst performance of his entire career, at least from what I've seen.
Okay.
He cannot like his facial expressions are not built for intense emotional action scene with high stakes. Like just every time you look over at him, he seems like he's like kind of scrunching his face in a way that seems like he just like an old man who pulled his back. Like I don't know if I'm just being hard on him, but I was like, oh yeah, I don't believe that Paul Rudd has ever been in a fight.
Why is Kang fighting hand to hand if using his tech? So I think the idea is all the ants got rid of all of his suit
Yeah,
that
they
was
destroyed
functional,
it.
and he used the last shot to shoot at Scott this one time, and then it breaks. So I guess all his powers just come from the suit, and now he's just a strong fighter in his in itself. But yeah, and he beats the fuck out of Scott because he's overpowered hard. And then he just kind of gets pushed against the I guess the desk or the panel that has the core on it that's just running right now. And he tells him, well, you're gonna lose, Ant-Man. He's like, well, I don't need to win, I just need us both to lose. And then he takes a mixture of growth and shrink discs and puts them on the core, making it start to explode, but it actually takes like 2 more minutes until anything happens. So it all just kind of flumes
Which
around.
is all odd.
Yeah,
like
I
it
don't
was
know.
strange that because the discs, like the Pym particle discs, have never had any, I don't know, cast time. What would you call that?
Yeah, maybe you can maybe do the argument because it's shrinking and growing ones at the same time. They kind of work
Oh, they're
against
like
each other, maybe.
counterbalancing each other.
Yeah, because they kind of fuck up. This would actually, I guess so. And then it's like Kang's like, oh no, he's gonna break it. He just runs towards the portal, and then the wasp comes through and shoots her shoots him with the lasers. But for some reason she doesn't do like the rapid fire shooting. She goes like pew and pew and he just gets stumbled back every time. All the way to the core, like 3 or 4 shots, and he's like and then he gets knocked against it, and I think he shoots him once again, and then Scott punches him again into the core, and now he's kind of trapped on the core because he's getting sucked into the shrinking, growing thing at the same time. And then goes like, and then the core thing explodes. Kang gets exploded with it, and just it's GG. Kang is dead.
Yeah.
That's
Or I guess we assume. Who the hell knows?
well, they
I mean,
say in the after credit scene that they killed him, so I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah. I mean,
It doesn't mean
probably would
anything
have
in the
said the same
MCU. They
about Red
can,
Skull. Like, yeah,
yeah,
that's sort of what I mean. It's like I think
I
ultimately
gotcha.
if they find that the Council of Kangs, the We Was Kangs guy, aren't like compelling antagonists, they'll
Yeah.
just be like, okay, well,
So
the
yeah,
Exile found a way back, and he's pissed.
that was Kang for you. The Conqueror, Kang the Conqueror, got beat by the Ant-Man family.
Yeah.
Kang could have won like 5 times during this movie. As soon as he had the core, it should have been game over for them, but he was just looking around during the fight. He didn't leverage his powers at all. Like, he didn't use anything until his machine was already damaged, and then it was too late. Then he gets beaten up by the future ants, doesn't fight against them at all, basically. I don't even know where they. I already said it. I don't know where the ants even went. I don't know how he got out of the ant hold. But he gets up there, and then only because his suit got flumed up by the ants, he has to fist fight Scott. Wins, but then still loses because he pushes him at the breaking core, and then he just loses. Yeah, I don't know. Just punch him harder for once, and then go through the portal. There was just no way he should have lost. It's just no way.
Yeah.
The power levels are completely fucked once again. Like he tells us about all these cool powers he has. Oh, I'm gonna let you relive all these things. Doesn't do that. Freezes Janet once. Doesn't do that to them when he still has the suit. When he's just standing there. He doesn't disintegrate him with the lasers. It doesn't use it just doesn't just crush them like he does in the Cell. It's just hardcore plot armor. And yeah. I mean, it's just how lame. How fucking lame.
It's a very lame movie in general.
Because as you already said as well, Mark, it's like, yeah, I was kind of expecting Ant-Man to lose here, and then he gets to escape because it was way over his head, but he tried his best, and then he gets yeeted. But no, it's a win. It's a GG. Everyone survives of our cast. So yeah, that's it for this Kang. But don't worry, there's more Kangs where that one came from, I guess.
I gotta say, that did surprise me, though, because I really thought they were going to kill Michael Douglas. I was like, oh,
yeah.
How about that? He lived. Cool.
I expected someone to die. I mean,
it tends to be the way things go in, like, third movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something bad will happen to one of the characters' friends or whatnot. Ant-Man in No Way Home. I guess it was in Civil War, it would be Rhodey getting paralyzed.
Yeah.
Iron Man 3, it was...
I guess Modoc died. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah, Modoc died.
Poor Darren.
Jojo, I know you love the Mandarin. It's okay. Trevor Slattery can't hurt you now.
So, yeah, but then... Oh, no, they're trapped in here now because the portal went out. And then just kind of look over the scenery and they hear the rebellions like, yeah, rebellion, woohoo, we won. Not really trapped. We just cut to Cassie, who just presses a bunch of buttons and just opens another portal up. No problem.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. And then they go home.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that they might have stuck at him like, hey, Ant-Man and the Wasp are now the king and queen of the quantum realm because... yeah, there's no way back at this point. And we're like, no. Like, you don't even have to stay a day. Like, we're gonna open this up immediately.
Not even a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Well, because especially when it was bizarre to me, like when they're watching Kang get sucked into the core that's like imploding. I'm just like, okay, guys, yeah, you should probably turn around and run through that portal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're watching him die.
Really
but
wanted to make sure he doesn't do shenanigans. Okay.
I'd be like, okay, yeah, I would still probably stand like at the portal, just looking through it, and just be ready to body check him out if you absolutely have to. But
yeah.
Ultimately, I guess if he's getting sucked into the core, and once the core gets destroyed, the door is closing. It's like, well, I think problem solved, right? Like he's not. Is he going to be able to pull against the force of gravity that's like, I don't know, this multi-dimensional core thing that seems to, I don't know, who knows? Why do I even ask that question? I don't know the answer. They don't know the answer. It doesn't matter. It's just, well, that's not what we had happen in the movie, so we're not ever going to address that.
Yeah. But yeah, they won. GG, we won. No problem. Easy peasy. And then we have basically the same scene from the intro, but it's a little bit different. It's like, oh man, my life is so weird. I sailed the quantum realm and saved it, and I drank a guy with no holds. And man, this shit is so wacky. And he even goes to the Ruben store, and this is where he's like, I thought you were Spider-Man, but you're not. Ha 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 ha. Also, you're gonna have to pay now. That's your payoff for him being
yeah, you're Ant-Man, so this coffee that you get for free every day is now $12.
Yep.
And again, that's really kind of makes me think about the position that the people are in who are writing this. It's like, hey man, if you're going to a place where coffee is $12, I feel like you might be living in Hollywood land a little too much. I get that most normal people would be bothered by the concept of coffee at $12, which is true.
I
but you
paid
would
10 euro for a whole bag of coffee beans for my coffee
yeah,
machine.
like exactly. I think if you said $5, like if it was a $5 coffee, it's like $5. It's like all I get is a coffee.
Yeah.
He's like, or it's like, yeah, but you know, you got to pay for it. Be like, oh man, I was saving $5 a day. Then have him walk out with that. I think that would have been a lot more relatable than $12. It's like you've been going to a $12 a fucking coffee shop every day, and they've just been giving it to you.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's like shocking first world problems for writers who also threw in a reference to socialism. You know, it's like, oh, can you believe that we aren't socialists yet? Like our coffee costs us $12. It's like if you're ordering the $12 coffee, save your money, man. Make your own coffee at home.
Yeah.
And you won't need socialists.
And
You'll be able to afford healthcare.
yeah, and it's like he just goes around. It's like, oh man, wait, what if I cocked it up? Actually, killing Kang was the wrong thing, and now he's responsible for everyone dying here. He said something about coming. He's coming, and then just says, nah, it's actually fine. Stop asking so many questions. It's probably fine. Stop overthinking it. And it's like, okay. I don't know. Seems like a pretty reasonable concern to have. Maybe consult with the other ones. I hope he does. And yeah, they have a fake birthday party for Cassie because he missed some. And it's like, but some doubt remains. And then he has some of the cake that his old boss made, and it's shit. And that's how the movie ends.
Yeah, was the Baskin Robbins guy, was that Kevin Feige? He kind of looked like him. I don't know if he was him with like some makeup on or something.
No, I think that's the same guy from the first Ant-Man, actually.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think so. Then you have the mid-credit scene, which is the Council of Kangs, where they're like, oh, they killed the one Kang that we exiled. And they're kind of getting their hands on multiverse things. So we have waited long enough, so now we need to strike or something. And it's like, how many of us did you get? And it's like, all of them. And there's like a whole arena full of Kangs, basically.
Yeah,
I guess that's the threat now.
I just yeah, like I think like Dave in the chat just said, why were so many Kangs cheering and acting goofy? That's the part I didn't get. I was like, I feel like they're kind of stepping on their own reveal as like, this is the next level threat. And it's like a dude that's like, woo!
Yeah, the one like one in the foreground in the corner. I remember specifically. He's like the one other guy, like in his arms, goes like, "Yeah, Kangs!" It's like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell?
And like the Council of Ricks has this problem too, that they seem to have this style where it's like, yeah, it's this Council of Ricks, and they're all Rick Sanchez, or they're all Kang, or whatever you want it to be, but most of them are like clapping seals, and it's only like 5 of them that have personalities. And I've always been weirded out by like, where's the threat there?
Yeah.
If it's like, oh my god, there's gonna be a whole bunch of Kangs, so that super powerful villain we saw there with the suit and telekinesis and everything, yeah, these guys might have all of that or none of that. It doesn't really matter. But look at how much noise they're making. One of them's dressed like a fucking pharaoh. It's like,
whoa. Shit's crazy. Okay.
Oh, and by the way, the next post-credit scene is going to show one of them looking like Nietzsche or something.
Yeah, I guess this is like going to be the tie-in for Loki season 2. It's another Kang variant. I think his name is Victor Timely. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know the character. He might be popular in the comics. I've never heard him, but he apparently built like a machine that fucks with time, I guess. This is Loki season 2. Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, that's what the post-credit scene in this seems to directly set it up. In that there's Loki and Owen Wilson in old-timey America by the look of it, and it seems like it's 1800s or early 1900s America, but there's a black guy on a stage giving a presentation for something he invented, and no one seems to have a problem with it. So I think they're being loose with what the times would have been like if they're doing time travel. But I don't know. It's probably gonna be dumb anyways. Like, that's the thing. Like, I have so much trouble caring about any of this anymore.
Oh, like, if I wouldn't be covering those online, I would probably not watch them anymore, for sure. Yeah. And I definitely wouldn't. I would, use my time differently. But now I just watch them, cover them, and enjoy those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, and there is some value in that.
Yeah. So yeah, I just have a hard time even figuring out what was the theme of this movie. What was the theme?
I don't know.
Consequences? Dealing with
I
your
guess
consequences?
maybe
Don't be a lazy book writer.
just because you're maybe like
Ants are socialists. I don't know.
being an author isn't a real career and you're not doing anything with your life. Like, but yeah, I don't know.
Don't be a dick.
I don't really know.
I guess that was one.
Not wanting to. Wait, don't they kind of say something to the effect of just because these problems aren't happening to you doesn't mean they're not happening or something like that?
That's all the way in
Not
the beginning.
only concerning yourself with problems that directly affect you, maybe.
But we don't follow up on that like at all. We just,
I mean, I honestly don't think that's fantastic advice.
But I know what you mean. Because especially in this,
I think actually most people would probably do better to focus more on the problems that directly affect them and less on the problems that don't.
Theme keeping vital info to yourself is a bad idea, Janet. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any value to be gotten from this movie. I mean, the only thing that comes close-ish is when Cassie is like, "We need help," and Scott almost saying like, "Wait, we don't know if these are the good guys," but he just says like, "No, we need to find friendos first, and then we can see what we can do." Don't cheat on your husband, Janet.
Yeah, seriously. X-ray girl.
But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's a very stupid and bad movie. And yeah, exactly. I agree. And yeah. I mean, it's been almost 5 hours. It was only us two.
Jeez, we were talking for that long about Ant-Man.
We did. I kind of expected
and like we didn't even structure any major things, so it kind of makes you think when people say, "Oh, they can't possibly be saying anything important if they were talking longer than the movie itself." Again, we fired that off without even trying.
Yeah, didn't even try. And I'm sure there's lots more tisms to be had. But yeah.
Well, I luckily get to tap out of them. I guess you got to go in for round 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, but at least I can step back for a bit and just play some video while the other ones talk a bit. But that's that for us. I think we did pretty well. I think we did the good thing. We did good. We did good.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun stuff.
It was nice knowing that sitting through that Ant-Man movie, I was gonna have someone to talk to. Man, I would have had a rough time dealing with that one alone. Like with Multiverse of Madness, I saw that with X-Ray Girl, and she's like, "Yeah, it was kind of bad, but I don't really know anything about this universe, so I don't really care." I'm like, "Oh my god!" I kind of need to talk to someone about this because you don't understand how terrible that was and how much it angered me.
5-hour Forge. So wait, EFAP is 18 hours then? Dude, it's gonna be a long it's gonna be a long one for sure. I kind of expect that. But yeah, hey, let's go for some super chats. There've been some super chats along the way. Go read them flim flams. Let's see, it's $5 from Guardian. Working at the theaters right now, and most Orioli walk out of Ant-Man looking dead inside. I guess most people. Was that supposed to be? I guess there was a typo there. People makes more sense. Yeah, it wasn't a lot of laughs in the movie. There was just a couple of chuckles. But that's about it. I think the guy next to me was like, oh, when Modoc's face showed up. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, there were some groans when that happened, and it honestly made me smile a little.
Yeah.
Oh, I think X-Ray Girl's going for a bathroom break because both the puppies just ran away. Bye, puppies.
See ya. Good $5 from Gran Darkfang. Kang, the 31st century conqueror from the We Was Kang's council, was defeated by ants. Lamau. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it was future ants. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's man. Look, he's such a threat, and it's like, no, actually, Ant-Man beat him. Ant-Man and family. Let's see, it's £2 from Andrew Matthews. Which is better, Hi-Fi
Hey,
Rush
Andrew.
or Ant-Man? I only played a little bit of
Hi-Fi
Hi-Fi
Rush.
Rush, and it's Hi-Fi Rush by a long, long
Yeah.
mile.
Yeah, it's a good, fun game.
It's two buckaroonies from Taylor Ramirez. How much will it take for you to play the second game? I guess that's for The Last of Us. Oh, I'm gonna play both of them if I go through them. I'm gonna play them back to back. It's gonna be like
Yeah,
a
I'm
whole
debating
stream
replaying
arc.
debating replaying the second one just so I have my arguments against it in check. Because especially the thing now that I like the show,
Right.
I'm going to have to really be certain about my criticisms about the second one. And not by certain I don't mean like I'm not sure about them, but I have my arguments locked down
Mm-hmm.
because I just know there's going to be people like, well, if you didn't like this that happened in the show, then why do you say that? Or if you like this that happened in the show, why didn't you like The Last of Us 2 because this happened there? And I feel like my instinct will be like, I know there's a reason, but I'm probably
Mm-hmm.
going to have to refresh myself to think about it.
Right.
I'm in a bit of a quandary about it though, because I absolutely hated my first time playing that game.
Didn't hear a lot of good things about it. Yeah, this is
It was not.
gonna be a whole
I enjoyed
odyssey for me.
replaying the original though. I just played the PS4 version of the original on my stream using a PS5, and it runs very well. Still
Nice.
plays quite well. I don't think you need to spend $70 on the quote remake necessarily. I'm gonna try that one though when it comes out on PC.
Okay.
See if mouse keyboard controls makes the combat better than bad. Because I don't even think the first one has good combat. Everybody, I
Mm.
think Naughty Dog is not so great with the shooting controls.
Clown sticks.
Yeah.
Right. There's another five buckaroos from Gran. Metal. Never underestimate how stupid people can be. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You still get surprised sometimes. Okay. Just can't do the thingy. Uh, and we got five buckaroonies from James. Stealing a cop car would be incredibly bad. There's plenty of police equipment, not to mention firearms as well. If not stealing, it'd be for destroying it. Yeah, absolutely. Uh, it's yeah, you just go straight back to jail. Like, oh, you stole that? You could do it right here. All right, well, back in you go.
Yeah, like
Uh,
if she says, "Well, that's just a toy cop car that I got," it's like, "Well, we know that's not true because we know who your father is. Like, do you
yeah.
think we were just gonna not be able to figure out who you are? We're the police. Your father's a celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
He lives in this town. Of course, we know who he is."
I think Scott even points out, like, you shrunk your cop car? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? uh, Now 10 buckaroonies from James. It's Disney standards. It's Disney standard to constantly shit on dads. His whole motivation in Ant-Man is his daughter and why they hit Strange World, a pretty good animated movie that's about dads and generational trauma. Yeah, that's like this weird thing for sure, where it's like, oh, look at those dads, those silly buggers. How dare they try to be good parents?
It's I guess probably writers around my age who learned the wrong lessons from The Simpsons.
Gotcha. Mm.
You grow up seeing a lovable buffoon dad, and you think, "Oh, I should write a dad." They're all buffoons, right?
Uh,
No, there was another word.
yeah. We got two Canadian dollar reviews, I think is CA dollar, I'm pretty sure. From Sparks. Look at your likes occurred viewers. Good job, people. Well, that's been a while ago, but it's 180 to 130. So that's pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, pretty good.
Then we got another super chat by Grand Darkfang. $50 this time. Maybe the reason the ants showed up despite not being the same ants from 1,000 years ago is because tales of their great benefactor, Hank Pym, inspired the ants of the future, and the idea of being apart from him only made the heart grow fonder. Yeah, you know what? Sure. It's a better reason than what the writers could probably give you.
This kind of reminds me of the Futurama episode where Bender has the like tiny society living on him. You ever see that? He's like floating in space, and then Yeah, I think like he gets hit by like a little meteor,
Hmm.
like a pebble, and then it turns out there was like some bacteria on it that evolves at a rate that's faster than time is moving just because they are so small, and he ends up having a whole society on his abdomen, and then a whole other society develops on his ass, and they have a nuclear war.
Oh wait, what's that episode from again?
Futurama.
Future. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that episode. Yeah, because it sounded familiar. For some reason, I was thinking of South Park when you said that. But I was like, no, that's not right.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good, and I think that they have a real like I don't know like if anyone here is religious or not. I'm kind of agnostic for the record, but there's a neat, kind of a neat line about the universe being that is, I guess you could say, implied to be God. In it, he says that the interesting thing about being a deity is that if you're doing things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. And I was like, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Another $5 from Gran. Socialism is dead. They have a queen. It's a monarchy. Yes, it's a fair point actually. We got $2 from Jose Gonzalez. Is that true, Krang? Are you a little conqueror? You little conqueror? Good stuff. And we got one more here. It's from Archangel, $20. Couldn't catch this live, so we'll catch later. But happy Friday. Have monies. I did have the monies. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, it's Friday.
That. Yeah, I think that's those ones. Very nice. Thank you very much for the super chats. Much appreciated. Yeah, Mark, you got anything going on? Anything to shill?
I guess so. Yeah, if you go to flagranttriggers.com and you click on the collections tab and find Mark the Cyborg, you can get the independent movie I made called Fear the Reaper. It's on DVD and it's region 1 only, but if you buy it, we send you a digital copy link as well. And other than that, I stream on Rumble, rumble.com/MarcTheCyborg. And I will be back on YouTube in March because I've been streaming on Rumble for the last 6 months on a contract, and February is the last month of my contract, so I can return to the YouTube.
Oh, there you go. Those links are all below. They're all down there. Go click them, or I'll find you.
Thank you, everybody. Also, I'm Cyborg Mark on Twitter. I actually looked up earlier yesterday, just trying to find my own Twitter account in like an incognito window, basically at work.
Yeah.
And I don't have Mark the Cyborg, the @Mark the Cyborg. Someone else has it. Who the last time he tweeted was from 2009. It's astonishing how many people have tagged him and stuff that they were trying to get hold of me. Because I looked at that guy's mentions like, holy shit! I was like, there's a bunch of stuff for me here. But yeah, I'm at Cyborg Mark on Twitter, everybody. That's Mark with a C as well. Because that guy stole my name in 2009.
Bastard. But yeah, as for me, now that I'm not down with the coup anymore, I feel actually pretty good right now. Probably like one more big sleep tonight, and I should be back in the rhythm. Cause yeah, I started with the Last of Us Forges, but it kind of got a little pause there. So yeah, over the next week, you'll probably get a couple of more Forges where I try to catch up to the current episodes. So you get those coverages, all on my lonesome, all me baby. Because I really like The Last of Us. It's good stuff. Then, of course, in a couple of days, Atomic Heart releases. And
yeah,
that's going to be a fortune that you got to join on that as well, Mark. I'm pretty sure you agree to that.
Yep.
And John did agree as well. John CJG. I'm going to have to remind him maybe because it's been a while. I don't know if this is going to be on Friday or a Sunday. It kind of depends how long the game takes to beat. I think I heard it's like 25 hours or something along those lines.
Yeah, I should be okay to finish it for either. I am just going to be streaming most of it, but I'm like I get injections in my legs every 6 months, or my leg, sorry, just the one that's got half of it cut off, so that I don't sweat inside my liner. And
Okay.
after I get them, I can't wear my leg for 3 days. But the upside to that is I've got the perfect excuse to just stay home and play video games.
Well,
and
there you go.
yeah, it's the 21st, and Atomic Heart comes out on the 20th. So
Well, it comes out on the 21st for me, I think.
Oh, really? I think
think
it's
so.
20th year. I don't know if that's
I mean, I
just
just
it might be a worldwide exact same time deal,
yeah,
and
maybe. I mean,
it
you
could
can
be
just
like
look
in the
on.
evening for me and just after midnight for you or something like that.
I could just check. Yeah, it's on my Game Pass. It says 21st. So it maybe just releases like somewhere at night
Well,
for me
yeah,
or
I
something.
guess it's a European game though, so it being the midnight of the 21st and then that being the 20th still for me does make a bit of sense, I guess.
Yeah. We want to get it, but I want to make sure it works first. Well, I have it on Game Pass, so I'm kind of lucky.
Yeah, Game
Can
Pass
just
is the
check it
move,
out.
but if you're on Steam, just set a watch with 90 minutes on it, and you can play any game on Steam. And as long as you haven't played for longer than 2 hours, you can refund it.
That's
So
true. Yeah, I can always
that
try
would be the
that.
move I would say. And if you have the where I really recommend to do that is if your computer is getting a little long in the tooth, like if you haven't upgraded anything at all in say like 6 years, probably a good idea to buy games with the intention of being like, hey, I'm gonna set a timer for 90 minutes, and if
Yeah,
this thing runs like absolute trash, I'm just gonna return it. You can do that and just say, yeah, my computer can't run this well, and Valve will never give you an issue on it. You just got to not play for longer than 2 hours,
right.
or you have to redeem it within 2 weeks. So don't keep it for longer than 14 days.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
What time does EFAP start tomorrow? I think it's just normal EFAP time. So basically, whenever this started today, that's when EFAP should start. I haven't heard anything else, so I assume that's how it starts. Pretty much. But yeah,
Everyone should watch the Jensen Ackles commercial that just came out for Atomic Heart 2. It is really funny. I think that guy is a damn good actor.
yeah.
He should be in more things.
Another thing about new releases being on Game Pass, I always check these days because there's a bunch of them that come out there. It's good stuff. It's really
Yeah.
useful in that regard. And if you really like the game, you can always go buy it so you can own it.
Focus Interactive, I believe, is the one publishing Atomic Heart, and they put a lot of their stuff on Game Pass the first day. They're like an Eastern European publisher.
Hmm.
They did the Plague Tale games, is kind of one of their biggest ones. They did Vampire, which is that Don't Nods. The people who made Life is Strange, they made like a vampire action game called Vampire that's pretty decent. Yeah. So
Very
they're the
cool.
ones doing Atomic Heart, and their games tend to be on Game Pass.
Yeah. So yeah, The Last of Us coverage from me, as well as Atomic Heart next week, either Friday or Sunday, depending on how fast we can all finish the game. And that's that. Yeah, tomorrow EFAB I'll be there as well. That should be long. I mean, this one already took like 5 hours, so you can kind of guess how long that's gonna go tomorrow with like 5 people or 6. I actually don't know how many people are gonna show up because I forgot who's all there. But yeah, that should do it for this one. Mark, thanks for joining as always. A pleasure.
Thank you once again for the invite.
Always fun stuff. And yeah, I guess chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the super chats. Appreciate it. And I'll catch you all in the next one. Goodbye.
Later, everybody. Hello, puppy.